Mother's intuition was a strong thing, and Queenie had been born with a bucket full of the stuff.
This ends Disc 6. The Trap, Disc 7.
Chapter 25. The days that followed Roy's shooting were probably the worst of Queenie's life. She'd suffered much hardship over the years, especially as a child when living with her brute of a father. But not even seeing her mother beaten to a pulp compared to sitting at her son's bedside day after day willing him to pull through. Roy was still in a coma, and Queenie felt completely helpless. As a doting mother, she'd always done her utmost to be there for her children in a crisis, but for once, apart from pray, there was little she could do. Her son's life was in the hands of the gods, and not knowing if he was ever going to wake up was giving Queenie sleepless nights. Even worse was the thought of Roy waking up permanently brain damaged. Queenie knew in her soul that she would rather Roy never wake up at all than be a completely different person to the one that he was before. Queenie was snapped out of her depressing thoughts by the return of Colleen. Her parents had just gone back to Ireland, where they'd had 2 other young children to care for, and had begged Colleen to do the same. Colleen had flatly refused, and, once she'd recovered from the initial shock of the shooting, had spent day and night at her fiancé's bedside. Hospitals always make you feel so grubby, don't they? I never noticed it so much working in one, but I do as a visitor. I take it the doctor hasn't been in today yet. Queenie shook her head sadly, watching as Colleen sat down next to Roy and lovingly clasped his lifeless hand in her own. Colleen had been a real little diamond these past few days, but Queenie was worried about her health and state of mind. She had a sickness bug that just wouldn't budge. She wasn't eating at all, and spent all her time chatting happily to Roy as though he could actually hear her. "Have you thought about when you're going to go back to work yet, love?" Colleen looked at her future mother-in-law in horror. "I'll think about that when Roy wakes up. I need to be here with him, Queenie. He's my life." "I understand that, darling, but he could be in a coma for a while yet. My Roy would hate to see you mess all your nurse's training up. He was so proud you were doing so well with it." "I can't concentrate on my exams at a time like this, Queenie. It's impossible." Queenie nodded. She could understand where the girl was coming from. "You must sort out that bug and start eating more though, darling. Not going to look good in your wedding dress if you're all skin and bones, are you?" Appreciating Queenie's optimism, Colleen smiled. "I'll book a doctor's appointment as soon as I get a chance, okay? There's a good girl." Over in Ilford, Donald had spotted the man shot outside nightclub headline earlier in the day, but had been far too busy to read the article. However, as his eyes now scanned down the page and he spotted the name Roy Butler, he felt his heart begin to beat wildly. Not wanting to worry Mary, Donald ran upstairs with the paper in his hand and waved it in Christopher's face. "Read this, son. It's definitely the same Butlers, and the shooting happened the same evening your sister left home. Can you go down to Woolworths and try to talk some sense into that stupid girl? Surely she now must realise what a mess she's got herself into." Christopher read the article through to the end, then stood up. "OK, Dad. I'll go and speak to Nancy right now." When Karen saw her new flat for the very first time, she literally clapped her hands with glee. It was spacious, modern, fully furnished, and even had its own little garden. "Well, what do you think, Karen?" Ahmed asked politely. Karen grinned at Vinny, then turned to Ahmed. "Oh, I love it! Is the TV, oven, sofa and fridge all included?" Ahmed nodded. Unable to wipe the smile off her face, Karen asked to see the garden properly. The sun was shining as Ahmed lifted the blind and unlocked the door, and when Karen strolled outside, she could just imagine hanging her washing out and sunbathing. After being stuck in a tower block for the past 4 years, it really was a heavenly feeling. "So it's OK then?" Vinny asked. Karen grinned. "Yeah, it's great. I'm going to look at the bathroom and main bedroom properly now." "Get in there and explain," Vinny hissed, when Karen opened the wardrobe door and asked who all the clothes belonged to. My previous tenant. There has been a problem with them picking up their belongings, so you cannot move in until Monday now, Ahmed told Karen. That's fine. I need to sort out my own stuff at the flat anyway. I won't need to bring much with me now, seeing how this is already furnished. It'll just mainly be personal belongings and all my clothes and shoes. Well, I'll help you sort that out, babe. Now, shall we go and grab a bit of lunch? I need to eat before I go back up the hospital, Vinny suggested. Thinking how wonderfully kind Vinny had been to her recently, Karen held his arm and squeezed it. When Vinny glanced back as he walked towards the car, Ahmed winked at him. Even though there were personal belongings scattered all over the flat, the not-so-bright Karen had fallen hook, line and sinker into their web of deceit. Terrified of being spotted, Albie Butler hung around outside the London hospital in the long tan raincoat and big brown hat his sons had made him wear to visit Queenie. Rumours spread like wildfire in Whitechapel, and Albie knew without a doubt that his little white lie would now be common knowledge. His evil son had put the boot in good and proper once again, which is why Albie had had no choice than to leave the East End on the same night Roy had been shot. He hadn't wanted to, of course. He'd been desperate to go to the hospital with the rest of his family. But Vinny had pulled him to one side and all but told him that if he came near any of the family ever again, he would end up in a coffin. Albie crouched down against a nearby wall. He'd been ringing the hospital daily, but even though he had sworn he was Roy's dad, they'd still refused to update him on his son's condition. The only thing they would tell him was that Roy was still alive. When Albie had quickly packed his few belongings and left Whitechapel, he had luckily still had the 200 quid that Vinny had stuffed in his jacket pocket as a bribe. Not knowing where to go, Albie had returned, cap in hand, to Beacon-Tree Heath, and as luck would have it, Pauline had snatched 100 quid out of his hand, proclaimed she'd missed him, and welcomed him back into her home with open arms. Albie put his hand inside the pocket of his raincoat and checked that the letters were still there. He had spent all yesterday evening writing them in the Matapan pub, and although he had never been a man of words, for once he felt he had done himself proud. For all Queenie's faults, she deserved to know the truth, not only about how she had made him feel over the years, but also that her eldest son was out of control. He had to warn her, if only for Roy and Colleen's sake. As much as Albie hated to admit it, his sperm had produced a wrong 'un, and he would wait at the hospital for as long as it took. Michael was the only one he could truly trust, which is why I had written him a separate letter. His family were entitled to know what they were dealing with, and Albie was determined that they read the truth from him. Whether or not they believed it was another matter. Nancy was incredibly anxious as she walked over to her brother. Rhonda had told her he was standing by the till, and apart from her father, Christopher was the last person she wanted to see. "What's up?" she asked, as casually as she could. She then gestured for her brother to follow her outside the shop. "I would rather say what I have to say here, thank you, Nancy. I feel your colleagues might be able to help me make you see sense," Christopher stated, hands on hips. Clocking both her colleagues and the customers' awkward glances, Nancy grabbed Christopher by the arm and tried to lead him outside the shop. "Don't you dare show me up! We'll speak outside!" she hissed. "Oh no, we won't," Christopher said in a loud voice, while waving the East London Advertiser in the air and pointing at the front page. "You see these people on the front page, everybody? The gangsters who were shot at? Well, this is the family my stupid sister has left our own family home for and moved in with. My mother is devastated, my father is distraught, and all I want is my sister back." Feeling herself blush the colour of crimson, Nancy first looked at Rhonda, then her manager Stephen, and then the queuing customers. "I'm so sorry about all this, everybody," she said apologetically. "And so you should be, Nancy. Mum, Dad and I have been out of our minds with worry. So are you coming home with me after work or not? I'm willing to wait for you if you wish." Nancy had never felt so humiliated in her whole life. "No, Christopher, I'm not coming home with you. Now please get out of my shop and leave me alone. And if you come back here again and jeopardise my job, I swear I will tell Michael about it, okay?" Unable to believe his ears, Christopher sneered at Nancy, his face a picture of disgust. It was too late to save his sister. She was already a butler. After dropping Karen home, Vinny headed to the club. Out of respect for his brother, Vinny hadn't opened up since the shooting. Checking that everything was just as it should be, Vinny was about to leave the premises when he heard the shrill ring of the phone, and so he dashed behind the bar to answer it. "That you, Vinny?" Even though he hadn't heard the voice for a long time, Vinny recognised it immediately. George Geary was the now retired chief inspector Vinny had had in his pocket for many years. "You all right, George? What's up?" "I just heard a bit of inside info, boy, which I thought you might be interested in. Obviously, I will expect a drink in return. 50 quid, shall we say?" "Go on," Vinny replied. "My old mob are just about to charge a man with the attempted murder of your brother. They caught him the same night it happened, but wasn't allowed to question him immediately because he'd been involved in a road accident." "Who is it, George?" Vinny asked, his heart beating like a drum. "Johnny Preston." Shocked to the core, Vinny told George to pick up his dosh the following day and slammed the phone back on its cradle. He then smashed his fist against the bar. Johnny Preston would pay for what he had done in the very worst way possible. What that was yet, Vinny did not know, but what he did know was that by the time he'd finished with him, Johnny Cunting Preston would wish he had never been born. Chapter 26. The following morning, Queenie and Vivian arrived at the hospital at 8 a.m. and soon realised that even though she promised to go home and get some sleep, Colleen had stayed at Roy's bedside again all night. Queenie sat down next to her future daughter-in-law and squeezed her hand. "Look, sweetheart, I know how much you love Roy, we all do, but sitting here nigh on 24 hours a day isn't the answer. You need to eat, kip, and start looking after yourself. You heard what the doctor said yesterday. They have no idea when Roy will wake up, so you must get a grip, darling. Every human being needs food and sleep. We can't survive without it." "Queenie's right, Colleen. You look ill, and your Roy ain't going to want to wake up to a skeleton, is he?" Vivian added. "You okay, love?" Queenie asked, as Colleen stood up and stared blankly at her and Vivian. "No, I feel a bit," Colleen mumbled, and then collapsed before finishing her sentence. Unaware that the police were currently at the hospital talking to his mother, Michael was on his way there. Since Roy had been shot, apart from the first night, Michael had barely seen or spoken to his eldest brother. Unlike the rest of the family who had visited Roy on a daily basis, Vinny had stayed well away, his excuse being that it broke his heart to see his brother in a coma, and it was pointless being there until he actually woke up. "Michael, why do they call this area the waste?" Lenny asked. Michael couldn't help but smile. Ever since the lad had started work at the club, he seemed to ask questions all day long. Last week, Michael had spent the whole day trying to explain why elephants had trunks to his young cousin. "Michael, why are you living at Auntie Queenie's now? Why ain't you living with Vinny no more? Have yous two fallen out?" Lenny asked, without even waiting for the first answer. Putting a protective arm around Lenny, Michael led him safely across the road. "No, of course me and Vin haven't fallen out. He's been staying with his Turkish mate in Camden, and I've been stopping at your Auntie Queenie's house because Nancy has now moved in with me." "Do you love Nancy? Are you going to marry her?" Lenny asked bluntly. "Yes, I love Nancy, champ. And one day, if she's lucky, I might just marry her," Michael said with a wink. Lenny chuckled, but Michael missed his inquisitive cousin's next question, as he had just spotted his father standing by a wall, waving frantically at him. Over in Dagenham, Karen had spent the past hour deciding what she was going to take to her lovely new home. Vinny had sworn her to secrecy about her new gaff. He had insisted he wanted her to surprise her mum and friends by organising a little flat warming for them. Desperate to tell somebody about her stroke of good luck all the same, Karen debated whether to inform her next-door neighbour, Debbie. Guilt stopped her from doing so, as she knew her mother would never forgive her if it came out that she wasn't the first to hear the good news. Karen couldn't afford an indoor phone, so she picked up her purse and headed off towards the nearest phone box. Not wanting Lenny to spot his father, Michael had taken him inside the hospital, then pretended he'd left his wallet at home, Go and sit with your mum and Auntie Queenie. I won't be long, champ, he said. Dashing back down the corridors, Michael ran out of the entrance and around the side of the building, where by a flick of the head he had gestured to his father to wait. "Hello, son. I'm so glad you came back. I didn't know whether you were telling me to sod off or meaning for me to wait here," Albie said. "You got some brass neck coming here, Dad, after what you did. How could you pretend you were dying?" "I did it because I knew it was the only way I could get to see or talk to yous. I'm really sorry. It was a stupid thing to do." "You can fucking say that again. Now, what you want?" Michael asked. "Well, obviously I want to know how Roy is. I've been ringing the hospital, but they won't tell me anything. Worried sick I've been. Roy's in a coma. He's very lucky to even be alive, so the doc reckoned." "Do the doctors think he'll make a full recovery?" Michael shrugged. "Nobody knows until he actually wakes up. There was bleeding to the brain which might result in permanent damage. We just have to keep our fingers crossed. The quack we saw yesterday said that most patients in comas wake up within a month." Albie's eyes welled up. Why couldn't it be Vinny lying in a coma instead of poor Roy? "There's something I need to tell you, Michael, and I want you to listen carefully to me." "What?" When Albie began to explain about Vinny's evil plan to split up Roy and Colleen, Michael's face went white, and he leant his back against the brick wall for support. Part of him wanted to believe that his father was spinning another of his yarns, but in his heart Michael knew that Albie wasn't lying. The pieces of the jigsaw seemed to fit too well. "So, what did you actually say to Colleen's parents?" "Well, I started to tell them what Vinny had asked me to, but then I backtracked. Roy and Colleen looked so happy, I just couldn't go through with it, boy. Then Vinny came and threatened me, said if I didn't do what he'd asked, he was going to jump up on stage and tell everyone I'd lied about me cancer. Vinny ain't right in the head, Michael. He has real problems, and I'm worried he'll start on you next. He won't like you being with that Nancy. He doesn't want to lose you and Roy, therefore will stop at nothing to get his own way. He wants to be in total control." Michael put his head in his hands and sank to his haunches. Albie crouched down next to Michael, took a small bottle of brandy out of his raincoat pocket and swallowed a large gulp. He then handed the bottle to his son, who did the same. "You ain't got to tell your mum, boy. I've written everything down in a letter for her to save you the task." "Where is it?" Albie handed him 2 envelopes. "The bigger envelope is the letter I wrote for you. Now I've told you all this, I think Vinny will try and finish me off. If I disappear or die, hand your one over to the police. Can I trust you to do that for me, son?" "Oh, don't say shit like that. Vinny might not be your greatest fan right now, but you're still his dad. He wouldn't harm you." Albie took another swig of his brandy and screwed the top back on the bottle. "Do you remember that time I was in hospital with 2 broken legs and broken ribs?" "Yeah, of course I do. You were mugged, and it was while you were in hospital that Mum found out about that Judy Preston bird, weren't it?" "Yeah. Your mother came to visit me and bumped into Judy. The thing is, I never got those injuries through being jumped. There was no mugging. Vinny beat me up." "No, you're lying, Dad." "I swear I ain't, boy. Roy knows. He turned up just after Vinny had nearly killed me. Your mum and Auntie Viv know too. Ask them if you don't believe me. You and your sister were quite young at the time, so the truth was hidden from you." "I weren't that young. That all happened around my 16th birthday. I remember it clearly, as when I found out about you and that tart, I went for a long ride on me moped to clear me head." "Well, I don't know why you wasn't told. Perhaps it was because I was always closer to you than your brothers. You and Brenda are always the apple of my eye. Your sister wouldn't even talk to me at her engagement party, you know. I tried to wish her good luck, but she all but told me to F off." "So where are you living?" "I know you're not at the bedsitters. I popped round the other day and the bloke downstairs said you'd moved out," Michael asked, changing the subject. "I had to, didn't I? That's why your brother leapt on the stage and outed me lie. He knew I would never be able to stay in Whitechapel after that. You know what people are like around here. I'd have every bastard gunning for me, and rightly so, I suppose. I've had to move back in with Pauline for the time being, but I can't stay there for much longer. Once you give your mother that letter, I'll need to get away. I have to go somewhere where Vinny won't find me. Dad, you know we were talking about that Judy Preston. Did she have your kid? Or do you truthfully not know? On my life, I dunno, son. I swear I ain't even seen or heard a word from her since that day she visited me in hospital. Satisfied that Albie was telling the truth, Michael smiled at him. His father wasn't a bad person. He might be a pisshead and do and say stupid things at times, but his heart was certainly in the right place, which is more than what Michael could say in Vinny's defence right now. So where you going to go? Do you need money? Yeah, I could do with some readies, boy. I was thinking of going to stay with Bert down in Ipswich. Ivy died last year and he's rattling about an house on his own down there now. Who are Bert and Ivy? Michael asked. Your uncle and aunt. Bert's my elder brother. You have seen him, but not since you were a kid. Your mother never had any time for my family. She reckoned they all had a screw loose. Michael put his hand in his pocket and handed his dad 3 £10 notes. Take that for now, so you've got some beer money. Then tomorrow I'll drive down to Pauline's gaff and give you some money to go away with. I won't give Mum the letter until after you're gone, OK? Albie nodded his head gratefully and pocketed the 30 quid. Do me a favour, boy. I don't want Pauline to know I'm leaving, so can you meet me at a pub with the dosh? Which one? And what time? Meet me at the Royal Oak in Green Lane tomorrow at 2ish. Pauline's barred from there. I've only got a dustbin liner full of clothes, and I'll pretend to her that I'm going to the laundrette. How will I get to Ipswich by train, Michael? Do you know what station takes me there? For the first time in ages, Michael felt dreadfully sorry for his father. Having to leave London and never return because you were frightened of being murdered by one of your own kids was horrendous. I'll tell you what, Dad. Why don't you let me drive you to Ipswich? I'll get Nancy to take a day off work and she can come for the ride too. It'll be nice to see Uncle Bert again. And also I'd like to know where you're living so I can pop down and see you from time to time. Choked up because one of his family was being so kind to him for a change, Albie let out an uncharacteristic sob and put his arms around his youngest son. You're a good boy, Michael. The best. Please, watch your back with Vinny, won't you? Wiping the tears away from his own eyes with the cuff of his shirt, Michael cleared his throat. Right, I better get inside and see how Roy is now. See you tomorrow at 2. Oh, that reminds me. Inside your letter, there's also a short letter for Roy and Brenda too. Make sure you give or read them to them one day, but only when you feel the time is right, of course. Nodding, Michael walked away. Disappointed by her mother's reaction to her good news, Karen decided to give her neighbour Debbie a knock. Oh, Kaz, I ain't half going to miss you, but I am pleased for you at the same time, Debbie said, when her friend finished explaining the situation. I wish I could say the same about me mum. I thought she would be thrilled for me, but I just rang her and she said I was a silly girl for rushing into things. Debbie chuckled. She sounds just like my mum. You must come round when I'm moving. There's enough room for you and the kids to sleep over, Karen said, referring to Debbie's sons. Oh, I'd love to. Anything to get me away from this shithole for a day or two. Honest, Kaz, I'm so thrilled for you. Vinny's incredibly handsome. In fact, on both occasions I've met him, he's literally charmed the knickers off me. Laughing at her mate's wayward words, Karen put her hand inside the carrier bag she brought with her. I got this. Although I don't know what it tastes like. It's fizzy wine. I thought we could open it to celebrate my news. Debbie ran into the kitchen and came back with 2 cups. Sorry, I ain't got no glasses. The kids broke the few I had. It doesn't matter, Karen said, pouring the drinks out. Grabbing a pen and paper, Debbie handed it to her pal. What's that for? To write your new address down, you div. Oh, that's another thing my mother had a go at me about. I was so excited when I went to view the property, I didn't look at any road signs. It's in Beckton, I know that, but I'll have to ask Vinny for the exact address tomorrow. I'll give it to you then. Debbie held her cup aloft. To new beginnings, eh? Karen smiled broadly and health and happiness. When the police left the hospital, Queenie took Michael to one side so she could have a word in private with him. The officers had popped in to inform her that they charged a man called Johnny Preston with the attempted murder of Roy, and he would be appearing in court to be remanded in custody the following morning. "Is he to do with that little tart Judy, Michael? Don't lie to me. I deserve to know the truth, and his name rings a bell," Queenie said. "Yeah, Johnny's her brother." Queenie was furious. "This is all your bastard of a father's fault. If he hadn't have suffered from wandering cock syndrome, my Roy would still be as fit as a fiddle, not lying in a fucking coma in hospital." After the emotional conversation he and his father had just shared, Michael couldn't help but stick up for him. "This ain't Dad's fault, Mum. This is revenge for Vinny killing that Dave Phillips. Preston was there when Phillips got stabbed." "Yeah, and why did that happen? To do with your father humping Preston's sister, if I remember rightly." "Preston only came to the club because Vinny went round his sister's gaff and threatened her. He just wanted to have it out with Vinny. But Vinny being Vinny had to go one step further and murder his fucking mate. There's no way Preston meant to shoot Roy. It would have been Vinny he wanted dead. So if you want someone to blame, then blame your own son." Queenie was furious that Michael had sided with his father rather than his brother. "You should be ashamed of yourself, you. Been a wonderful brother to you, Vinny has. Who do you think put food on the table when you and Brenda were young, eh? Well, it weren't that useless drunken old man of yours, that's for sure." Very nearly blurting out what Vinny had planned to do to Roy at his own engagement party, Michael shut up as he saw Brenda and Dean walking down the corridor with his nephew. "Where's Vinny, Mum? Is he here? Really annoyed with him, I am. He promised me faithfully when he dumped little Vinny on me and Dean yesterday that he'd pick him up first thing this morning, and we ain't seen hide nor hair of him. Dean's taking his nan out for lunch, and I'm going shopping with Susan, so you're going to have to look after him. He ain't my bloody responsibility." "Is Roy dead yet, Nanny?" little Vinny asked innocently. "No, he's sleeping. And how many times have I told you not to ask that question, eh? What's the matter with you? Do you want your Uncle Roy to croak it, do you?" Realising that his mother was stressed out and in a foul mood, Michael picked little Vinny up. "I'll look after him. I'm taking Nancy out for a bite to eat after she finishes work. So he can come with us, can't you, boy?" Watching her grandson and son share a hug, Queenie quickly forgave both. Michael had a heart of gold, and little Vinny was far too young to understand what a coma was, or the seriousness of his uncle's condition. "Right, me and Dean are going to go now," Brenda said. "Oh, no, you're not, young lady. You go and see your brother for 5 or 10 minutes first. You didn't visit him at all yesterday." "That's only because I was stuck indoors babysitting. I was going to come up here last night." "How's Colleen today? Has she eaten or slept yet?" "Colleen ain't well. She collapsed earlier next to Roy's bed. The doctors are doing some tests on her, apparently. It's probably just stress or lack of sleep and food, but they haven't come back and told us anything yet. Viv asked a nurse to find out what was going on about an hour ago, but she never came back either." "Right, I'm going to make tracks, Mum. Give your nan and aunt a kiss, Vinny." Queenie hugged her grandchild, then turned to Michael. "Do us a favour, love. Before you go for your meal, see if you can find your brother. It ain't like him not to pick the little un up, is it? I hope he's all right and nothing bad's happened to him. My heart can't withstand any more drama." "To be honest, Mum, since Roy got shot, Vinny has hit the bottle a bit. I spoke to him for about a minute yesterday when he dropped the little un off and he said he was going to some club up the West End with Ahmed. I will see if I can find him, but if I can't, he's probably just on a bender somewhere." "Well, best you encourage him to open the club up again, Michael. I've got enough on my plate without worrying about Vinny going off the rails as well." Michael couldn't help but smirk. Did his mother honestly think that Vinny had ever been on the fucking rails? Mary Walker felt sick with anxiety as she approached the entrance of Woolworths. Christopher had been full of it yesterday evening, saying how rude Nancy had been to him, and how she wasn't worth bothering with any more because she was already one of them. Well, Mary didn't believe that for a second. Her daughter would never be a butler, other than in perhaps name, one day, and Mary just prayed that things didn't even get that far. Donald had insisted last night that he was now completely washing his hands of Nancy for good, and Mary had been so angry listening to husband and son speak about the girl as though she'd committed the crime of the century. She was a smitten teenager, for goodness sake, and her only crime was to fall head over heels in love. "Hello, Mrs. Walker. Are you looking for Nancy? She's just gone out the back," Rhonda informed Mary. "That's why I came in at this time, love. Didn't want to disturb her while she was working. To be honest, I was hoping she might spend her lunch break with me. I miss her terribly at home." "Oh, I'm sure she will. Michael isn't meeting her for lunch today. Here she is now. I hope you haven't come here because of what happened yesterday with Christopher, because if you have, Rhonda will tell you he was bang out of order making a scene in the middle of the shop, weren't he, Ron?" Mary smiled. "Do you think I live in Cloud Cuckoo Land, love? I know exactly what your brother's like. My fault for marrying your father, I suppose. Now, seeing as I've missed you so much, will you make your old mum happy by allowing her to buy you a sandwich somewhere? It'd make my day if you said yes." Realising that her wonderful mum still loved her as much as she always had, Nancy grinned from ear to ear. "You try stopping me." Vinnie Butler thought he was having a surreal experience when he dreamt that some bird was giving him a blowjob, but when he opened his eyes he was appalled to find that the encounter was actually real. Apart from treating his mother, aunt and sister with respect, Vinnie had never regained the art of being diplomatic towards women since Yvonne Summers had broken his heart, so instead of telling the tart to stop sucking his penis, Vinnie punched her gently in the side of the head. Astounded, the girl looked up. "What's the matter? Are you not enjoying it?" Vinnie stared at the girl. She only looked about 18, had long blonde hair, decent breasts, amazing hips, and a bit of a Janis Joplin look about her. However, Vinnie couldn't wait to get shot of her, so he leapt out of bed, grabbed his trousers that were lying on the floor in a crumpled heap, put his hand in the pocket, and threw 40 quid at the girl. "What's that for? I ain't a prostitute if that's what you think. You invited me here." "Well, now I'm uninviting you. Just get dressed, take the money and fuck off." The girl hurriedly put her clothes on. Furious with the way she'd been treated, she screwed up the two £20 notes and threw them at Vinnie. "Stick your money up your arse, you bastard, and please do not add me up as a notch on your bedpost. You couldn't even get it up, you loser." No bloke liked their manliness to be knocked, and the words he'd just heard were like a red rag to a bull for Vinnie. Stark bollock naked, he grabbed the girl by the neck and slammed her stupid head against the door of his wardrobe. "Stop it! Look, I'm sorry. Please, can you just let me go home now?" the girl begged tearfully. She wasn't a slag, had never even had a one-night stand before, but last night she'd taken a stupid LSD tab, and because all her friends were into the free love scene, had decided to go back to Vinnie's empty club with him. How she regretted that now. Trust her to pick a lunatic. Aware that the girl seemed absolutely petrified, Vinnie released his grasp on her hair. "Look, I'm sorry. I just ain't thinking straight at the moment. Go on, go home." The girl didn't need telling twice. She ran for her life. Nancy held her mother's arm and led her to the tiny park where she and Michael usually went. "So I take it you haven't told Dad that you were coming to see me?" she asked, as they sat down on the bench. "No. You know what he's like, Nance. So set in his bloody ways. I told him I wanted to have a mooch around the shops before Christopher went back to school next week. I had to see you, love. I read about that shooting, and it worried the life out of me." Nancy sighed. "Me and Michael wasn't there when it happened. We'd already left the club." "Well, thank God for that." "It's still been awful, though. Roy's in a coma, and the doctor said that he might wake up with brain damage." Mary squeezed her daughter's hand. "Nance, I know you love Michael, but do you really want to be connected to a family like that? Say they tried to shoot Michael next, and you're there with him. I would die of a broken heart if anything ever happened to you." "Nothing bad will happen to me, Mum, so please try not to worry. Michael will protect me. He loves me and I love him." "So, where are you living?" Mary asked. "At Queenie's at the moment. Michael did live above the club, but I told him there is no way I'm living with Vinny. We will get our own place soon, but things have been so hectic with Roy being ill that we haven't had a chance to look yet. Is Queenie nice to you, love? Yeah, she is, Mum. Both her and Vivi have been really kind to me. The house is a bit cramped because Brenda is living there with her boyfriend. She's pregnant, you know. The word pregnant made Mary's stomach churn. She didn't want Nancy to get herself into that situation. I want you to promise me you'll be careful, love. I would hate to see you get pregnant before you've even got a ring on your finger. That would really give your dad and brother something to kick off about. Nancy looked at her mother in bewilderment. I'm not planning on getting up the duff if that's what you think. I know you're not, love. But as your mum, I felt it my duty to warn you of the pitfalls of being in such a serious relationship at your age. If you do end up marrying Michael, I want it to be because you want to, not because you have to. Many young girls your age get caught in a trap, and believe me, if you ever give birth out of wedlock to a child who is a butler, then you will be trapped for life. Back at the hospital, Queenie, Vivian and Lenny were all still sat around Roy's bedside. Lenny had sworn earlier that when his mum and aunt were out the room that he'd seen Roy's right foot move. But even though Queenie and Vivian had been staring at Roy's feet for the past hour, they couldn't see any sign of life. About to launch into an anecdote, Queenie was stopped by the return of the young nurse who had gone off hours ago to find out how Colleen was. Where is she? Is she okay? Queenie asked anxiously. Colleen is fine. She's resting at the moment, but we have decided to keep her in overnight just to keep an eye on her. Why? What's the matter with her? Vivian asked sharply. The nurse smiled. You'll have to ask Colleen that yourself. Queenie leapt out of her seat and pointed her finger in the young nurse's face. Don't be playing games with me, darling, because I'll wipe that smile off your face in a minute. My sister just asked you a question, now fucking answer her. The nurse took a step back. Colleen's pregnant. But don't say I told you so in case you get me into trouble. Overjoyed by the unexpected news, Queenie hugged the terrified young nurse. We won't say a word, will we, Vivie? Thank you so much for telling us, sweetheart. It's a miracle, Queen. It really is, Vivian said, wiping a tear of joy from her eye. Queenie couldn't agree more. It's a gift from him upstairs, it has to be. Who's him upstairs, then? Lenny asked, perplexed. Vivian tutted. God, you silly bastard. Chapter 27. The following morning, Michael got up early and once again pleaded with Nancy to take the day off work so she could accompany him to Ipswich with his father. No, Michael, I can't just take time off like that. It isn't fair on the other girls. But we could have stayed in a hotel or bed and breakfast. I mean, how nice would it be to have a night on our own together? We haven't even had sex since you moved in here because you think everybody'll hear us. Nancy sighed. It was so difficult to snuggle up to Michael every night and not be intimate, but she was an old-fashioned girl at heart. Michael's sister had the bedroom next door to them, and his mother was the other side. The thought of anybody hearing them make love seemed deeply wrong to Nancy, which is why she had insisted that Michael sleep with his back towards her. Please do this for me, babe. I really want you to get to know me dad better as well, Michael said, with a sorrowful expression. Torn between her job and her loyalties towards her boyfriend, Nancy made her decision. OK, Michael, I will come to Ipswich with you. But after today, I can't take any more time off in case I get the sack. All right? Pleased that he got his own way, Michael grinned and hugged Nancy tightly to his chest. Thanks, darling. You're a star. When his dad turned up at the hospital, little Vinny galloped towards him. Where you been, Daddy? Queenie glared at her eldest son. Yeah, where have you been? Call yourself a good father? You don't know the meaning, boy. And what about your brother? You ain't even visited him for days. Colleen's pregnant and we haven't even been able to tell you because you've been on the missing list. Pregnant? That's amazing. Michael never said when he popped in the club. That's because we didn't find out until after Michael had left the hospital yesterday. Unlike yourself, that boy has been up here every day supporting us and Roy. Ordering Lenny to take his son outside, Vinny turned to his mum and aunt. "I haven't been up here because I felt so fucking guilty, if you want the absolute truth. I know deep down that me brother took a bullet that was meant for me, which is why I went on a bit of a bender. But I've got me act together again now, and there'll be no more pissing it up. I'm going to reopen the club, and I promise you faithfully, whatever happens to Roy from now on, I will be there for him and for you." Queenie smiled. "That's my boy." After picking Albie Butler up from the Royal Oak pub, the journey to Ipswich took over 3 hours, as Michael insisted on stopping for a bite to eat on the way. Out of politeness, Nancy sat in the back of the car. Her dad had always insisted that men should sit in the front. Flicking through the latest copy of Jackie magazine, Nancy hummed along to a current favourite chart song, Diana Ross's "I'm Still Waiting," which reminded her a bit of her relationship with Michael, because it was about a couple who had first met at a young age. "You all right in the back there, babe? We're in Ipswich now. What do you think of it?" Nancy put down her magazine and stared out of the car window. The hippie look was all the rage where she lived, but she couldn't see anybody in Ipswich sporting a cool hairstyle or wearing flares. "It's nice, but in a different way." Michael chuckled. "So, what do you think of my choice of woman, Dad? Do you reckon that she will one day make me a good wife?" Sensing Nancy's embarrassment, Albie turned around in his seat. "Don't be taking a notice of him, sweetheart. Has the gift of the gab like his old daddy does. If you want my honest opinion, I think you're far too good for him." Nancy giggled. Even though it was plain that Michael's father looked a bit dishevelled and was a heavy drinker, she couldn't help but like him. Denise Thompson felt like an idiot as she sat opposite her doctor and explained why she needed a letter as proof of her pregnancy. "What are you trying to tell me? Are you not in a relationship with the father of your child, then?" Dr. Patak asked in a bemused tone. "No. He has a new girlfriend now, but he does have good morals, and I know as soon as I can prove to him that I'm pregnant, he'll be there for me and my child. I want you to address the letter to him and put your surgery number on it, so he can ring you if he doesn't believe the story. I will deliver the letter to him personally." Dr. Patak sighed. Writing letters to disbelieving boyfriends was really not part of his work as a GP. "You will have to pay for the letter," he informed Denise. "How much?" £2. Is that okay?" "Well, I suppose it'll have to be. Can you write it now for me?" Denise asked impatiently. "No. I have a surgery full of unwell patients who need my time. Pop back tomorrow when surgery has finished and I will have it ready for you then." When Vinny took her to one side and told her he was arranging a surprise gathering at the club for Vivian's birthday, Queenie was immediately against the idea. "Don't be daft. We can't have a party while poor Roy is in a coma, and I never want to set foot in that club again." "I didn't say a party, Mum. It'll be more of a family gathering. We can't spend our whole lives in this hospital. It isn't healthy for any of us." "It's a nice thought, Vinny, but I'm not going back to that club. I just can't." "Well, how about I organise a little something at yours, then? You haven't got to do sod all. The staff at the club can do all the catering. Colleen will sit with Roy while you and Auntie Viv have a break. It'll do you both good, Mum. Please say yes. It'll do me good to have something to focus on as well." Queenie reluctantly agreed. When Vinny put it like that, how could she say no? In Ipswich, Michael had just spent the past hour catching up with the uncle he didn't remember. Bert was nothing like Albie. He wasn't a big drinker, seemed quite normal in fact, and Michael hoped that Bert might prove to be a good influence on his father. "Right, Nancy and I'd best be making a move now. Uncle Bert's given me his phone number, Dad, and I'll ring you in a few days to see how you're settling in. Don't lose that money I gave you, and don't forget to change your details over with the DHSS." "I'll do it tomorrow. Thanks for the money, Michael. You're a good lad." Michael had given his dad an envelope which contained £500, and when he tried to give Bert the same to put towards his dad's upkeep and the bills, He was surprised when his uncle refused to take it.
"Please, don't insult me, Michael. I'm not short of a few bob, and since my Ivy died I've hated living alone. Having me brother stopping with me's a pleasure, and I certainly don't want paying for it."
Wondering if Bert would still be saying that in a month's time, after his father had staggered home pissed on a daily basis, Michael shook his uncle's hand.
"Don't forget the letter, Michael. Can you let me know what your mother says about it?"
Albie asked.
"Yes, but I'm not sure when I will give it to Mum yet. I don't want to do it at the hospital, so we'll have to wait for the right moment."
Albie nodded.
"I'll just leave it in your capable hands, boy."
Pleased that he was now in his mother's good books again, Vinny took his son back to the club with him. Money was no object to Vinny these days. His dealings with Ahmed had seen to that. The club was a lucrative enough business on its own, but importing heroin into the capital had made him richer than his wildest dreams. However, he needed to reopen soon. He'd promised his mum it was what Roy would have wanted too.
"Can I speak to Mum on the phone? I'll miss her, Dad,"
little Vinny whinged. His son's words cut deep into Vinny's heart. Not once had little Vinny ever said he missed him, and he'd brought the ungrateful little bastard up. About to tear him off a strip and remind the boy where his loyalties should lie, Vinny was saved from losing his rag by the shrill ring of the phone.
"All right, mate. It's Paul. How's Roy?"
"Still the same. I'll be opening up again soon. I'm still paying you full whack, though. You won't be out of pocket," Vinny told his doorman.
"It weren't that I was ringing for. I just thought you should know that my younger brother Scott was in the Grave Morris last night. That Terry Smart was in there. Pissed up he was, and spouting his gob off something chronic about you, apparently. He was even joking about Roy waking up as a spastic. I just thought you should know the score, mate."
Absolutely fuming, Vinny thanked his loyal employee, then immediately rang Ahmed.
"Mate, you know that little plan we were speaking about the other evening and we agreed to wait a while?"
"Yes." "Well, I've changed my mind. We need to set the ball rolling now," Vinny hissed.
"Leave it with me, and I will sort it for you.
Cheers, mate. The sooner the better, eh?
Count it as done."
Michael and Nancy were in a hotel in Suffolk. It was nowhere near as opulent as the previous one they'd stayed in, but it was comfortable and clean. Having already made love to Nancy once, Michael was about to do so again, when Nancy started questioning him about them getting married. Quickly losing his erection, Michael propped himself up on the pillow with his elbow.
"I love you, Nance, you know that. But we don't want to rush into things, do we? Getting hitched is a massive step, and it ain't like you're up the duff or anything, is it? If you was, then I suppose we would have to get wed."
"But you was the one who first mentioned it, Michael. When we spoke about my parents chucking me out, you said, 'Don't worry, we can get married.'" Desperate to avoid their first lover's tiff, Michael stroked Nancy's beautiful face.
"And I meant it, babe. But what's the rush? I can't think straight with me brother being in a coma, let alone plan a poxy wedding."
"I'm sorry. It's just that I'm sure my mum would be happier if we got married rather than lived in sin. As for me uptight dad and brother, well, they would have to accept our relationship if they realised we were that serious about one another. Obviously we won't discuss it in detail while Roy is ill, but we can start arranging it when he's better. I'm sure your mum and Auntie Viv would be thrilled as well, Michael. They both said to me the other day that they love a wedding and think I'll make a lovely bride. I'm positive they were hinting." Suddenly feeling like a wild bird who was now in captivity, Michael leapt out of the bed. He was only 21 for Christ's sake, and even though he adored Nancy, he was far too young to commit himself to her for the rest of his life. So he got bored with her, like he had all the others. Watching Michael's reaction to the thought of their marriage was a wake-up call for Nancy. She might be young, but she wasn't stupid, and some of the little quips she'd heard from Michael's family made it obvious to her that Michael had had many girlfriends. Desperate not to lose the lad she loved so much, Nancy made her decision there and then. That pill she'd recently asked her doctor to prescribe her, she would stop taking immediately. If trapping Michael was the only way to get him down the aisle, then trap him she would. Many miles away in Wormwood Scrubs prison, Johnny Preston was sat alone in a cell. Thanks to nerves, then his stupidity at trying to calm them by getting drunk, he was now looking at a long sentence. If Roy died, he might even get life. Feeling absolutely dreadful, Johnny put his head in his hands. Deborah had asked for a divorce earlier, thanks to Joanna grassing him up. And now he'd lost everything. His reputation, his freedom, and his family. Chapter 28. Vivian Harris was absolutely knackered thanks to a rotten night's sleep. She dreamt that her Lenny had died, and after she'd awoken from her nightmare, had been too traumatised to doze off again. As usual on a Sunday morning, Queenie and Vivian had gone to visit their mother's grave. From there, they'd gone straight to the hospital, which was always a tiring experience as well as stressful and upsetting.
Bleeding shattered I am today. You don't mind if I don't come in yours now, do you? I'll pop in tonight after I've had a snooze, Vivian said, yawning. Feeling drained herself, Queenie sighed. A house full of people was the last thing she wanted or needed, and she just knew Vivian was going to feel the same. But what could she do now that Vinny had gone to the trouble of arranging it all?
Vivi, you ain't going to fancy this any more than I do. But you're going to have to come straight in mine. The boys have got something planned for your birthday.
Vivian stopped in her tracks outside the Blind Beggar pub.
Like what? It better not be a surprise party, Queen. I hate surprises at the best of times. I also hate fucking birthdays. Who wants to celebrate being another year near at your bastard grave, eh?
I know what you're saying, Viv, but we're going to have to show willing. Vinny wanted to arrange it at the club, but I said no, which is why he's doing it at mine now. It'll only be family and a couple of the boys' mates. It's nothing major.
Vivian felt so tired and ratty. She couldn't help but sound ungrateful.
It better fucking not be, Queen. Because if it is, I'm walking out.
With the bond between herself and the father of her child growing stronger every day, Karen had made a special effort to look nice today. Bell-bottomed halter-neck catsuits were all the rage at the moment, and the white one that Karen had treated herself to showed off her figure and dark skin to a T.
Wow, you look fab. I love the outfit. Where did you get it?
Nancy asked, when Karen walked into the lounge after getting changed upstairs. Nancy was wearing a catsuit too, but hers was denim.
Roman Road. I love shopping there. You get some real unusual bits, Karen replied, searching for Vinny with her eyes to clock his reaction to her new outfit. Unfortunately for Karen, there wasn't one. Vinny gave her a half smile and then turned his back on her to speak to his sister's boyfriend. Nancy had only met Karen briefly once before, and when Michael excused himself to go and have a chat with his pal Kevin, the girls seemed to hit it off instantly. Both were big fans of Mark Bolan and obsessed with fashion, but most importantly, they were both involved with men from the same notorious family. As usual, Lenny had taken on the role of being DJ for the day, and when he played Rod Stewart's current chart hit Maggie May, Karen and Nancy both chuckled as little Vinny appeared in front of them, wiggling his tiny hips.
Oh, he's so gorgeous, isn't he?
Nancy gushed. Not always. He can be a little sod at times, but can't they all? Have you and Michael discussed having children yet? I'd like another one, but I don't want them to have different fathers, and Vinny and I aren't really together at the moment. We haven't been together that long, so no. Michael and I haven't really discussed kids yet, Nancy replied. She could hardly tell Karen that she'd thrown her birth control pill down the sink this morning because she was planning on tricking him into marrying her. Well, I think you've picked a good one. Michael is a lovely bloke, and if he has any sense it won't be long before he pops the question. A girl as stunning as you could get any man she wanted. Thank you, and I think you're stunning too. So, are you and Vinny not, you know? Nancy asked. Vinny scared the life out of her with his blunt manner and evil eyes, and Nancy was amazed that a girl as pretty as Karen had ever given him the time of day. We aren't sleeping together, if that's what you mean.
But we're heading towards it, I think. We often go out for meals and spend time together as a family now. And Vinny's just rented me a lovely flat in Beckton. I'm moving in tomorrow. And I'm hoping once I do, mine and Vinny's relationship might move on to the next level. There are a lot of bridges to build because of stuff that happened in the past, but we're getting there. I know we are. About to pry some more, Nancy was stopped by Brenda walking over to her. Don't ever repeat anything we speak about to Michael or anybody else, will you? Hardly anyone knows about my flat yet. Vinny wants me to surprise everyone when I move in, Karen whispered. Nancy squeezed her new pal's hand. Don't be daft. Vivian was not amused when she followed Queenie inside the house and saw not only 3 people she didn't know, but also most of their neighbours. Nothing major. I don't even know or like half these cunts, Vivian spat in her sister's ear. Seeing his beloved mother appear, Lenny turned down the sultry tones of Elvis and picked up his microphone. Happy birthday, Mum. I love you. Do you like your surprise? We did all this for you, and we've bought you a big cake. Forcing a smile, Vivian walked over to her son and hugged him close to her chest. Of course I like me surprise, boy. It's lovely, she lied. Denise Thompson felt as jumpy as a cat on a hot tin roof as she trudged along the Whitechapel Road with her mother beside her. She'd wanted her best friend to go with her to confront Michael with the doctor's letter, but her mum had insisted that it was her duty to accompany her. I am the baby's grandma, and if that Queenie kicks off, I shall give her a piece of my bleeding mind. How dare that boy get you in the family way, then call you a bloody liar? I'll give him life if he starts all that with me, let me tell you, Madge Thompson had told her daughter. At the top of Michael's road, Denise suddenly came over nauseous. She'd heard through the grapevine that he was now living at Queenie's with his new tart, and the thought of them playing happy families was all too much for her. She was also frightened that Vinny might be at the house like he usually was on a Sunday afternoon. Surely he would go apeshit when he found out that she had taken his money, even though she was actually pregnant. What's the matter with you, girl? Come on, keep walking. I didn't bring you up to be a coward, did I? I can't, Mum. I've done something really stupid and I can't face Vinny. Madge felt her heart begin to beat wildly. Stupid? What do you mean, stupid? You better not have been hawking your mutton at Vinny and all, young lady, 'cause if that baby you're carrying is his, then I'm disowning you. Denise burst into tears. How could you say such a thing, Mum? I love Michael, and I would never have betrayed him in such a way. Well, what you done then? Madge asked anxiously. When Denise explained she'd accepted money off Vinny to tell Michael she was pregnant, Madge shook her head in exasperation. Everybody who lived locally knew that Vinny Butler was a sandwich short of a picnic and took no prisoners when people upset him. Unable to control her annoyance, Madge slapped her stupid daughter around the face. Right, I'll tell you how we're going to play this. You never, ever admit to anyone what you've just told me. If and when Vinny asks about his money, you say that you didn't know you were pregnant when you took it off him and you spent it ages ago, okay? To be honest, if Vinny went to those lengths to split Michael up with that Nancy tart, then I should imagine he'll be thrilled you really are up the duff. If he isn't and threatens you in any way, then I'll deal with it. I'm sure he won't want his mother to know about his resorting to blackmail to ruin his brother's relationship. Now come on, dry them eyes and let's get this over with. When Karen had first re-entered her son and grandson's lives, Queenie had all but hated the girl on sight. However, the more she saw of Karen and the way she was with little Vinny, the more Queenie had grown to like her. Queenie had thoroughly expected Karen to barge her way into their lives and try to take over, but the girl had done no such thing. Karen had behaved impeccably towards all of the family, and there was a definite improvement in little Vinny. Her grandson was no longer as tempestuous or violent as he had once been. Having his mum around him seemed to have worked wonders. Queenie walked over to where Vinny was standing. I need to speak to you for a minute, boy, she said, nodding politely at Ahmed.
She'd never really taken to Ahmed. Vinny followed his mother up the stairs. "What's up?" he asked, as he sat on the edge of her bed.
"Nothing really, love. I just wanted to have a chat with you about Karen."
"What about her?"
"I haven't forgotten about nipping things in the bud. Things are in hand, Mum." "Well, this is what I wanted to talk to you about. I've changed my mind about her. Not only do I think she's a good little mum, I also think little Vinny's behaviour has improved dramatically since she's been a part of his life. I never thought I'd hear myself say it, but I quite like the girl. She's ever so polite to me and Vivi, and she hasn't tried to take over in any way, has she?"
Absolutely livid, Vinny did his best not to show it. His plans were already in place, and as much as he loved his mother, if she thought that he was going to change his mind at this late stage, then she had another think coming.
"Listen, Mum, Karen's an ex-stripper, and on top of that, she's a fucking druggie. I'm not having my son exposed to that. As his father, it's my duty to protect him." "A druggie? She don't look like she's on anything to me."
"What does she take, then?" Queenie asked, horrified. She'd always been very anti-drugs, and had once nearly throttled her Michael when he was going through his mod stage. She'd found a packet of blue pills in his trouser pocket, and had threatened him with all sorts.
"Karen don't take anything in the day, which is why whenever you see her she acts normal. But for night, it's a different story. I've seen her with her eyes rolling around in her head. Off a nut she's been. That ain't no mother, is it? Would you ever act like that?"
"No, I bloody well wouldn't."
"I'm shocked, Vinny. I really am. I honestly begun to think she was a really nice girl. Why ever did you give her a job then if you knew she was a druggie?"
Queenie asked, perplexed. Vinny had always been a good liar, even as a young lad.
"Because she's the mother of my child. Like you, Mum, when she first turned up on the doorstep, I wanted rid of her. But then I saw how good she was with little Vinny too, and I thought I should give her a chance. She's let me down big style. I'm really disappointed in her."
Queenie was stunned. Karen looked so glamorous and healthy. But Queenie was interrupted from asking anything further by Vivian bursting through her bedroom door.
"Whatever's the matter?" Queenie asked her sister. "You better come downstairs. That Denise has just turned up with her mouthy mother. She has a letter from the doctor saying she's got a bun in the oven. Nancy's ever so upset. You need to sort it."
When his mother dashed out the room, Vinny couldn't help but smile. Denise Thompson had more than earned his money.
"You bastard! You lying bastard! You swore to me that it wasn't true!"
Nancy sobbed, pummelling her fists against Michael's chest.
"It ain't true. Ask me Mum if you don't believe me," Michael insisted. "Let's sort this out in the back garden, shall we? Lenny, turn the music back up," Queenie ordered her nephew.
She wished the neighbours hadn't been invited. Most were nosy bastards, and they would have a field day with this little drama. It was bound to be the talk of the street for the next few days at least.
"Right. What the hell's going on?" Queenie asked, after she'd shut the back door.
Barging her daughter out the way, Madge waved the letter in Queenie's face.
"This is what's going on. Read it. Go on. Read it. Your son has put my daughter in the family way, and that is the proof. My daughter might be a lot of things, but a liar she isn't."
Seeing his distressed girlfriend being confronted by Karen, Michael stormed back inside the house and grabbed Vinny roughly by the arm.
"I know all this is your doing, so best you get in that garden and fucking sort it out. Pay your doctor to write a fake letter, did you?" Michael spat.
"I have no idea what you're talking about," Vinny replied, his face a picture of innocence, as he followed his brother outside.
Queenie read the letter twice, then handed it to Vivian. It looked official enough, and she knew Dr. Patak personally. He was once her deceased Aunt Edna's doctor. When Karen led Nancy upstairs to try to calm her down, Denise was about to speak up for herself when she saw Vinny swagger into the garden behind Michael. Putting her head down to avoid eye contact with either man, Denise shut her mouth and stared at her feet.
"I know this is his doing, Mum, and so do you, so you might as well just admit it," Michael yelled, pointing at Vinny. "He's talking out of his arse, Mum. I ain't said sod all to you, have I? Why would I care if Denise was pregnant or not?"
Desperate to keep the peace, Queenie waved the letter in the air. I will pay Dr. Patak a visit tomorrow and find out the truth. Now, can we stop all this arguing and accusation for today? This is meant to be a birthday party, not a bastard soap opera. Madge knew she and Denise were being dismissed, and she was determined to have the final say. So what happens when you find out tomorrow that my daughter is telling the truth? I take it your son is going to fully support Denise and their child? As you well know, Madge, I have decent morals and have brought my sons up to be the same way. If what you're saying turns out to be true, then yes, of course Michael will be there to support Denise and his child. Won't you, Michael? Queenie said, giving her son a sharp kick on the ankle. Michael turned to his mother and despairingly nodded his head. Upstairs, Karen was doing her best to comfort Nancy. Things will sort themselves out, they always do. Chances are that girl is lying just to split you and Michael up, and even if she isn't, it's you he loves and wants to be with, isn't it? I don't want him if she has his baby. I want me and Michael to have children together. It won't be the same if he already has one. What am I going to do if Denise is pregnant, Karen? I'll have to move back home. Before Karen could tell her newfound friend not to do anything rash, the bedroom door opened and Michael walked in. Best I leave yous two to it. See you downstairs, Nancy, Karen said, making a quick exit. When Michael tried to put his arms around her, Nancy flinched, then pushed him away. Babe, it's you I love.
Go away. Just leave me alone, Michael. I don't want you anywhere near me ever again.
Downstairs in the kitchen, Ahmed had just discreetly dropped 2 LSD tabs into a glass of champagne. Do you want to give it to her? Or shall I? He asked Vinny. Neither. Champ! Here a minute, Vinny shouted, as his cousin walked past him. Lenny had taken a break from his DJing duties to use the toilet. What's up, Vinny? You do like me music, don't you? Vinny ruffled his cousin's thick mop of hair. You're doing an absolute brilliant job. I've poured a glass of beer for you, but if your mum asks, it's shandy, okay? And can you give that glass of champagne to Karen for me? She's standing right by your box of records. Yep, I'll give it to Karen. And thank you, Vinny. I promise I will tell Mum that mine is a shandy, Lenny said, trotting away happily. Well, Vinny asked his pal. Ahmed grinned. He has given it to her, and she's sipping it. Let the fun begin. A short distance away from the party, Colleen was sitting by her fiancé's bedside, stroking his hand and chatting away to him like she always did when they were alone. Speaking to Roy normally, like he could actually hear her, was the only way Colleen could cope with what had happened, and today she'd been telling him that the doctor had told her she was approximately 3 months pregnant. So I was thinking, Roy, obviously, if it is a boy, he'll be named after you, but I quite like Jennifer for a girl. What do you think? Then again, I bet my mum and dad want me to choose a more Irish-sounding name. When she felt Roy's hand move slightly, Colleen leapt out of her chair. She hadn't imagined it. She was sure she hadn't. Staring at Roy's face, Colleen screamed when she saw his eyes start to flicker. "Nurse! Nurse! Come quick!" she yelled. Vivian was amazed when Lenny played Johnny Kidd and the Pirates, shaking all over, and Karen started doing a strange dance, which included throwing her arms in the air in the middle of the lounge carpet. Queenie was busy trying to get rid of the neighbours, therefore had her back turned. When Karen put her arms seductively around Lenny's neck, Viv ran over to her sister and prodded her in the arm. "Is she pissed or what? Do me a favour and get her away from our Lenny. I don't want to make a big scene in front of Vinny." When Queenie looked around, she was startled. Karen was behaving just as Vinny had described earlier. Her eyes were glassy. She looked on a different planet. And as she let go of Lenny and picked little Vinny up to swing him around in the air, Queenie was worried for her grandson's safety. Vinny and Ahmed had been watching Karen for the past 10 minutes and had found the change in her hilarious. But when Queenie walked towards them, they both pretended to be engrossed in their own conversation. "You all right, Mum? Want another drink?" Vinny asked.
No, I'm not all right. You seen the state of Karen? She's acting really weird. She better not have been taking that shit you told me about in my house, Vinny, because if she has, get fucking rid of her now," Queenie hissed.
Vinny looked around and pretended to be shocked.
Oh, for fuck's sake. See? Told you what she was like, didn't I? Believe me now, do you? I'll take her home in a bit. Little Vinny can come with me for the ride.
You ain't taking little Vinny with you if she's off her head. Leave him here. Me and Vivi will look after him.
He looks upset to me. I think he's trying to get away from her. Well, she won't be working for me and seeing him for much longer, so best he knows the truth about her, Mum. At least if he sees her acting strange, then it's easier for me to explain why she's no longer part of our lives.
How are you going to get rid of her? Druggy or not, you can't do anything bad to her, Vinny.
Oh, as if I would, Mum. When I say get rid of her, I mean send her away to one of those special clinics to sort out her drug abuse. I've already spoken to me doctor about it, and he's looking into it for me.
Oh, my God, Vinny. What's she doing now? Everyone's staring at her, look. You better get her out of here now. She's embarrassing herself and my good name.
Watching Karen crawl along the carpet while mumbling something about big spiders, Vinny desperately tried to keep a straight face. The audience around her was getting bigger by the second.
I'll just finish my drink, then Ahmed can help me put her in the car, Vinny said.
He wanted to ensure that everybody had seen Karen in her current state. It was all part of his plan. Snatching the glass out of her son's hand, Queenie threw the contents down the sink.
When I say I want her out of my house now, I mean fucking now.
This ends Disc 7. The Trap, Disc 8.
Less than half an hour after Karen had left the house, another drama occurred. Big Stan had always hated One-Eyed Harry ever since the drunken old bum had run over his beloved dog Shep. And when Harry made a derogatory comment about his wife's weight and food intake, Big Stan saw red and demanded an apology.
I'm not saying sorry. Why should I? I'm only being honest and saying what everybody else is thinking. Never seen such a greedy fat beast in all my life. 6 plates of grub I've seen her eat. I'm surprised she ain't fucking burst, Harry said, in his usual blunt manner.
Big Stan drew back his right fist and hit One-Eyed Harry so hard that he went flying backwards into Queenie's beloved glass ornament cabinet.
Oh, my giddy aunt! He smashed me cabinet and all me fucking china!
Queenie screamed. Big Stan was mortified.
I'm so sorry, Queenie. I'll try and pay for any damage I've caused. It was an accident, honest it was.
Absolutely seething, Queenie picked up her china fruit bowl and began clouting Big Stan around the head with it.
You couldn't afford to reimburse me for one of them ornaments, let alone all of them, you great big lummox. Now get out of my house and take that gluttonous wife of yours with you.
When Big Stan and his wife left, Queenie snatched the mic off Lenny.
Right, that's it. The party's over. Apart from family, you can all drink your drinks and fuck off home. The quicker you leave, the better. Thank you all for coming.
Fucking birthdays, I hate 'em. Let's sit out in the garden and drink our sherry, eh? We can clear the mess up later,
Vivian suggested, handing her sister a cigarette.
Good idea. I'll tell you something, Vivi. That is the last time I ever have a party here. Not only has my lovely home been smashed up, but what a fucking show up with that Karen, eh? Kicking and screaming like a loony she was when Vinny tried to get her in the car. Nosy Tilda clocked everything. I'm going to have such a go at Vinny for inviting all the bleeding neighbours. He knows we don't really mix with them, and we like to keep our business private. What was he thinking, eh? Don't ask me. The party was a shambles from start to finish. The only thing I liked was me cake, and some bastard knocked that on the floor. Such a shame about all your lovely china, though.
Sipping her sherry, Queenie suddenly saw the funny side and began to laugh.
Only last week I looked at that china cabinet and thought how dated it seemed. Oh, Vinny can buy me one of them posh sideboards now. What a day, eh, Viv? And what with Denise turning up with her pregnancy letter. What must people think of us? Talk about free entertainment.
Vivian raised her eyebrows.
As for my Lenny showing me up again, pissed in your rosebush he did because there was a queue for the toilet. Flopped his todger out right in front of poor old Ivy. She was out here having a fag.
Queenie held her aching sides.
Do you know what, Viv? I've come to the conclusion that none of our kids are normal. Most families have one black sheep, but between me and you, we managed to breed a fucking flock of them.
Debbie Ryan was amazed when she saw the state of her friend. Vinny had knocked on her door, explained what had happened, and asked if she would be kind enough to keep an eye on Karen for him.
Why is Mummy acting scary, Dad? She's frightening me, little Vinny said, clinging to his father's leg.
Debbie had never met Karen's son before, and it was obvious the child was confused and upset.
Your mum isn't well, love, but she'll be better soon. I promise you that.
Get away from him!
Karen screamed, rocking to and fro with her head balancing on her knees. Desperately worried about her pal, Debbie knelt down next to her. Many a time Karen had babysat for her 2 kids, and she was the most reliable, trustworthy and responsible person that Debbie knew. There was no way in the world that Karen would have jeopardised her relationship with her son, or her relationship with her son's father. She wasn't that bloody stupid.
Get them away from me! You know I hate spiders!
Karen wept. Debbie squeezed her friend's hand.
It's okay, mate. I'm here to look after you now. There are no spiders, I promise you that.
Yes, there are! I can see them!
Karen shouted. She then got on all fours, crawled along the carpet and hid behind the sofa. Grabbing Vinny's arm, Debbie led him into the hallway.
I think we need to call an ambulance or the police. Karen isn't drunk. I know for a fact that apart from the odd spliff she doesn't do drugs. I reckon someone must have spiked her drink or something.
Not expecting Debbie to be so clued up, Vinny was slightly taken aback, but still managed to hold his composure. There is no way that her drink has been spiked. We've only been at my mum's house with family and a few of the neighbours. Look, between me and you, I think Karen has a bit of a drug problem. On a few occasions, she's got out of her nut at the club and I've got a feeling she's buying the shit off one of my other barmaids. You can't start calling ambulances, or the old bill, because they will put on her record that she's a druggie and stop her from seeing little Vinny. Break her heart and his, that would. They've become so close now. Debbie looked at Karen's son's tear-stained face and reluctantly agreed.
I don't mind looking after Karen tonight. My kids are at their dad's, so I can stay here with her. What if she takes a turn for the worse, though? I can't sit back and do nothing then.
Vinny asked for a pen and paper. I'm sure she's over the worst. Whatever she's taken's bound to wear off soon. I'm going back to the club now, and that's the phone number. If by any chance you're really worried about her, ring me and I'll pay for a private doctor to visit her. That way it won't go on her record. I would hate to see her looked upon as a bad mother, because she isn't. I'm meant to be helping her move tomorrow, so I'll be back first thing in the morning. If she still isn't well enough, we'll leave moving until Tuesday. After she'd seen Vinny out, Debbie shut the door and leant against it. Even though Vinny had seemed sincere enough, there was something about his story that just didn't ring true. Back in Whitechapel, Michael had finally managed to get his mother alone and was just building up to giving her his father's letter when the doorbell rang.
Auntie Queenie, Colleen wants you,
Lenny shouted out. Queenie pushed past Michael and dashed down the stairs. Colleen never visited the house alone, so it must be something important.
Where have you been? I've been trying to ring you for the past 2 hours, Colleen said,
before bursting into tears.
There was a bit of a scuffle and the cable got pulled out the socket. We've only just noticed it and put it back in, Vivian explained.
Fearing that her son had lost his battle for life, Queenie clung onto the banister for physical support.
Please, God, don't tell me Roy's dead, she stammered.
Even though she was still crying, Colleen's tears were ones of pure happiness.
Roy's come out of his coma, Queenie. He's awake.
As usual on a Sunday, Terry Smart had spent the whole day abusing his liver. At 10 p.m. he said goodbye to his pals and staggered out the Grave Morris pub and onto the Whitechapel Road. Seconds later, a white van pulled up. The back doors flew open, and 2 foreign-looking men leapt out and grabbed him.
Get off me, you cunts! What the fuck you doing?
Terry slurred, as he was bundled into the back of the van. Instead of answering Terry's question, one of the men grabbed a cosh, smashed Terry over the head with it, and knocked him spark out. Chapter 29. Queenie's initial joy that her son had awoken from his coma somewhat dwindled during the course of the next week. Looking at Roy was like looking at a completely different person. He was nothing like the son she'd known before the shooting. Roy was now paralysed down the left-hand side of his body and had minimal movement in his right side. He had to be spoon-fed small amounts of mashed-up food like a baby, and his face was drooped on one side, which made him look like he had suffered a bad stroke. The poor mite also had no control over his bowel movements, and Queenie was sure she could see the horror in his eyes every time he shat the bed. There was no way he could tell anyone how he was feeling, though, as when he tried to speak, it was more like noises than words coming out of his mouth. The only plus side that Queenie could think of was Roy recognised his family. He had tears rolling down his cheeks every time Colleen spoke about her pregnancy, so he obviously understood what was going on. He had also tried to ask in his own way what had happened to him, and had understood when Vinny had told him he'd been shot outside the club and Johnny Preston had been arrested for the shooting. "You okay, Mum? You seem ever so quiet this morning," Vinny asked as he parked his car. Queenie had always had a reputation for being as hard as nails, but seeing Roy in his current state on a daily basis had really taken its toll on her. In this past week, she'd cried more tears than in the previous 30 years, and once again she couldn't prevent them from rolling down her cheeks. Vinny took his keys out of the ignition, leant across his seat and enveloped his mother in his arms. The club had reopened again now, but Vinny hadn't shirked any of his other responsibilities. He'd spent nearly all day, every day, at the hospital since his brother had woken up, and he planned to support both Roy and his mum as much as he could, whatever the future might bring. "You gotta stop getting upset like this, Mum. Every time I see you cry, it makes me want to do the same. We need to be strong for Roy's sake, and his unborn child. They're both going to need us to be at the top of our game, aren't they?"
"I just can't bear seeing your brother as he is, Vinny. He ain't the boy I gave birth to anymore. He's a fucking vegetable,"
Queenie spat, her face contorted with pain and anger. Vinny hated hearing his brother referred to as anything but normal. "Don't say shit like that, Mum. We got to be positive. Perhaps the scan results will give us some better news. Roy hasn't been awake for long, and the doctors did warn us that his recovery would take time and patience."
"But say he don't get better. Say he never walks and talks again, eh? He can't stay in hospital forever. And how am I meant to cope if he comes and lives with me? He won't be able to get up and down the stairs, will he?"
Vinny laid his mother's head on his shoulder and stroked her bleached blonde hair. "Let's not look too far ahead, eh? Roy will be in hospital for ages yet, and if he's still no better when the time comes for him to be discharged, then we can look into other options. Perhaps we could hire some nurses to care for him. I would do anything for my family, Mum, and if that means paying privately for the best care possible to help Roy with his recovery, then so be it." For the first time that morning, Queenie managed a weak smile.
"You're a good boy, Vinny. The best a mother could wish for."
Michael Butler felt rather nauseous as he paid the jeweller in crisp £20 notes. Getting hitched at his age was the last thing he really wanted to do, but since his mum had checked out Denise's pregnancy story, which her doctor had confirmed to be true, Nancy had barely spoken to him. Michael loved Nancy more than he had ever loved any girl, and he knew he was on the verge of losing her forever, which is why he'd bought the engagement ring today. It was the only rabbit he could pull out of a hat to save their rapidly deteriorating relationship. Surely marrying her was better than losing her, wasn't it? Unaware of her boyfriend's planned proposal, Nancy was sitting on the bench in her favourite little park, currently crying on her mother's shoulder.
Oh, Nancy, why don't you come back home, love? I can talk to your dad and brother around. So don't you be worrying about them. You don't want to stay with a lad who's having a baby with another girl, do you? It's too much to take on something like that, especially at your young age. I know you're right, Mum, but even though I hate Michael for doing this to me, I still love him as well. He says he will support his child financially and as a father, but he's sworn to me he wants nothing whatsoever to do with Denise. He reckons she trapped him on purpose by not taking a contraception pill.
Mary held her daughter's hands and squeezed them. Only you can decide what you want to do, darling. But let me tell you one thing. Whenever you have a child with someone, it creates a strong bond, and this one's a bond you won't be a part of. I know Michael says he wants nothing to do with Denise, but once she gives birth to his child, he'll be in contact with her on a regular basis again. How are you going to feel when she's ringing up every 5 minutes asking for this and that, or telling him the child isn't well, Nance? You've got your whole life ahead of you, and are beautiful enough to bag yourself any lad you want. I would hate to see you sell yourself short. Nancy nodded sadly. What her mum had just said was spot on, and deep down she knew it.
I'll pack my stuff when I get back to Queenie's, Mum, and tell Michael I'm moving back home. Are you sure Dad will be okay about it?
You leave your bloody father to me, darling. I pulled the wool over his eyes to escape today. I only let him think he wears the trousers to keep him happy. He won't overrule me, because if he does, then I shall leave him. Our home will always be your home, you know that. Nancy looked at her watch and silently cursed the time.
I'm going to have to go, Mum. I'm already in trouble at work for taking too much time off, so I daren't be late back from lunch. Can you be near the phone if I ring at dead on 8 tonight? Make sure you speak to Dad first, though, so I know everything is okay your end.
I will.
When will you move back in? Mary asked, her face a picture of happiness. I might as well come back tonight, I suppose. Once I've spoken to Michael, then rung you. Perhaps Dad will pick me up?
Mary grinned.
You bet he will. And I'll come with him so you don't feel awkward. Thanks for everything, Mum. I'll see you later, Nancy said, before sprinting off.
As Mary walked back to the shop, she could not wipe the smile off her face. She had her little girl back. At the hospital, Queenie, Colleen and Vinny had just sat down opposite the brain specialist. Well, have you got the results? Vinny asked, impatience creeping into his voice.
Yes, I have. And I'm afraid the news isn't as good as we had hoped for. The scan shows that there's been a considerable amount of damage to Mr. Butler's brain, which is the cause of the paralysis down the right side of his body.
But he will get better, won't he?
There must be something you can do, surely.
Vinny interrupted, now agitated. Bursting into tears, Colleen ran from the room. She was training to be a nurse, therefore knew what the specialist was going to say next and couldn't bear to hear it. Queenie sat frozen to her seat. Her heart felt like a lead weight, and it was as though time had stood still and she was in a trance. Images of Roy in his younger years flooded through her mind. His first day at school with his little legs poking out of his long shorts. Those same legs sprinting to glory when he won the 100 yards race at the age of 13. Roy dancing with her to Kenny Ball's My Mother's Eyes on the opening evening of their first ever club. How could it be possible that her handsome, strapping son would never use those legs again?
So, what can we do to get him better?
Vinny asked the specialist.
Roy will be given extensive physiotherapy, speech therapy, and help in learning the basics once again. Unfortunately, it is highly unlikely that your brother will ever live the life that he once did. There has been too much damage to the brain, I fear.
Vinny was in a shocked kind of stupor.
But he will walk again, won't he? Well, obviously miracles have been known to happen, Mr. Butler. But if you want my honest opinion, the answer is no.
When his mother started to cry, Vinny held her in his arms. He could have quite easily broken down in tears himself. But as the eldest child, it was his duty to be a tower of strength. And his mother needed that from him more than ever now. "I'll get Roy the best help possible, Mum, I promise you that. Together, we'll get through this. We're butlers, remember?" At the nightclub, Karen had just woken up fully clothed with a thumping headache and little recollection of going to bed once again. She half remembered falling over and Vinny carrying her up the stairs, but she wasn't sure if she was imagining that part or not. Karen sat up, perched herself on the end of the bed, and stared at her unglamorous reflection in the mirror. She looked like she had 2 black eyes where she hadn't taken off her makeup, and her hair stood up on end as if she'd been dragged through a hedge backwards. "What the hell is happening to me?" she asked herself out loud. She hadn't felt right since the terrifying experience she'd suffered on the night of Vivian's birthday party. The visions of spiders crawling all over the floor, the horrendous metallic taste in her mouth, then the constant vomiting she'd endured throughout the night would be with her for the rest of her life. The truth of her scary ordeal had come to light the following day. Lenny had been given a couple of LSD tabs at the club by a customer a few weeks ago. He'd been told that they would make him feel good and have fun. But frightened to take them himself in case his mum found out, he decided to give them to Vinny and Karen so they could enjoy themselves instead. As luck would have it, Vinny's glass that contained the drug had been knocked off the kitchen top by Ahmed's elbow, so it had been only her that had suffered. Karen had been furious at Lenny's stupidity at first, but when Vinny had made him apologise in person, she'd found it difficult to stay angry with the boy. Lenny couldn't help having mental health problems, had seemed genuinely sorry, and had promised never to do anything similar to anyone ever again. Vinny had told Karen that he knew the bloke who'd given Lenny the tabs and was personally going to teach him a lesson. He'd also given his cousin a good telling off in front of her too. But what Karen obviously didn't realise was it was all an act, and Lenny had been paid £50 for his part in the drama. Karen had begged Vinny to tell his family the truth. She felt so embarrassed by her outrageous behaviour that she insisted she was too ashamed to face the Butler clan again, unless they were aware of what had really happened. Vinny had refused. He said he wasn't a grass, and there was no way he was going to get Lenny into trouble. He'd promised to one day explain that Karen had been accidentally spiked up by somebody else though, but now wasn't the right time, as his family had enough on their plates with the Roy situation. Karen ran a bath, had a quick dip, and then dried herself with a king-size towel. Her move into her lovely new flat had been temporarily delayed, as there had been a hitch with the previous tenants. A family death had stopped them collecting their belongings when they were supposed to, but Ahmed had promised her that the situation would be resolved in the next few days. Having already given back her keys to her own flat to the council, Karen had hoped when Vinny suggested she stay at the club, it would bring them closer together. It hadn't, though. Karen had been sleeping in Roy's room, and had not even shared as much as a kiss with Vinny. He'd hinted the other day that they would share a bed when she moved into her own property, though, and that thought had made Karen very happy indeed. Karen hadn't seen much of her son since the evening her drink had been spiked. Only twice Vinny had brought him to the club, and both times little Vinny had seemed quite reserved and wary of her. Karen had cried after her son's last visit when he'd refused to kiss her goodbye, but Vinny had promised that this Thursday he would let little Vinny take a day off school, and all 3 of them would have a nice family day out. Vinny insisted that the boy had just been scared by what he'd seen and would soon forget all about it. What he hadn't told Karen was that he'd told his son that his mother had a bad drug problem, and it would be better if he didn't get too close to her in case she started acting all weird again. Karen got dressed and rang her friend Debbie. Vinny had made her swear that she wouldn't tell anybody that it was Lenny who spiked her drink, but Karen had told the 2 people she trusted, Debbie and Nancy. Both had been so supportive this past week, and had promised to keep what had happened to themselves.
"You all right, mate?"
Debbie asked.
"No, not really. I don't remember going to bed again last night, and I have a really shitty headache. I don't know what's the matter with me lately. That's twice I've somehow got drunk and blanked out in the past week, and I haven't drunk any more than usual. Perhaps it's the after effects of that awful bloody trip. Listen,
Don't take this the wrong way, but I think something isn't right. First you get spiked with the LSD, then the lovely flat isn't ready for you to move into. Now you've mysteriously got drunk twice in a week without drinking much and for no apparent reason, blanked out. Something don't sound kosher to me, Kaz. Karen was stunned by her pal's little speech. Whatever was she insinuating? So what you saying, Deb? You don't think Vinny's trying to poison me or something, do you? I really don't know, mate. Look, I'm going to have to go now. I've got to pick the boys up from school. Just be careful, Kaz. And any time you're worried, just ring me, and you can come and stay here. Do you honestly think I'm in that much danger? Karen asked, her heart pounding 19 to the dozen. I don't know, but watch your back, Kaz, just in case. When Colleen's relations turned up at the hospital, Queenie and Vivian decided to make themselves scarce. Colleen had been as devastated as anyone about the scan results, and seeing as her family just arrived from Ireland again, Queenie thought it only right that they should spend some time alone together. Queenie's earlier sorrow had now been replaced with feelings of bitterness. Her Roy had always been a good lad. He was kind and considerate. So what the hell had he done to deserve such appalling injuries? Here you go, get that down your neck. I've poured myself one and all. Think we can do with a drink after the day we had, don't you? Vivian stated. Queenie snatched at the glass and knocked the sherry back in a couple of gulps. Can't believe how cruel life can be, Vivi. There definitely ain't no fucking God, you know. Makes me sick that you've got all them kiddie fiddlers and wicked bastards roaming the streets, who never catch as much as a fucking cold. Why do bad things happen to decent people like us, eh? I know what you mean, Queen. I was bitter for a long time after my Lenny was born with his difficulties. I thought, why me and him? Why not some other bastard's child? Look what an awful mother that old Mother Taylor was, dirty whore, and them poor little mites of hers were brought up in squalor. Nothing ever happens to people like that old cow, though. Tragedy always strikes good souls, such as you and I. I wish my Roy was dead, you know. Would have been much kinder if he'd croaked it as soon as he'd been shot, Queenie said, in her usual blunt manner. Oh, don't say that, Queen. It is early days. With the right sort of treatment, Roy still might be able to lead a half-decent life, and he's going to be a dad for the first time. I know it don't seem like it at the moment, but there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. It just might take a while for it to start shining your way. Light? Don't make me fucking laugh. I gave birth to that boy, and I can see the look of confusion and horror in his eyes. Why do you think he cries every time Colleen's pregnancy's mentioned, eh? He don't want his kid to have a fucking spastic for a father, that's why. My Roy's life is over, Viv, and the quicker we all accept that, the better. All he's got left to look forward to is endless hospital appointments and sitting in his own piss and shit for the rest of his days, Queenie spat. Just as Vivian was about to reply, the doorbell rang, and she leapt up to answer it. What the hell? Where do you think you're going? Get out of here, Vivian yelled. Frida Smart barged past Vivian and marched into the lounge. She then pointed a fat forefinger in Queenie's face. I know it's your Vinny that's had my Terry done in, which is why I've just been to the police station and given a statement. I hope you're proud of yourself, Queenie Butler, for raising such a fucking monster. Now, where's my grandson? Dean had been upstairs playing records with Brenda when he'd heard his grandmother's booming voice. What's up, Nan? Has Dad come home? He asked hopefully as he ran down the stairs. No, he ain't, and he never will come home again, boy. Your dad's dead. I can feel it in me bones. It's her evil bastard of a son that's killed him. That psycho needs hanging from the gallows. Queenie leapt out of her chair. The gossip mongers had already been in overdrive about Terry Smart's disappearance, and even though she guessed that her Vinny was responsible in a roundabout way, she would defend her son's innocence to the hilt. I'm sick of my family being blamed for everything bad that happens in this area, and I ain't putting up with it no more. For your information, the night your Terry went missing, my Vinny was up the hospital with me. Roy had come out of his coma and we were there all night long. Ask the fucking doctors and nurses if you don't believe me, you deluded old bat. Now get out of my house and don't you ever come back.
when his Nan started to argue her point, Dean grabbed her by the arm. "Come on, Nan, let's get you home. I'll stay at yours tonight. We haven't spent much time together recently." Brenda was furious.
"And what about me? I hope you don't think once the baby's born you can walk out every time she has a tantrum, because I won't put up with it, Dean,"
she shouted, pointing at Frida. Thinking what a selfish bitch his fiancée was, Dean led his Nan outside and slammed the front door. Wormwood Scrubs prison wasn't the best holiday resort that Johnny Preston had ever visited, but for the first time since he'd been banged up, he had a spring in his step again. Roy waking up from his coma had been a massive weight off Johnny's shoulders. His brief had told him that he would now only be up for attempted murder, plus a firearms charge, and if he were lucky, could be out in 8 or 10 years. Billy One Ear, being banged up on his wing, had been another plus. Billy was from his old stamping ground, and they'd often drunk in the same pubs together in South London back in the day. Billy had been given a 10 stretch for armed robbery, and he was the daddy of the wing. Johnny, being his pal, was now shown massive respect by the other lags, which suited Johnny's ego no end. It also made prison life a damn sight easier. The third reason why Johnny was in such a chirpy mood was because of the letters he'd received today. His daughter had written to him to apologise for speaking out about his fling. She'd asked Johnny to write back to her and told him that she'd forgiven him and would always love him no matter what. The other letter had been a real bolt out the blue. It had been from his sister, who he hadn't spoken to or seen for years since a family argument. Judy was also keen to build bridges. She'd given him her new address and wanted to visit him. Johnny reread his daughter's letter. He was amazed by how mature she suddenly sounded. Joanna had always been good at English, but seeing as she'd only just turned 13, she wrote as well as any adult he knew. Perhaps she might really make something of her life one day and become an author or a journalist. Grinning from ear to ear as he read the PS line at the bottom again, Johnny folded the letter carefully and put it under his mattress for safekeeping. Joanna had asked for a visiting order. She wanted to see him. And while he had his daughter's love, Johnny could handle anything else that prison life might chuck his way. The old Preston spirit was back with a bang. Feeling like a condemned man on death row, Michael trudged up his mother's stairs. "You all right, babe? What you doing?" he asked his girlfriend. Nancy was sitting on their bed with her suitcase by her side. Nancy had promised herself that she would not cry, but looking at the bewildered expression on her boyfriend's face, she couldn't help her tears.
"I'm so sorry, Michael, but I'm moving back to my parents. I love you, and always will, but I want to have my own children. I don't want to raise somebody else's."
Michael sat down on the edge of the bed. "Nance, if I could change Denise getting pregnant, then I would, babe. Yes, I will have to support the child, but I swear I will have fuck all to do with her. She trapped me. Why should I? It's you I love, and you I want kids with." Nancy shook her head.
"You say all that, Michael, but I know you don't really mean it. You're not ready for us to get a place of our own, let alone get married and have kids. I might be young, but I'm not stupid. I saw the look of fright in your eyes that last time I mentioned us getting hitched."
Michael stood and paced up and down the room. He really wasn't ready to propose, but what choice did he have? "I don't think you know me quite as well as you think you do, Nance. If you did, then why would I have bought you this?" Michael asked, chucking the red velvet box on the bed next to Nancy. Nancy had always been a bit of a romantic at heart. At the age of 14, she played Juliet in a school play and had been awaiting her very own Romeo to whisk her off her feet ever since. Picking up the box, Nancy opened it and gasped. It was a beautiful engagement ring with a big diamond in the centre and 2 smaller stones either side.
"Oh, Michael, it's beautiful."
Michael dropped to one knee and grabbed his girlfriend's hand. "I still don't want to rush into anything, babe, but surely getting engaged proves how I feel about you. Please don't let this Denise crap spoil what we have."
"Getting engaged still doesn't change the fact that another girl's carrying your child, Michael. Anyway, I've told my mum that I'm moving back home now."
Michael placed the ring on the 3rd finger of Nancy's left hand. "Please don't leave me, Nance. Agree to marry me instead."
Donald Walker was not a man to show much emotion, but inwardly he was thrilled that his daughter would be returning home this evening. He was still annoyed that Nancy had got herself involved with Michael Butler in the first place, but he was willing to forgive even if it might take him a long while to forget. At 7:50, Mary sat by the phone willing it to hurry up and ring. "Go and put your jacket on, Donald, and get me coat. We'll be leaving in a minute and it's chilly outside tonight." Christopher scowled at his mother. He thought his parents were being far too lenient with Nancy, considering how badly she'd treated them. The sound of the phone bursting into life made Mary jump. "Hello, love. Me and your dad are ready. Where do you want us to pick you up from?" Nancy took a deep breath. "Mum, I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me, but I'm not coming home now." "What? Why? The Butlers aren't stopping you from leaving, are they? If they've threatened you, you must tell me, Nancy." Nancy felt awful as she plucked up the courage to tell her mother the truth. "No, Mum, it's nothing like that. Michael bought me a beautiful engagement ring, so I've agreed to stay and give our relationship another go." As a huge racking sob escaped from her lips, Mary dropped the phone in shock. With Debbie's stark warning still fresh in her mind, Karen felt edgy when Vinny suggested they both take a night off work and he'd take her out for a nice meal instead. "Oh, thanks for asking, Vin, but to be honest, I'm not that hungry and I'd rather just work." "Don't be daft. I'll still pay you for your shift, babe. A pal of mine has a lovely steakhouse in Canning Town and I was going to take you there." Karen shook her head. "You go with Ahmed. To be honest, I feel embarrassed because I got in a bit of a state again last night, and I'd rather face the staff and apologise immediately. I've made a decision. I'm not drinking any more alcohol, Vinny. I'm sticking to orange juice instead." Vinny was immediately alarmed. There was a very special reason why he had to take Karen to that particular restaurant this evening, and he was determined to get her there by hook or by crook. He sat down next to her on the sofa and put his hand on her knee. "Babe, I want us to get back together properly. I've taken things at a steady pace because I wanted to be sure about us first. I am sure now, and that's why I've booked the restaurant tonight. You must have a drink. I've spent a fortune on champagne and it's waiting for us on ice." Any earlier doubts about Vinny's intentions towards her were banished from Karen's mind. Grabbing Vinny's hand, she led him towards the bedroom. Vinny felt physically sick when Karen firstly stuck her tongue in his mouth, then tried to fondle his manhood. Knowing what was in store for her later, there was no way he could get a lob on. "I'm sorry, babe, but I want you so bad it's making me feel nervous. Let's go to the restaurant, and we can come back here and get it on later, eh? I've been on my own for so long, I need a few drinks to relax me first," Vinny lied. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Karen removed her hand from Vinny's nether regions and nodded. She'd waited a long time to be intimate with Vinny again, so another few hours wouldn't kill her, would it? The atmosphere in the Walker household was as though a death had occurred. "I mean it, Mary. If you have any contact with that girl again after the way she's upset us all tonight, I will never forgive you."
"I'm sorry, Donald. If I'd known that Nancy would break our hearts like this, I would never have asked you to allow her to come back home. I'm devastated and so disappointed in her. Now she's engaged to Michael, I know we've lost her for good," Mary cried. Donald held his sobbing wife in his arms. He loved his Mary, hated seeing her so distraught, and unusually for him had tears in his own eyes. "We have to let her go now, darling. Nancy's chosen to marry the enemy, and I hope on her wedding day, when she looks around and sees not one member of her own family in attendance, she'll realise what pain she has caused to us." In a restaurant in Canning Town, Karen was thoroughly enjoying herself. She'd felt a little deflated earlier when Vinny hadn't been able to perform in the bedroom, but she was fine again now. "You enjoying yourself? It's so nice to be a proper couple again, isn't it?" Vinny asked. "Yes, it's lovely. When are we going to tell little Vinny? Can we tell him together?"
"I thought perhaps we'd get my mum, aunt and the rest of the family together at the weekend and tell them all at once," Vinny lied.
"Sounds perfect. Who was that man who just spoke to you, Vinny? The one who just left with the black suit on?" Karen asked.
Vinny leant forward across the table. Canning Town wasn't his territory, and he didn't want anybody to think he was gossiping. That was Eddie Mitchell. Him and his family run this manor like me and mine run Whitechapel. Why'd you ask, babe? You don't know him, do you? Karen giggled. No, I just asked because he was handsome like you, and I could tell he was a somebody. Vinny had been plying her with champagne all evening, and Karen hadn't wanted to be a spoil sport and refused to drink it, as they truly were celebrating something special. Do you want a dessert, babe? I think I'll order us another bottle of champagne. No rush to get home, is there? Especially seeing as we'll probably be spending all night and tomorrow in bed together. Karen beamed from ear to ear. No, I don't want a dessert, but I must use the ladies' room. Where is it? Upstairs, babe. The ladies is the first door you come to on the left. As Karen walked away from the table, Vinny checked no one was watching him, topped up a glass, and discreetly added the crushed tablets to it. He shoved in a very high dosage, like he had when he'd spiked her drinks twice at the club, and therefore knew it wouldn't be too long before he would have to ring his special cab to come and collect her. Vinny had planned this evening to perfection. The flat he had supposedly rented for Karen actually belonged to a friend of Ahmed who had gone on holiday and entrusted Ahmed with a key to keep an eye on it. Vinny had put that idea in place as he'd wanted to keep Karen in his clutches, rather than have her disappearing back to Dagenham. His staff at the club had been shocked when Karen had made a fool of herself at his Auntie Viv's birthday party, but seeing her collapse and have to be carried upstairs twice in the club since had really sown the seeds that she was a junkie, which is exactly what Vinny had wanted. Vinny had also chosen this restaurant for a specific reason. The manager of it was a regular at his club and had been there both times when Karen had collapsed. Vinny had already explained to him a couple of weeks ago that Karen had a drug problem, and he was at his wits' end as to what to do to help her. He'd also told Nick he was trying to make a go of their relationship for the sake of his son. Unbeknown to many people, Nick's brother-in-law was East End Old Bill, and Vinny knew if push came to shove, Nick would back his innocence surrounding Karen's demise to the hilt. Vinny smiled as Karen returned from the toilet. Here you go, babe. To us, he toasted, handing Karen another glass of bubbly. Within 10 minutes, Vinny saw Karen's eyes begin to droop, and soon after she began to slur her words. Excusing himself from the table, Vinny walked up to the tiny bar and spoke to Nick. I think Karen's taken something again, mate. She seemed fine until she went to the toilet. Now look at the state of her. Just as Nick turned around, Karen's forehead made contact with the table. Jesus Christ. Do you want me to call you a cab? Nick asked. It's definitely smack she's taking, that's why she keeps going all goofy on me. I spotted a couple of needle marks in her arm the other day and I reckon she's just injected herself in your Kazi. Sick of it I am, Nick, fucking sick of it. I've done my utmost to help her, and I find it so embarrassing, Vinny said sincerely. Nick patted his pal on the shoulder. There were only about 20 other people in the restaurant apart from the staff, and none were taking much notice of Karen, so it was no big deal. Don't blame yourself, pal. I'll call you a cab, shall I? Nick repeated. Do you know what, Nicky boy? My mate's cousin's a cabbie, so I'm going to call him at home and get him to take Karen back to the club. I'm going to stay here with you for a bit and have a beer if that's okay. When you lock up, why don't you come back to the club with me? I quite fancy a game of cards. Nick had always been a big gambler, and as Vinny knew only too well, could never say no to a game that involved money. Yeah, why not? Will Karen be all right travelling back with just the cabbie, though? Yeah, I'll ring the staff at the club and tell them to open the back door and help her up to bed. I can't deal with her problems all the time, Nick. I need a break myself. I understand. Use my phone out the back, mate. Vinny followed Nick out the back of the restaurant. He then rang Ahmed's cousin. Hello, mate. Do you think you could come and pick Karen up in your cab for me? She's in a bit of a state, and I need you to take her back to the club and make sure she gets inside all right. Nick shut the door and left his pal to finish his conversation in peace. He felt sorry for Vinny having a junkie as the mother of his kid. What man wouldn't? Karen had no memory of the events that followed, or the squalid flat in Poplar she was taken to. Injected in the left arm with an enormous amount of heroin,
Karen died almost immediately. 3 hours later, her body was found dumped in a nearby street behind a row of stinking dustbins. Chapter 30. The day after he got engaged to Nancy, Michael surprised her by renting them a house of their own. The house belonged to a pal of his and was situated in a turning just off the East India Dock Road. Nancy had been thrilled by the gesture, and since they'd moved in a few days ago, the intimacy had more than returned to their relationship. The only fly in the ointment had been Karen's unexpected death. Nancy had been terribly upset and had sworn blind that there was some kind of skullduggery involved. On the morning of Karen's funeral, Michael was awake at 5 a.m. He'd driven up to Suffolk the previous day to visit his father. Albie seemed to be doing well, living with his brother. He'd cut down his booze intake, put on weight, smartened himself up a bit, and was beginning to resemble the handsome man that he'd once been. He even had a twinkle in his eye once again. Albie's twinkle had unfortunately disappeared when Michael explained that Karen had been found dead in a back street in Poplar after an overdose of heroin.
Something not right there, boy. I spoke to Karen at your sister's engagement party and she was a lovely girl, with a fun personality and a real zest for life. No way was she a smackhead. If you ask me, this has your brother's evilness stamped all over it. I bet Vinny wanted rid of the poor girl, was Albie's take on matters.
Michael had already had similar thoughts himself, but wasn't about to admit that. Before leaving Ipswich, Michael had given his father another couple of £100 pocket money, and his dad's parting sentence was the reason he'd been unable to sleep properly.
Michael, I know you said with Roy waking up that you haven't felt it was the right time to burden your mum with my letter. But seeing what's happened to Karen, I now feel you should give it to her sooner rather than later. Like it or not, Vinny's a loose cannon, boy.
Nancy, leaning over and kissing him, snapped Michael out of his morbid thoughts.
I didn't wake you, did I? I've had a crap night's sleep, couldn't stop tossing and turning, Michael said.
I was the same. I'm dreading the funeral, Michael. I know I didn't know Karen for long, but I really clicked with her. I didn't tell you this, but I went out for lunch with her last week. I was so upset over the Denise escapade, and Karen was so supportive. She even stuck up for you. She said you was a lovely person and that I shouldn't end it with you over something that happened before we even got together. She told me something else as well, but I promised I wouldn't repeat it. It was about what happened to her at your Auntie Viv's party.
Intrigued, Michael propped himself up on his elbow.
Tell me, babe. It might be important.
Only if you promise not to say anything. I don't want to cause any trouble amongst your family.
I swear I won't say nothing.
Karen said she got her drink spiked with LSD at your mum's house. Vinny told her that it was Lenny that did it. He even got Lenny to apologise to her in person. Now, I don't know about you, Michael, but seeing as what has happened to Karen since, I really don't believe that story.
Suddenly feeling nauseous, Michael's blood ran cold. Vinny gestured to Ahmed to follow him into his office, then shut the door and poured them both a large scotch. The old Bill had been sniffing around like there was no tomorrow since Karen's death, making Vinny feel both anxious and cautious. Vinny and Ahmed had foolproof alibis for the night of Karen's death. Vinny had stayed at the restaurant until 1 a.m. and had then gone back to the club with Nick. As planned, Ahmed had been at the club all evening, and he also stayed all night to participate in a card game with Vinny, Nick and 4 other regulars. 2 of the regulars were not only respected businessmen but also Freemasons, which was a bonus in Vinny's eyes. Ahmed's cousin, Burak, had been the cab driver who picked Karen up and driven her to Poplar on the night she'd died. She had then been handed over to 2 pals of his who had been paid £3,000 between them to carry out her murder. Burak was actually a cab driver who was employed by a firm in Canning Town, so he'd gone straight to work from Poplar, therefore also had a rock-solid alibi. The police had questioned Burak, and he insisted that Karen had woken up in his cab and demanded to be dropped off along the West Ferry Road near the Anchor and Hope pub. Burak had also informed the police that Karen was abusive and seemed to be either drunk or drugged up. Vinny knew Burak was to be trusted, as it had been he who had employed the men who had killed Terry Smart. Ahmed knocked back his scotch in one.
Well, he asked Vinny.
Paranoid that the old Bill might have bugged his phone, Vinny would only discuss the situation with Ahmed in person now. Karen had told him when she first come back on the scene that she'd made a statement to the police in case anything untoward happened to her. She'd admitted to Vinny a few weeks afterwards that she'd only been bluffing, but Vinny didn't want to take any chances.
Sniffing around again they were yesterday. I rang Geary last night and he rang me back this morning. Apparently that nosy cunt of a neighbour of Karen's has been making herself busy. She's been to the old Bill and made a statement saying she suspects foul play. Look, we have a firm alibi, so no need to panic. What about the nosy neighbour? Shall I speak to Burak and make her disappear? Nah, we need to lay low, mate. What with Terry Smart going AWOL and now this, we definitely need to rein it in a bit. As much as I would like to see the nosy neighbour propping up a flyover somewhere, we're just going to have to let her do her very worst. As you said, our alibi's watertight, so what can the pigs do? They've questioned Nick again as well, and he's vouched that Karen was fine in the restaurant until she disappeared into the toilets alone.
Vinny jumped as he heard a knock on his office door.
Who is it?
He shouted.
It's me. The police are at the door, Vinny. They want to speak to you,
Edna the cleaner informed him. Cursing the fact that the bastards had turned up yet again, Vinny ordered Ahmed to stay in his office. He then composed himself and went to greet the boys in blue.
And what can I do for you today, gentlemen? He asked, half politely, half sarcastically.
One of the officers had been at the club the previous day, and it was he who answered Vinny's question.
It's about Karen's funeral. Her mother has requested that under the unusual circumstances neither you nor your family attend. They agreed that if you want to pay your own respects, then you can do so after the service.
Vinny knew that the nosy neighbour must have spoken to Karen's mum. Maureen had been fine with him when he had rung her the other day. He also knew he had to put on an act to show his innocence. He smashed his fist against the wall, then turned back to the two police officers.
Karen was very dear to me, and also the mother of my only child, as you well know. If you think that myself, my son and my family will not be attending her funeral, then you have another think coming. What have we done wrong, eh? And what do you mean under the unusual circumstances? Karen had a drug problem and was found dead due to a heroin overdose. What the hell has that got to do with me or my family attending her funeral?
The officer doing the talking immediately tried to pacify Vinny. Like most East End old Bill, he hated Vinny Butler with a passion, would love to see him banged up for life, but was also slightly wary of the man. Vinny was clever, too clever for his own good, and one day he would take an almighty tumble was the overall feeling down at the station.
As far as we're aware, you haven't done anything wrong, Mr. Butler. But Karen's family are very upset over her death and would rather her service be kept small and personal. Well, I'm very sorry, officers, but you can tell Karen's family to go fuck themselves. My son's been in bits all week. He loved his mum very much, and if I told him he couldn't say goodbye to her, it'd break his little heart even more. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've work to do. We're holding a small wake here afterwards, so we can toast Karen's memory. Me and her may not have been properly together when she died, but I'll always love her. She gave me the most wonderful son, so how could I not?
Vinny explained, his eyes brimming with fake tears. When the officers said they would also be attending the funeral to ensure that there was no unpleasantness, Vinny thanked them, shut the door, leant against it, and smirked. He was far too clever for the likes of the old Bill. Always had been, and always would be. As was to be expected, Karen's funeral was a sad affair, where plenty of tears were shed. Karen's mum and aunt sobbed uncontrollably throughout the whole service, and when Karen's Uncle Pete got up to say a few words, he got halfway through his speech, then broke down and was unable to continue. Michael surreptitiously studied Vinny throughout. He genuinely looked as upset as anyone. If he was guilty of organising Karen's murder, Michael couldn't help but think what a bloody good actor his brother was. Michael put a comforting arm around Nancy, then handed her his handkerchief to dry her eyes.
"Oh, Michael, it's so sad. Karen was such a nice girl,"
Nancy whispered in his ear. "I know, babe," Michael whispered back, while clocking his nephew. Little Vinny's face was devoid of any emotion. If anything, he looked extremely bored. Perhaps he was too young to understand the finality of it all. Knowing that the police were bound to have their beady eyes on him when the mourners left the church, Vinny made a beeline for Karen's mum, Maureen. I know you wasn't particularly keen on my family attending the service, but we all thought the world of Karen, and there was no way we could stay away. I just wanted to say how sorry I am for your loss. My son's been denied many happy years with his wonderful mum, and I'm as gutted about Karen's death as anybody.
You lying bastard! You killed her! I know you did! Shouted Debbie Ryan, who happened to be standing just behind Maureen.
Don't spout such rubbish. Wasn't even with Karen when she died. I was playing cards at the club, and I've many witnesses to prove that. Vinny spat at the nosy neighbour.
How very convenient for you, Vinny. My brother's a known tea leaf, so I do know a thing or two about having the perfect alibi.
Debbie spat back. When Maureen screamed at both Vinny and Debbie to stop arguing, the police stepped in and led Vinny away by the arm.
I think it would be better if you and your family left now rather than attend the actual burial, an officer urged Vinny.
My son has done sod all wrong, so why should we have to leave?
Queenie yelled, waving her umbrella dangerously close to the policeman's face. When Vivian and Brenda both joined in the argument, Michael chucked his keys at Dean and ordered him and Nancy to go and sit in his car while he calmed the situation down.
Hold my arm in case you slip on those heels, Nance. I don't want to have to scrape you up off the floor, Dean joked.
Nancy smiled and took his arm.
Never a dull moment being a part of the Butler family, is there?
No. Congratulations on your engagement, by the way. Michael's a lucky guy, Dean said sincerely.
Thanks. We're not looking to get married just yet, though. What about you and Brenda? Have you arranged yours?
Well, originally Bren wanted to get married before the baby was born, but she reckons she'll be too fat now and wants to leave it until next summer. I'm easy, so I'll just leave it up to her. Organising weddings is definitely girly stuff, so as long as Bren gives me the date and time, I'll just make sure I've got a new suit and turn up. Dean chuckled.
Michael's the same. He's told me to arrange whatever I want when the time comes, and he'll foot the bill.
Changing the subject, any more news about your dad's whereabouts, Dean? I meant to ask you earlier.
No, he's still on the missing list. My nan's been in bits. But I wish you'd stop blaming Vinny. It makes it so awkward for me being with Bren, if you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm in a similar position with my family as you are with your nan. My dad and brother hate the Butlers and have completely washed their hands of me. At least your nan's still talking to you, and you can visit her. I'm barred from visiting my family for good, Nancy explained, her eyes brimming with tears. Being a gentleman, Dean put his arms around Nancy and gave her a hug.
If you ever need a shoulder to cry on and you feel awkward discussing your family with Michael, you know where I am.
Absolutely furious at what was happening not 20 feet in front of her, Brenda broke into a run, caught up with the cuddling couple, then punched her boyfriend hard in the side of his head.
What do you think you're doing?
Dean yelled, letting go of Nancy.
What do you think I'm doing? It should be me asking you pair that question. Didn't know I was walking behind you, did you? Are you two at it behind my back or what?
Brenda screamed, her face bright red with fury.
Don't be so fucking stupid. Nancy was upset over the fact that she no longer has contact with her family, and I just gave her a friendly hug, Dean explained.
Honestly, Bren, we've just been talking about our weddings. I love Michael and Dean loves you, Nancy added, feeling as awkward as hell as she saw Michael running towards her.
What's the matter? Michael asked,
putting a protective arm around his fiancée's shoulders. When Dean explained what had happened, Michael ordered him and Nancy to walk to the car while he spoke to his sister alone.
Are you mental or what, Bren? I've seen you throw your jealousy tantrums in the past, which is why Dean probably dumped you in the first place. If you ain't careful, you'll lose him one day for good. Also, don't you ever insult Nancy again in such a manner, do you hear me?
Suddenly feeling sorry for herself, Brenda began to cry.
I'm sorry, Michael. I just feel so fat and ugly. Nancy's stunning, and I can't help feeling that Dean must wish he was with somebody slim and pretty like her.
Michael gave his sister an awkward hug.
Well, that's just your own insecurities. Nobody else sees you that way. You need to get a grip and discard that green-eyed monster for good.
Jealousy's the root of all evil, Bren.
Vinny had organised a small wake to be held in memory of Karen at the club after the service. He'd invited his family, all the staff and a few regulars to attend. Lenny had been very quiet all day. He'd sobbed as loudly as anybody through the funeral service and worried about his cousin once back at the club. Vinny had taken him into his office to have a quiet word. "What's up, champ? You haven't been your usual bubbly self today. Is it the funeral that's upset you?" Lenny's lip wobbled like a small child's would.
"Did I kill Karen by giving her that drink, Vinny? Will I go to prison?"
Vinny chuckled and ruffled his cousin's hair. "Of course you didn't, you daft ape. Karen died of an overdose of heroin, champ. That has nothing to do with the drink you gave her at the party. Now, how about you put a big smile on your face and jump up on the DJ stand and play some records in memory of Karen, eh? Karen loved your music, and she'd like that, wouldn't she? She's bound to be looking down from heaven like all dead people do."
"Will my dad be looking down and watching me play my records too, Vinny?"
"Yeah, of course he will. Your dad will be very proud of you, like we all are." As Lenny stood up, then went to dart out the office, Vinny called him back. "And remember, champ, you must never mention that drink you gave to Karen to anybody, apart from me, okay? If the police, Michael, Nancy, your mum, or anyone else ever mentions what happened to Karen at that party, you know nothing, yeah?" "Yeah, I know nothing. Love you, Vinny. Gonna play me records now?" Vinny smiled. "Love you too, champ." Unable to face going to the club or Karen's wake after visiting Roy, Queenie and Vivian decided to head straight home.
"I will never feel the same about that club again, Vivi. Every time I set foot in it now, it reminds me of the last time I saw my Roy as a normal human being. So happy he was the night of his engagement party. Him and Colleen were like love's young dream. Anyway, Vinny popped round early this morning, and I told him how I felt about the club. And so he said he'd sell it and buy the old one back just for me. He's a good boy deep down, isn't he, Vivi? Heart of bloody gold. I like that old club much better, Queen. And I can keep more of an eye on my Lenny there. I used to like popping in there in the daytime to see the boys, didn't you?"
Surprised to see Michael's car sitting outside her door as they turned the corner, Queenie didn't reply.
"I wonder what my Michael wants. Hope he hasn't fallen out with Nancy again. Didn't you say your Lenny saw them arguing earlier or something?" "Lenny said Michael looked like he was arguing with Brenda. I'll come indoors with you. I could do with a large glass of sherry after today, couldn't you?"
Queenie nodded in agreement. She was parched.
"You all right, boy? Why haven't you and Nancy gone to the wake?" she asked,
relieved to see Michael sitting on her sofa holding hands with his wife-to-be. "Because I needed to speak to you, Mum. Could you keep Nancy company, Auntie Viv, while me and Mum have a quick chat upstairs? It won't take long."
"Course I will," Vivian said,
sitting down next to Nancy and squeezing her hand. Like Queenie, Vivian was a big fan of Michael's fiancée.
"Whatever's wrong?" Queenie asked.
She'd known by the look on his face that whatever he had to tell her was important, which is why she poured herself a glass of sherry to take upstairs. Michael took a deep breath, and then did what he'd been dreading for the past few weeks. He handed his mother Albie's letter. Queenie glanced at the envelope.
"That's your father's handwriting. Don't tell me you've been in contact with that old bastard, Michael, because I won't be happy. Where is the lying old toad living?"
Michael stood up. "I think you should just read the letter, Mum. I'm going to wait in my old bedroom while you do so, then give me a shout when you're done." Queenie nodded, waited for Michael to leave the room, then opened the envelope. "Dear Queenie, firstly, I'd like to apologise about the terrible cancer lie that I told. It was a stupid thing to do, but I swear from the bottom of my heart, I only made such an awful story up to be close to me family once again. Secondly, I'd like to say sorry for cheating on you, but I'd like you to know the reasons why I ended up doing the things I did. When I first met you, Queenie, I felt like the most luckiest bloke alive.
I remember you took my breath away on our first date when you wore that smart black dress and red pillbox hat. I knew then that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you. But it took me a good 6 months to build up the courage to ask for your hand in marriage. I was ecstatic when you said yes, and we finally wed. But I always felt like there was 3 in our marriage, and not 2. Vivian was always at our house, which meant we never got to spend much time alone, and I could tell that Vivi never thought I was good enough for you. She spoke to me like I was a piece of dirt. When Vinny was born, things seemed to go from bad to worse. You and Vivian wanted to bring my son up between you, and I felt terribly pushed out, which is when I first started to hit the bottle. As each child followed, the more of a spare part I began to feel. I got the impression that you only married me because you wanted to have children, and you'd never loved me at all. You turned me from a strong, strapping, confident lad into a weak, drunken man, Queenie. And you turned my children against me, which is something I will never forgive you for. Queenie put the letter down beside her and reached for a glass of sherry. There was still another page to read, and she needed to pause before she did so. Had she really made Albie feel like that? She'd never enjoyed sex much, and unless she was trying to get pregnant, had never really wanted it. But that was usual for a woman, wasn't it? Vivian had said the same. She didn't like doing it with her Bill. The pleasure was all the men's. All the women could do was lie there and think of bloody England. Knocking back a drink in 3 large gulps, Queenie picked the letter up again. And lastly, but certainly not least, the reason I'm writing this letter is because of my concerns about our eldest son. It's my belief that not only is Vinny a time bomb waiting to explode, but there's a very good chance he'll blow everybody else up around him. Prior to Roy's engagement party, Vinny paid me a visit in the Blind Beggar. He'd found out about my cancer lie by speaking to a doctor who he knew at the hospital. He then proceeded to blackmail me. He insisted that unless I told Colleen's parents that Roy had cheated on her many times and had been responsible for beating me up and putting me in hospital many years ago, he was going to blow the whistle on me. At first, out of fright, I agreed to do such a terrible thing. Then I looked around at the party and saw Roy and Colleen gaze into one another's eyes like I once used to gaze into yours, Queenie, and it was then I decided I could not go through with it. When I told Vinny my decision, he tried to bribe me with money, and it was when I still refused that he leapt on the stage and told my secret to everybody. Michael will vouch for my story if you do not believe it. I've told him everything. As a massive favour, I ask that you do not share the contents of this letter with Vinny or anybody else. I just wanted you to be aware of what type of person our eldest son is, so you can guard the backs of yourself, Michael and Brenda in the future. Our grandson needs to be protected too, because if he isn't, chances are he'll grow up to be evil just like his father. I hope you take heed of my warning, Queenie. As we both know, Roy's bullet was meant for Vinny, and I would hate to see any more casualties. I cannot come back to Whitechapel ever again, as I know my son will have me killed if I do. So it's left to you to sort out this mess. You created a monster, so best you deal with it. Good luck. Albie. Cursing under her breath, Queenie tore the letter into shreds and put it in a bedside drawer. How dare that drunken old bastard not only refer to her wonderful son as a monster, but also have the cheek to blame her for it. Yes, she'd encouraged Vinny to make something of himself, like the Cray twins had, but that was only because she didn't want him to have the shit life that she'd had to endure. Wanting to cry through temper, Queenie forced herself not to, and instead repaired her windswept hair in the mirror and put on some more red lipstick. If Albie was telling the truth about Vinny wanting to split up Roy and Colleen, and that was a big if with Albie's track record, then Vinny must have had good reason to do so. Her firstborn was the heart and soul of the family. He was the one who put food on the table when Albie had been squandering every penny they had in pubs and on whores. Vinny had always treated and respected her like a shortened version of her name. He'd looked upon her as a queen, and no way would Queenie ever turn her back on him. He was even buying his old club back just for her, for Christ's sake.
With her head held high, Queenie opened the bedroom door.
"You there, Michael?"
she asked sprightly. Michael sheepishly appeared from his old bedroom. "Did you read it, Mum?"
"Yes. And I've ripped it up and thrown it away. Now, this letter never existed, do you understand? And I also forbid you to ever have contact with that bitter, twisted old bastard ever again. OK?"
Feeling sick to the stomach, Michael nodded glumly. Chapter 31. Summer 1976. Queenie Butler got off the District Line train at East Ham and began the 15-minute walk that she'd become so very used to. Vivian usually accompanied her to visit Roy if she didn't travel in Vinnie or Michael's car, but today was Lenny's 20th birthday, and Vivi had wanted to take her son out for the day. Dripping with perspiration due to the sweltering heat, Queenie decided to stop at the White Horse pub for a drink to cool herself down. Usually, she would never venture into a pub alone. In her opinion, the only women that did that were the ones she referred to as old Toms. But as she and Vivian had got chatting to the landlord on a few occasions, Queenie felt it was okay to pop in there.
"Hello, love. Can I get your usual? Where's your sidekick today?" the landlord asked chirpily.
"It's me sister's son's birthday, so she's spending the day with him." "Yep, I'll have me usual, please," Queenie replied.
She and Vivian had become very partial lately to a half of lager and lime. It especially went down a treat in this hot weather.
"Another scorcher, isn't it? Bloke came in earlier with one of them temperature thingamybobs in his house. 92 degrees he reckons it was," the landlord informed her.
Queenie was now thoroughly sick of the heat. Her grass was parched, her petunias had wilted, and the bastard flying ants made her want to scratch until she bled.
"Well, it doesn't look like it's letting up soon. The man on the news last night said not only was a drought on the horizon, but this summer was destined to become the hottest since records began," she replied.
When the landlord disappeared to make a phone call, Queenie sat down at the table by the window and turned her thoughts to Roy. It still broke her heart to think that her son would never walk again. The doctors had said he had no stability in his trunk, and because of the paralysis down the left-hand side of his body, it was impossible for him to get about any other way than in a wheelchair. When Roy had first left the hospital, he had stayed in a rehabilitation centre for 6 months that specialised in the after-effects of brain trauma. The staff had tried to see if Roy could walk or stand with the aid of parallel bars, but he hadn't been able to. Queenie had hated the few occasions she'd watched her son attempt to walk. Roy had cried with frustration every time he was let go and fell to the ground. On being told that he would never walk again, Roy had kind of given up on himself. His speech had improved somewhat, although his words were still quite slow and slurred. But one side of his face still resembled that of a bad stroke victim. The only other positive that Queenie could gather from Roy's treatment was that the right side of his body had strengthened somewhat. He'd learned how to feed himself again, write, hold a newspaper, brush his own hair, and wheel himself about in his chair. The worst part of Roy's condition in Queenie's eyes was mentally he was still quite sharp. He was very aware of what had happened to him and the kind of man he'd once been. This seemed to cause him terrible anguish, as any time stories from the past were told, Roy would sink into the depths of depression for days on end. He was the same when the club or any of his old pals were mentioned. Apart from family, he wouldn't allow a soul to visit him, and even Queenie found having a conversation with him awkward, because she had to vet everything in her mind before she could say it out loud in case it caused him distress. It was like permanently treading on eggshells. After leaving the rehabilitation centre, Roy had moved in with Queenie. Vinnie had employed 2 private nurses, but the situation hadn't worked out. Roy had despised living back in Whitechapel and had become angry, resentful, and sometimes even violent towards his family and the nurses. He'd been particularly nasty to Colleen, who had also moved into Queenie's with their beautiful daughter, Emily May. Things had finally come to a head when Roy had lashed out one day with his good arm and given Colleen a black eye. Queenie had been furious with her son at the time. Colleen had given up her nursing career just to help care for Roy and bring up their child, but Roy had cancelled their engagement. Colleen had still wanted to go ahead with their wedding, but Roy was having none of it. When Colleen had held her bruised face in her hands, sobbed like a baby, and asked the man she loved if he still loved her. Roy had shaken his head and told Colleen to go back to Ireland and bring up their daughter there. Colleen had left Queenie's house the following day, and then it had been Roy's turn to sob. Queenie had held her son close to her bosom, as in his slurred speech he had explained why he'd been so nasty to Colleen and sent her packing.
I feel so useless, Mum. Like a burden to her. Colleen deserves better than that. And I don't want Emily May to grow up and see her dad as some bitter cripple. I'd rather Colleen describe me as the man I used to be when she's old enough to understand.
Queenie could no longer be angry with her son after he'd opened up to her that day. Colleen had been back in Ireland for over 18 months now, and Emily May had turned 4 earlier this year. Colleen still kept in contact by ringing Queenie occasionally and sending her the odd letter and photograph of the little girl, but she'd now moved on with her life. She'd even told Queenie in her last phone call that she'd met a new man. Roy always refused to speak to his ex or daughter on the phone, so Queenie hadn't told her son that Colleen had met a new man. What he didn't know couldn't hurt him. She hadn't told Vinny either. He would only call Colleen a slag, and Queenie knew that wasn't the case. It had been Roy who had wanted rid of Colleen, not the other way round, and the girl had every right to now get on with her life. Not seeing Emily May was the heart-wrenching part for Queenie. With her blonde mop of hair, blue eyes and sweet nature, the child was a little angel, and there wasn't a day went by when Queenie didn't miss her. One day she would go to Ireland just so she could see Emily May once again. Feeling rather melancholy, Queenie took another gulp of her drink and debated whether to get another. Vinny had found Roy a private care home in East Ham that catered for people with needs such as his, but Roy wasn't happy there at all. He'd asked Vinny to find him a different one by the seaside somewhere. It seemed as though Roy wanted to get as far away from London and his past life as possible, which upset Queenie immensely. How the bloody hell was she meant to visit him regularly if he moved a long distance from London? Deciding against another drink, Queenie finished the one she had, took a compact mirror out of her handbag and patched up her lipstick. She then put a smile on her face, waved to the landlord and left the premises. False smiles had now become part of her daily facade, and as soon as she walked in that care home, as usual, she would sport another to greet her beloved son. As a mother, Queenie believed it was her duty to always be upbeat and bubbly. What else did poor Roy have to look forward to?
This ends Disc 8. The Trap, Disc 9.
Roy Butler opened his curtains and stared miserably out of the window. East Ham wasn't the most picturesque of areas, and because his room was situated at the back of the house, all he could see was derelict buildings, overgrown gardens and rubble. Closing his eyes, Roy pictured Colleen and Emily May. He missed them dreadfully, but he knew he had done the right thing by setting them free. No beautiful young woman should have to spend the rest of her life caring for a cripple, and even though Colleen had insisted that she still loved and wanted to marry him, Roy had convinced himself that she was only saying that out of pity. Roy turned his thoughts to his elder brother. His injuries, and losing Colleen and his daughter, were all Vinny's fault, and Roy couldn't help but hate him. They'd been so close when they were growing up, but Roy would never allow his mind to wander back to the good old days. Why would he want to, when he was no longer the man he once was? That's why he'd had to escape from living at his mother's house. His mum had been devastated when he had insisted on being moved to a care home, but Roy knew he had to leave for the sake of his sanity and the tiny bit of dignity he had left. Vinny popping in most days had driven Roy to distraction. Seeing his brother standing on 2 legs, suited and booted, reeking of expensive aftershave, had just reminded Roy of all he had lost and the person he no longer was. Revenge was the only thought that kept him from total insanity these days. Because he had never remembered the actual shooting, nobody, including his mother, had ever mentioned the argument with Vinny that had happened beforehand. His family obviously thought that his injuries had left him unaware of the build-up to the incident, but Roy remembered everything. Vinny blackmailing their father to stick the boot in with Colleen's parents was something that Roy could never forgive or forget. What goes around comes around was a true old saying, and one day Vinny would have to pay for his sins. A cripple or not, Roy was determined to heap revenge on the brother whom he had once idolised. Only then could he move on with his own life. Nancy Butler breathed a sigh of relief when the doorbell rang, as she knew it would be her mother.
"Oh, you do look stressed. Nana to the rescue," Mary chuckled. "See if you can shut them up for 5 minutes, Mum. Done my head in all morning, they have. Every time one stops whinging and crying, the other little bugger starts. I'll put the kettle on and make us a bit of lunch," Nancy said. As much as she loved her sons, they had the ability to drive her doolally at times. Mary sighed, her face etched with worry. Her Nancy hadn't taken to motherhood like she had, that was for sure. Once upon a time, Nancy had been a fun, vibrant girl. But since she'd given birth to her second son, Adam, she seemed permanently depressed.
"Nanny, come and look at my new toy,"
Daniel shouted out. Mary went into the lounge and grinned as both her grandsons clamoured for her attention. Nancy and Michael had got married on Christmas Day in 1971, and Nancy had fallen pregnant soon after. Daniel Michael Butler had been born in October 1972, so would be 4 in a few months' time. Weirdly, his brother, Adam Michael Butler, had been born on the very same day 2 years later.
"Whoopsie-daisy,"
Mary said in a silly voice, when Adam tried to run towards her, but instead landed on his bottom. The little boy hadn't mastered the art of running properly yet. When Nancy had married Michael in a church in Mile End, Mary had obeyed her husband's wishes and not attended. There wasn't a day that went by afterwards when she hadn't regretted that decision, which is why she had then put her foot down. Mary had not only stood up to Donald, she had left him over his obstinance. Their separation had lasted nearly a month. Then Donald had turned up at Mary's cousin's house, where she'd been staying, and begged his wife to come back home. At first, Mary had flatly refused. Then, after more pleading from Donald, she'd agreed to return, but only on her conditions. She had 3. She was allowed to see Nancy whenever she wished. They sold that awful bloody newsagents and bought another cafe, and instead of living in a cramped flat like they had done for many years, they bought or rented a house instead. Mary had been amazed when Donald went away to think about her conditions and returned the following day to say he would honour all 3. The only stipulation he made was that Mary would not mention Nancy or anything to do with her life at home, which Mary agreed to. Since then, Mary's life had been so much better. The cafe they'd purchased in Barking wasn't smart and trendy, and neither did it have a jukebox like the one in Whitechapel, but the customers were nice and the annual turnover decent. The flat above, Donald had rented out to a young couple, which had enabled them to mortgage a 2-bedroom house themselves. Mary loved having a garden for the first time in years and spent ages pottering about in it. She'd even learned how to grow her own tomatoes. The biggest plus point for Mary, though, was Nancy now living nearby. Aware that his young wife was struggling to cope with their children, Michael had done the sensible thing and moved the family to Barking so Mary could help out on a regular basis.
"Leave Nanny alone for a minute while she eats her lunch, boys. Look, there's a cartoon on telly," Nancy said, handing her mum a plate with 2 ham rolls and a big Spanish tomato cut into 8 pieces.
"Let's play in the swimming pool,"
Daniel said, grabbing his younger brother's hand.
"Swimming pool?"
Mary exclaimed, slightly alarmed.
"Oh, don't worry. It's only one of them little paddling pools, and there isn't even an inch of water in it. Michael brought it home the other day. The boys have been so miserable and clammy in this hot weather. Michael said it will cool them down a bit. He also said if they don't stop driving me mad, I can drown them in it," Nancy joked.
Mary smiled. Although she had originally been very dubious about Nancy marrying Michael, Mary had really grown to like him as a person and a son-in-law. Michael was charming, funny, extremely generous, and most importantly adored Nancy and was a wonderful father to the boys. Nancy was now 21, Michael 27, and overall their marriage was a happy one, which pleased Mary immensely. It also proved Donald wrong, which was an added bonus.
"So how's Dad and Christopher, Mum? Are they both okay?"
Nancy asked. Every time Mary saw her daughter, she asked after her brother and father, and it upset Mary greatly that Donald and Christopher never asked about Nancy.
"They're okay, love. The cafe's been busy, and we've now taken on another girl to help out in the mornings. So what's happening with Christopher's job? Has he arrested anyone yet? Nancy inquired. Her brother had recently fulfilled his lifelong dream of joining the police force, and at 19 he was currently the youngest police constable stationed at Ilford. You know what Christopher's like, love. Takes his job very seriously and tells me nothing. I think he speaks to your father about stuff, though. As you can imagine, your daddy's over the moon he got in the Met. Christopher is what he called a probationer at the moment. Have you told Michael yet? Yeah, he wasn't overly impressed. He don't want his family to know. He made that clear. Oh dear. Yes, oh dear, Mum. Michael reckons Vinny will cause us no end of problems if he finds out Christopher's a policeman, so best you never mention it in front of the boys. Daniel especially, 'cause he bloody picks up on things and repeats them all the time. Mary suddenly felt quite sad. Nancy had married a lad from a notorious gangland family. Christopher was now working on the other side of the fence, so a reconciliation between her two children was very unlikely to ever happen. You okay, Mum? Nancy asked, noticing a faraway look in her mother's eyes. Mary forced a smile. I'm fine, darling. Let's go outside and dangle our feet in that paddling pool. It might cool us down a bit. Michael Butler drove towards the club he part-owned with a face like thunder. When they'd sold the bigger club along the commercial road, Vinny had pocketed the profit, bought their old club back and made Michael and Roy equal partners. Obviously Roy no longer had anything to do with the business, but his share was put aside to help pay for his care. Michael had been quite happy with the new arrangement. Because Vinny and Roy had originally set up the business, he'd never previously earned quite as much as they did, so the extra money came in more than handy with a family to support. Michael adored his wife and sons. Nancy's mood swings drove him mad at times, but he'd not once regretted marrying her. He'd been a bundle of nerves on his wedding day, though. The thought of commitment had nearly made him pull out at the very last minute, but his best pal, Kevin, who had also been his best man, had calmed his nerves and got him to the church on time. Pulling up outside the club, Michael leapt out of his BMW, locked it and stormed inside. Fucking hell, you look happy. Nancy left you, has she? Vinny said, grinning at Ahmed, who was sitting at the table opposite him. Michael glared at both men. Financially, Ahmed had sod all to do with the club, yet he was always turning up there like a bad penny. It was now common knowledge, in the underworld, that Ahmed was importing drugs into the capital, which was why Michael hated his family being associated with him. Vinny swore blind he had no involvement in what Ahmed did, but Michael wasn't so sure. The pair of them were as thick as thieves, and Michael wouldn't put anything past Vinny. His brother was greedy when it came to money, and Michael had warned him on more than one occasion that his greed would one day be his downfall. I need a word, in private, Michael spat, gesticulating for Vinny to follow him into their office. Vinny sauntered in a couple of minutes later. What's up with you? Graham Bradley, that's what. He was murdered last night, a single stab wound to the heart, apparently. But you already knew that, didn't you, Vin? Because it was you who organised his death, wasn't it? Johnny Preston had got a 15 stretch for what he had done to Roy. Both attempted murder and firearms charges had stood up in court, and it was during the case that Vinny had discovered that Johnny had been living with Graham Bradley at the time. Vinny shook his head. Fuck all to do with me, bruv. And also the first I've heard of it. Where was Bradley murdered? Oh, don't play the innocent with me, Vin. I know the way you tick, I'm your brother. Who did you get to kill him? Was it the same person who you got to murder Karen, or Terry Smart, or Kenny Jackson? Please don't take me for a fool because I'm anything but, Michael shouted. Vinny was furious. He might have been responsible for those deaths, but not only had he never admitted to his involvement in Karen's, he certainly knew nothing about Graham Bradley's. Rather than punching Michael, which was tempting, Vinny picked up a chair and threw it across the room. Don't be acting like Billy Big Balls with me, Michael, 'cause you'll be the loser. I swear on little Vinny's life and Mum's that I had fuck all to do with Graham Bradley's murder. I didn't even know about it until you just told me. Michael knew how superstitious Vinny was about swearing on people's lives. He also knew that their mum and little Vinny were probably the only two people Vinny really cared about, apart from himself. Deciding to call a quick truce,
Michael held out his right hand. I'm sorry. My mistake. Vinny shook his brother's hand and grinned. I'm glad Bradley's dead, though. Whoever killed the cunt deserves a medal. Queenie Butler sat down opposite her son and handed him a carrier bag. Not once had she ever come to visit Roy empty-handed. She always bought him a treat. There's 2 of them chocolate eclairs you like, Roy. Why don't you eat 'em now? I'm worried the cream might go off in this heat. Not hungry, Roy replied. So, why aren't you dressed and sitting in the lounge with the other patients? Playing games in there they are, Queenie informed her son. Didn't want to get dressed today. I wanted to be alone. Realising that Roy seemed even more depressed than usual, Queenie changed the subject. So, did Brenda and Dean visit you yesterday? Yeah. They came to see me yesterday afternoon. That daughter of theirs is one spoilt brat, Roy said, in his usual slow drawl. Queenie nodded, not particularly in agreement, but she did know what Roy meant. Brenda and Dean had got married 3 years ago, and Dean now worked at the club for Vinny and Michael. Tara was 4 years old and was a demanding child, to say the least. She had been far too spoilt, by Brenda especially, and Tara knew if she wanted something, a tantrum would make damn sure she got it. So did Tara play up then? Queenie asked. Yes. Has Vinny found me a place near the seaside yet, Mum? I really do not like it here. If you live near the seaside, boy, I'm not going to be able to visit you much. Neither will the rest of the family, will they? Roy's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. I do not like having visitors. I will be happier near the sea where nobody knows me. Queenie's eyes filled with tears also. But I love you, boy, and I'll really miss you if you move miles away. Roy grasped his mother's hand. And I love you too, Mum. But I need a fresh start away from everybody and everything to try and find myself again. You do understand, don't you? Filled with sadness, Queenie nodded her head. She understood perfectly. Brenda and Dean Smart lived in a 2-bedroom council house a few streets away from Queenie's. Since giving birth to Tara, Brenda had gained a few stone in weight. Instead of walking about in hot pants as she once had, she now tried to hide her bulging stomach and bottom by wearing long baggy tops. Brenda was very paranoid about her weight gain, so much so it had put a strain on her relationship with her husband. She was forever accusing Dean of having affairs and chasing after other women, even though she had no proof. This erratic behaviour caused nothing but endless rows, and even though her mother had warned her to sort herself out or risk losing Dean, Brenda couldn't help flying into rages of jealousy. Nancy was her biggest bugbear. Pretty, slim, wonderful fucking Nancy who everybody seemed to adore, including her Dean. Hearing the front door slam, Brenda dashed down the stairs. Dean had taken Tara out this morning and had told her he wouldn't be long, but they'd been gone for over 3 hours. Where you been? You said you wouldn't be long. Brenda's voice was full of suspicion. I popped in to see me Nan. It would have been me Dad's 45th birthday today and I thought seeing Tara might cheer her up, Dean explained. It was coming up to 5 years since his father had disappeared, and Dean always now referred to him as dead. Terry Smart had never been seen after leaving the Grave Morris that fateful Sunday evening, and the police had been just as baffled by his disappearance as Dean. Frida Smart still insisted to this day that her son had been murdered by Vinnie Butler, but seeing as he was married to Brenda, Dean had no option other than to think of his brother-in-law as innocent. Tara, pop next door and say Melissa. She knocked for you earlier, Brenda instructed her daughter. Since Dean had started working nights at the club, their sex life had become almost non-existent, and desperate to add to their family so that Dean could never leave her, Brenda was using every available opportunity that arose to get her husband to make love to her. Dean felt like a lamb being led into a slaughterhouse as he allowed Brenda to drag him up the stairs by his hand. The only way he could even get an erection with her these days was by shutting his eyes and thinking of his brother-in-law's wife. Nancy was beautiful, inside and out, and even though Dean knew that she was besotted with Michael and nothing would ever happen between them,
He couldn't help his feelings for the girl, who made his heart leap every time he saw her. "Hurry up then, Dean, in case Tara comes back," Brenda ordered, as she took her knickers off and flung them on the carpet. Trying not to look at his wife's fat, naked body, or her miserable face, Dean got undressed, climbed on top of Brenda, closed his eyes, and pictured Nancy. "Oi! What do you think you're doing?" Queenie yelled, as she saw a puff of smoke drift out of her 9-year-old grandson's mouth. Little Vinny, who lived with her permanently now, was sitting on her doorstep with his best mate, Ben Bloggs. He expertly trod on his cigarette and kicked it into a nearby bush. "Nothing, Nan. Me and Ben are just talking," he replied innocently. "I ain't just got off the banana boat, you know. I saw you puffing away, boy, so don't bastard well lie to me. How long you been smoking, eh?" Little Vinny stood up and stared at his feet. "Sorry, Nan. Me and Ben found a couple of fags in a packet and decided to smoke 'em, as we'd never tried one before, had we, Ben?" he said, nudging his pal. Queenie didn't particularly like Ben Bloggs. His gran, Ivy, was well known for her pilfering, his mother, Alison, for being a prostitute, and Queenie couldn't help but feel that coming from such a notorious family, Ben could only prove to be a bad influence on her grandson. "Everyone's inside, Nan. Lenny had a great birthday. He met a man with green hair and a safety pin through his nose. He had a photo taken with him, and Uncle Michael said he's called a punk," Little Vinny said. Queenie gave her grandson the evil eye. Little Vinny resembled his father at the same age so much that Queenie found it quite uncanny. It wasn't just his looks. He had the same streetwise personality as his dad, and possessed his charm as well. Ordering Ben Bloggs to sod off home, Queenie clipped Little Vinny around the ear. "Get upstairs to your bedroom and stay there. Had enough of your antics yesterday." Queenie had been terribly embarrassed when Big Stan had knocked on her front door late last night to inform her he'd caught her grandson and Ben Bloggs thieving items from the shed in his back garden. "You won't grass me up to Dad about anything, will you, Nan?" Little Vinny asked. "I swear I'll be a good boy from now on." Queenie knew her son would go absolutely apeshit if he knew Little Vinny had broken into the shed. Like herself, Vinny was a big believer of the rule, you never thieve off your own. It was unwritten tradition in their neck of the woods. "I'll say nothing, boy, but if you play me up one more time, I'm going to tell your father everything. Understand me? This is the last time I save your bacon, and I mean it." When Little Vinny strolled into the house behind his grandmother, he couldn't help but smirk. Most of Whitechapel was frightened of Queenie Butler, but he wasn't. He had his name right in the palm of his frightfully intelligent hand. Chapter 32. Vinnie Butler booked 2 big tables at Nick's restaurant for his son and Lenny's joint birthday celebrations. Nick had once been the manager of the steakhouse in Canning Town, where Vinnie had taken Karen on the evening she was murdered, but he now ran his own restaurant in Stratford, thanks to Vinnie and Ahmed's generosity. They'd provided the money to enable Nick to open, and in return demanded a 50% stake in the gaff. Nick greeted his business partners with open arms, then politely shook hands with Lenny and little Vinny. "Anyone else here yet?" Vinny asked. His mum and aunt had gone to visit Roy first, and were making their own way to the restaurant. Michael, Nancy, Brenda and Dean were coming with their kids, and Vinny had also invited Karen's mum Maureen and her sister Rose. Vinny was on reasonably good terms with Maureen now. She'd never truly believed that it had anything to do with Karen's death, and once she had severed contact with Karen's nosy next-door neighbour, she'd been as good as gold towards him. Karen had apparently had quite a bad drug problem as a teenager, and it suited Vinny no end to learn that Maureen believed Karen's demons had resurfaced. That left him in the clear. In the past year, Maureen and Rose had sold their respective properties and now shared a house in Hornchurch, Essex. They saw little Vinny at least twice a month, which was okay with Vinny. "Go and give your Nan and Auntie Rose a kiss," Vinny ordered his son. Michael and Nancy were also at the table, so after greeting Daniel and Adam, Vinny shook hands with his brother and nodded politely at Nancy. He didn't like Michael's wife at all. Nancy gave him the distinct impression that she looked down on him, and that riled Vinny no end. Within the next 20 minutes,
All the family arrived and the birthday celebrations got underway, with Lenny insisting that happy birthday was sung to him first.
It was my birthday before little Vinny's, he reminded everybody.
Watching Maureen and Rose both fawn over his son, Vinny smirked at Ahmed. Apart from the pest of a neighbour spouting all kinds of accusations, the police had never had anything on him for Karen's murder. They'd classed it as a drug overdose, and now he had Karen's mum and aunt on side, it'd shut up all the gossip mongers too. What type of man would top the mother of his child, then befriend the mum and aunt? An innocent one? That's who. As the jovial atmosphere continued around the table, Brenda clocked Dean and Nancy share a smile and felt her stomach tie in knots as usual. When a conversation began between the two of them, Brenda dashed away from the table and outside the restaurant.
"Where's Mummy gone, Dad?"
Tara asked Dean. When his brother-in-law stood up, Michael ordered him to sit back down. "I'll deal with this," he said. Queenie raised her eyebrows at Vivian.
"What happened?"
Vivian whispered in her sister's ear. "I think Bren got the hump because Dean spoke to Nancy. She'll drive that boy away one day if she ain't careful, Vivy. If I've told her once, I've told 100 times to rein her jealousy in. Only she can lose that weight and make herself feel better. She ain't going to do that while she's stuffing packets of biscuits down her gullet like they're going out of style, is she?"
"She is turning into a big old heifer, isn't she?" Vivian replied bluntly.
"Got an arse like a fucking elephant," Queenie added. Seeing that both Nancy and Dean felt totally embarrassed, Queenie decided to clear the air. "Yous two carry on talking. Take no notice of Nutty Nora. You're both part of this family and have every right to get on well."
"Who's Nutty Nora, Dad?"
Tara asked innocently. Dean kissed his daughter on the forehead. "Nobody you know, darling." Michael lit up a cigarette and handed his sister one.
"What's up with you?"
"Just wanted some fresh air. Not a crime, is it?"
Brenda replied arrogantly. "You've got to get off Nancy's case. And Dean's, Bren. They're only friends, for fuck's sake. And if it don't bother me, why should it bother you?"
"Don't know what you're on about, Michael. I haven't got the hump with Dean or Nancy. Why would I have? Haven't done anything wrong, have they?"
Brenda spat.
"Look, sis, tell me to mind my own business if you want, but if I were you, I would plaster a smile on your face, get your ass back inside that restaurant and try to be jovial."
"We don't go out that often, not all together, and I think our family have had enough dramas to last us a lifetime over the years, don't you?" Brenda nodded, took a deep breath to try and calm herself down. Then, knowing she had little choice, put on a fake smile and followed Michael back inside the restaurant. Roy picked up his address book and flicked through the pages until he reached the letter P. He was sweating like a pig today, but knew that was more to do with nerves than the freak summer England was experiencing. It had taken Roy a lot of courage and thought to come to the decision he had, but now he'd made his mind up, there was no going back. Vinny had ruined his life, therefore retribution was the only answer. Choosing the right person to help him had been Roy's biggest bugbear. There was no way he could chance his request reaching unwanted ears. That would spell disaster. After toying with involving Michael in his plan, Roy had decided against it and had opted for Paul instead. Paul had been his best pal at school and had worked the door on both clubs of his. He still worked for Vinny now. But Roy was sure he could be trusted. Roy wiped his brow with a tissue, then dialed Paul's number.
"Hello, mate. It's me, Roy. I need a favour, but you have to swear to me that what I ask you will go no further. I don't even want you to tell Pete. Can you promise me that?" "Roy, we go back a long way. You can trust me. You know that. It's so good to hear from you, pal. I was gutted when you didn't want me to visit you again." "You okay?" Paul asked. This was the first time he'd spoken to Roy since he'd moved to East Ham, and even though it broke Paul's heart to hear his lifelong friend sound a shadow of his former self, he was still pleased to hear from him. "I want you to visit me, Paul, but I need you to bring me a gun as well. Can you do that for me?" "What do you want it for?" "You ain't going to shoot yourself, are you?" Paul asked with alarm in his voice. No, I plan to shoot somebody else. I'm not in the mood to play games, Paul, so can you help me or not?
Paul's mind wandered back to when he and Roy were young. His pal had always looked out for him, and if it wasn't for Roy, Paul wouldn't be living in a decent house and earning the good wage he was now.
OK, Roy. I'll sort it for you. Who are you planning on shooting, though, mate?
Roy smirked.
Nobody you know, Paul. I swear.
Vinny was the first to notice Denise Thompson walk into the restaurant with Michael's kid and a tall, dark-haired geezer in tow. Denise had given birth to a boy called Lee.
Fuck me. It's all going to go off in here in a minute, Vinny whispered in Ahmed's ear.
Why?
Michael's ex and his kid had just walked in. Nancy won't have him around her or the boys, will she? I don't even think that Daniel or Adam know that Lee exists, Vinny explained, smirking.
When Queenie walked out the toilets and came face to face with her second eldest grandson, she had no alternative other than to pick the boy up and hug him tight to her chest. She rarely saw Lee. At the most, Michael brought him around twice a month for a short visit.
All right, Queenie. Didn't expect to see you here. This is Glenn, my boyfriend, Denise said politely.
Queenie said a quick hello, and seeing the arrival of a birthday cake made her excuses, then dashed back to the table. Michael, Lee's over there with Denise and her fella. Now, whether you like it or not, Nancy, Michael's going to have to go over there and speak to his son. I won't allow him to blank him, Queenie told her daughter-in-law. Nancy immediately felt her hackles rise. She knew that Michael supported Lee financially and that he saw him a couple of times a month, but there was no way she wanted her own sons confused by finding out they had a half-brother. They were too young to understand, and it wasn't fair on them. She also hated the thought of sitting in the same restaurant with another woman her husband had made love to. She felt physically sick. I want to take the boys home now, Michael. Can you drop us off, please? Before Michael could even answer, he heard a child yell, Daddy! Then saw Lee run towards him with his arms outstretched. Nancy stared at Lee. She'd never seen the child before and couldn't help but hate him on sight. Stifling a sob, she grabbed Daniel's hand, picked up Adam, and ran from the restaurant as though their lives depended on it. Are you going to watch me blow my candles out now, Michael? Lenny asked, prodding his cousin's arm impatiently. You stay with Lee and watch Lenny blow his candles out and I'll check if Nancy's okay for you, Dean said, as he stood up. No, you fucking won't, Brenda spat. Shut it, you, and mind your bloody language, Queenie said, wagging a finger of warning in her drunken daughter's face. Brenda, who'd been necking white wine all through the meal, sat there seething as the whole of the table sang happy birthday to Lenny. She was sure Dean fancied Nancy. She could see it in his eyes. Can I have me cake now, Dad? Little Vinny asked. Yeah, in a minute, son, Vinny said, snatching the bottle of wine out of his sister's grasp. Brenda had topped up her glass 3 times in the last 10 minutes, and Vinny knew if she drank any more she was bound to kick off. If it had been just his own family present, he'd have found it hysterical, but he didn't want Brenda to create havoc in front of Maureen and Rose. For obvious reasons, he always liked to make a good impression in front of those two. Seeing Dean lead Nancy back inside the restaurant with a comforting arm around her shoulders, Brenda lost the plot completely. You no good fucking cunt bag, she screamed, forcing all the other diners to look round at her. Brenda, sit back down now, Queenie ordered, totally embarrassed. Brenda was now beyond control. She picked up Lenny's cake and marched towards Dean. That's my cake, Bren! Give me it back, Lenny yelled. Do something, Vinny, Vivian demanded. Too bloody late, Queenie mumbled, as her daughter plunged the cake into Dean's face. When Lenny burst into tears and Nancy ran out of the restaurant again, Michael stood up. This is my problem, and I'll sort it. A couple of hours later, Queenie and Vivian were sitting side by side on the sofa with a glass of sherry. Weren't it a terrible day, Queen? Vivian said. Bleeding awful. Give them boring old trouts Maureen and Rose something to talk about, eh? Felt sorry for Ma Lenny, though. Lenny had been extremely upset that his birthday cake had been ruined, and in an attempt to cheer the lad up, Vinny had said he could stay at the club with him for the night.
"Did you hear what my Vinny said about Roy moving?" Queenie asked. "No." "Reckons he's found him a nice place by the sea. Vinny's going to view it on Tuesday." "Whereabouts is it?" Vivian asked. "Eastbourne. I don't know what I'm going to do if he moves that far away, Viv. We ain't going to be able to visit him much, and say Roy don't like it when he gets there. It could be a shithole for all we know."
Vivian squeezed her sister's hand.
"Why don't we go for the ride with Vinny to view it? We know a nice, friendly, clean place when we see one, don't we? In fact, why don't Roy come with us? The four of us can fit comfortably in Vinny's car. If it's Roy that's going to be living there, he should be the one to decide if it will suit him or not." Queenie nodded. "That would make me feel a lot better if we all went, and I knew my Roy liked it. I can tell when he's lying, even now. Well, let's do it then. Ring Vinny now. Ask him how my Lenny is as well. I hope he ain't still upset over that bleeding cake."
Queenie picked up the phone. The club didn't open on a Sunday evening, so it was unusual there was no answer.
"Leave it. Ring him tomorrow. I'm sure my Lenny's having a good time with Vinny anyway. He always bloody does."
Over in a seedy bar in Dalston, Vinny grinned as he saw Lenny's face light up.
"Well, what do you think, champ?" "I can't believe all the women are showing their titties,"
Lenny gabbled excitedly. When his cousin had burst out crying because his birthday cake had ended up splattered all over Dean's face, it had been Ahmed's idea to bring Lenny to his pal's strip club.
"He needs to get laid," were Ahmed's exact words.
Vinny couldn't agree more. As much as he loved his mum and Auntie Viv, they did wrap Lenny in cotton wool and treat him like a child in some ways, and it was doing the lad no good. Ordering Ahmed to get the drinks in, Vinny led Lenny to the back of the small club.
"You see them stairs there?"
"Yeah."
"Well, them women on stage go down them stairs a bit later. If you choose what one you like, then I'll make sure you have sex with her."
Lenny looked at Vinny open-mouthed.
"But say my mum finds out."
Putting an arm around his cousin's shoulder, Vinny led him outside the club.
"I won't tell no one, but neither must you. It'll be our little secret." "Is it like that other secret when I gave Karen that drink when I was little?"
Lenny asked innocently. Vinny couldn't help but smirk. Lenny had never mentioned that incident to anyone since Vinny had told him not to many years ago, and he was amazed his cousin still remembered it. At least it proved the boy could be trusted.
"Yep, it's a bit like that, champ. Now, do you want me to sort you out with a bird or not?"
Finally making his mind up, Lenny nodded excitedly.
"Yes, please, Vinny."
Back in Whitechapel, Queenie and Vivian were in deep conversation about the family.
"I do like Nancy. But didn't she make herself look a fool when she stomped out that restaurant, Queen? I mean, she knows Michael has nothing to do with Denise, so why won't she just accept Lee as part of their lives?" "Nancy ain't strong enough, Viv. I said that to you on their wedding day. Lovely girl and all that, but she weren't meant for our world. My Michael reckons she's been struggling to cope ever since she gave birth to Adam. He says she's suffering from depression. I think that's a load of old toffee. Look what we went through during the war. If anyone should have been fucking depressed, then we should. Soppy little mare needs to get her act together if you ask me." Lenny was as nervous as hell when the girl sat on the bed next to him. "I'm Layla,"
the girl said, rubbing Lenny's thigh. She really didn't want to be in the room any more than he seemed to, but she'd just been paid £50 to entertain this simple-looking chap. Lenny's erection felt as though it was going to burst through his trousers. The only naked women he'd ever seen in the past were the ones in the pornographic magazines he used to buy. His mum had gone mental when she'd found a stash of them under his mattress. She'd been even more horrified when she tried to look through them and noticed that most of the pages were stuck together. She told him he was a pervert, just like his father had been. Naked, apart from a pair of tiny lacy red panties, Layla forced a smile.
"Shall I take them trousers off for you?"
"Can I touch your titties first?" Lenny asked bluntly.
Layla put Lenny's hands on her breasts, then winced as he squeezed them roughly, poked his tongue out the side of his mouth, and began to pant like a thirsty dog. Just the thrill of Layla undoing his zip sent Lenny's senses into overdrive, and when she put her hand on his todger, unable to hold back any more, Lenny shot his load. Relieved that it was all over so quickly, Layla stood up. "What are you doing?" Lenny asked when Layla put her panties and bra back on.
"Getting dressed, love. Why don't you do the same?"
"Because my cousin paid you 50 quid so I could bang you, and I ain't banged you yet. Have you heard of my cousin? His name's Vinnie Butler."
Layla all but froze. Vinnie had a terrible reputation on the circuit. One brothel in Soho had even banned Vinnie from their premises and had then had their property mysteriously burnt to the ground a few weeks later. Lenny sat up with another massive hard-on and a big grin on his face.
"Well?" he asked.
Too scared to now refuse, Layla got undressed again and sidled up next to Lenny on the bed. When his sloppy mouth connected with hers and his tongue nigh on shot down the back of her throat, Layla couldn't help but gag. What followed was the worst shag and the longest 10 minutes of her miserable life. Chapter 33. Johnny Preston excitedly ripped open his letter. He knew it was from his ex-wife, as she had such distinctive handwriting. When Johnny had first got banged up, he and his wife had fallen out big time. Appalled by his affair and the crime he had committed, Deborah had divorced him. But over the past couple of years, they'd become really good pals once again. Deborah even came to visit him once a month now. In prison, letters were the main link to the outside world, and Johnny liked to take his time reading his so he could savour every word and imagine every event in them. Johnny Jr. was 16 now and had just got his first job in a restaurant in Colchester. He was a trainee chef, and Johnny knew that he got his love of cooking from his mother's side of the family, as he himself could barely boil an egg. Johnny's relationship with his son was an awkward one. The boy had very few communication skills, dressed like a freak, and walked about in eyeliner at times to emulate his hero, David Bowie. When Johnny got to the part of the letter where Deborah described how his daughter Joanna was having the time of her life, he smiled but then frowned. Joanna had gone to a holiday camp for an Easter break earlier in the year with her best pal, Chloe, and Chloe's parents. The girls had fallen in love with the place and had decided to give up their boring jobs working side by side in a factory to work at the holiday camp for the summer season. They'd wanted to be bar staff but were too young, so instead both girls had taken jobs as cleaners. Joanna working at a holiday camp miles away from home worried Johnny greatly. With her long blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, ample breasts and tall, lithe figure, Joanna was a real head-turner. In prison, your mind tended to work in overdrive, mainly through boredom, and many a night Johnny had lain awake tormenting himself with the thought of young lads trying it on with his pride and joy. He was at it like a rabbit when he was 17, and he just hoped Joanna had more sense than to fall for the spiel like he used to dish out on a regular basis. Joanna had had a boyfriend before leaving Tiptree, but that had now fizzled out, thankfully. Deborah was adamant that their daughter had her head screwed on, and he was worrying unnecessarily. But Johnny couldn't help the way he felt. What father wouldn't worry about his stunning young daughter living miles away from home in a chalet with 3 other young girls? Vinnie woke up with a head that felt like lead and a mouth as dry as sandpaper. Ahmed had started importing cocaine a few months ago, and Vinnie had become a silent partner in his new enterprise. What Vinnie hadn't anticipated was he and Ahmed snorting a chunk of the profits themselves. Vinnie had never been a drug taker in the past. He saw himself as far too cool to go down that rocky road. But there was something about cocaine that he liked. It was a social drug, and from the moment Vinnie had first tried it, he hadn't been able to leave it alone. Walking gingerly into the bathroom, Vinnie turned on the tap, doused his face in cold water, and stared at himself in the mirror. He was 31 now, and with his jet black hair and piercing green eyes was still a handsome bastard. "You need to sort yourself out, Vinnie boy. Don't want to lose them good looks of yours, do you now?" he mumbled, trying to talk some sense into himself. "Vinnie, your mum and aunt are here and a man called George has rung 3 times this morning. He wants you to ring him back, says it's urgent." "I'm going now," Vinnie heard his cleaner shout out. "OK,
Tell me mum I'll be down in a tick, Vinny said. Vinny opened his address book and, with adrenaline pumping through his veins, rang George Geary's number. Even though George had retired as chief inspector a while back, he was still fond of a bung. "George, it's me. You got 'em?" "Yes, I have. Very pretty girl. Now, where shall we meet? It took my contact an extra day to get these, Vinny, so I'm afraid the price is higher than we originally discussed." "How much?" Vinny asked in a bored tone. George had always bled him dry when he was in the force, and nothing had changed since. 750 instead of 500. That okay? He had to stay down there an extra day. "Yep, that's fine. Bring the goods here in about an hour and I expect them to be clear for that kind of dosh." "As clear as a freshly polished pane of glass, they are. That Turk isn't there, is he, Vinny? You know how I like to keep our business private," George remarked. "No. Listen, me mother's downstairs and I can hear her calling me name. Say 1 o'clock, eh? Apart from me, no bastard will be here then, I promise." George Geary only had to pay his contact a third of what he had charged Vinny, so it had been a nice little earner for him. "OK. See you at 1. Vinny felt his heart race as he replaced the receiver. He'd bided his time on his quest for revenge until the fruit was actually ripe. Dean Smart had not had the best of mornings. His lovely wife had spewed her guts up in the night and had left a trail of it all over the bedroom carpet and bathroom floor. Tara had been playing up something chronic for the past couple of hours, and now, to top it all, his nan had just wrung him in floods of tears, mumbling something about cancer and having to go into hospital for an operation.
Dad, I'm bored. Play a game with me,
Tara whinged. "I can't, love. I've got to go out. Your nan isn't well, so you'll have to stay here with Mummy." Looking extremely dishevelled, Brenda sat up.
Where are you going? And why can't you take Tara with you?
She asked suspiciously. Focusing on his wife, Dean felt nauseous himself. Her hair was matted with sick, her mascara had run, she looked as fat as a bull, and her left tit was hanging out of her nightdress. "If you don't sort yourself out and get off my case, Bren, I swear on Tara's life I will leave you."
No, Daddy, you can't leave us,
Tara screamed. When Dean left the room, Brenda chased after him. "Well, we will see what my brothers have to say about that, won't we, Dean? Don't think Vinny will be too happy when he finds out you're threatening to leave his sister and niece." "Go fuck yourself, Brenda," Dean yelled, as he flung open the front door. "No, you go fuck yourself. You'll never be allowed to leave me, Dean Smart, and you know it," Brenda shrieked. Another couple currently at war was Michael and Nancy. Michael had not been happy at all when Nancy had made a show of him the previous day. "Look, Nance, can't we sort this out? Why aren't you talking to me? If anyone should have the hump, then that should be me. You made me look a right prick in front of my family. I saw Vinny and Ahmed fucking laughing at me."
Oh, poor you. Do you honestly think I give a damn about your psycho of a brother and his slimy Turkish friend, Michael? How do you think I felt, eh? There I was, sitting in a restaurant with my 2 children, and in walks your ex and your firstborn. To say I was embarrassed was putting it bloody mildly. I felt a complete and utter fool.
Unaware that his eldest son was earwigging outside the door, Michael gave it to Nancy. "Fucking sick of this, I am. You knew the score, wed the kid when we first got wed, and you knew all about Denise. I binned her for you, for Christ's sake. You can be so immature at times, Nancy. Why shouldn't Lee be part of the family and get to know his brothers, eh? Daniel and Adam are better learning the truth now than when they're older." The conversation was interrupted by Daniel bursting into the room with Adam in tow.
Have we got another brother, Dad? Can we meet him?
Daniel asked excitedly. Calling Michael every name under the sun, Nancy picked up a handbag and fled the house. Vinny opened the back door of the club and ushered George Geary inside. Geary was a funny one. Years ago, when he was chief inspector and on the make, he would knock at the front door as bold as brass. Yet now he had retired, he would only use the back entrance, as he was afraid of being seen. "Where are they, then?" Vinny asked impatiently. "Hold your horses, boy. What's the rush? Sweat me cobs off in this poxy heat. I could kill a nice Scotch on the rocks to cool myself down a bit. Never known a summer like this before. Bleed nose pipe band now. Can't even water me garden.
Not in the mood to make polite conversation about the weather or George's garden, Vinny grunted, walked behind the bar and poured 2 large scotches.
Here you go, he said,
putting the drinks down on the table.
Well?
Geary took a piece of paper out of his pocket.
That's it. The girl is in chalet number 25. She works there as a cleaner.
Vinny stared at the address. King's Holiday Park, Pevensey Bay, Eastbourne. He'd known the girl had been living in Eastbourne, had even visited the area twice to try to track her down himself. That's how he'd spotted the nice care home that he was taking Roy to view tomorrow.
And the photos?
Vinny mumbled.
Money first,
Geary demanded, holding out his right hand. Vinny handed Geary an envelope. It amazed him that the man still asked for the money up front when he'd dealt with him for almost 13 years and had never once knocked him for a penny.
Pretty girl, isn't she? I hope you're not planning on doing anything too nasty to her,
Geary stated, feeling slightly anxious. Vinny didn't answer. The girl looked a bit like Nancy, but her hair was more strawberry blonde, her figure more voluptuous, and she had far bigger breasts.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, George. But you won't be involved, will you? I have to get some sort of revenge from me brother, but don't worry, it'll all be handled discreetly.
Feeling himself shudder, Geary stood up.
Give me that piece of paper back so I can dispose of it. It's my handwriting.
Vinny handed it to him, then followed Geary to the back door.
Thanks, mate. I'll be in touch if I need anything else.
Geary nodded.
And a word of advice, boy. Take a step back from that Turk. He's bad news.
Not wanting to get into a conversation regarding Ahmed, Vinny nodded, closed the door and leant against it. He stared at the photos again. Joanna Preston certainly was a pretty little minx, and what he would do to her only time would tell. The one thing he was sure of was that whatever he did, it would upset her bastard of a father greatly. Chapter 34. The following morning, Vinny picked up his mother, aunt and son at 9 a.m, then drove to East Ham to collect Roy. He usually loved a family outing, but not today. The plan had been that he and Ahmed were going to take a drive down to Eastbourne to check out the care home. Then on the same day they were going to take a good look around King's Holiday Park and see if they could spot their victim. Now his plan had been scuppered by his mother's insistence that the whole clan should travel down to Eastbourne. Vinny would have to return again tomorrow with Ahmed. Even though he had a top-of-the-range Jaguar XJ6, which was roomy, travelling with Roy in the back was a task in itself. His brother couldn't seem to get comfortable and was complaining constantly. When Roy suddenly shouted at his nephew for asking how long it was before they arrived at Eastbourne, Billy couldn't help but react.
For fuck's sake, Roy, give us all a break, will you? You've already had a go at Mum twice. We're all here to support you, you know. You wanted to move near the sea and I've worked me bollocks off to find you somewhere decent. Can't you just be grateful for once?
Roy could only show emotion on one side of his face, so curled his lip and glared at Vinny. He might have suffered major brain trauma, but he still had his marbles. Roy knew exactly what a liability Vinny was years ago. What he hadn't expected was to end up a cripple because of his brother's mistakes. Roy had tears rolling down his face as he forced his words out in his usual slow tone.
You expect me to be grateful to you, Vinny? It's your fault that I've lost Colleen, my child, my ability to walk, talk properly, and my life. I don't even class you as my brother anymore.
Queenie and Vivian were in the back, either side of Roy, and after glancing at one another, it was Vivian who broke the ice.
Now don't be like that, Roy. Vinny loves you, we all do. You're just a bit low at the moment, but wait until you get some of that seaside air down you. My old neighbour used to go to Eastbourne for her holidays every year and said it was a lovely place.
Sitting in the passenger seat, little Vinny looked around and stared at Roy. He'd never liked his uncle, even when he'd been normal. Little Vinny had a memory like an elephant, and even though he had only been young at the time, he could remember having a feeling that his Uncle Roy didn't like him much either.
Don't talk to my dad like that, he spat.
Vinny felt a warm glow inside of him. His wonderful son had just backed him like a true butler should.
Can we stop all this nastiness now, please? We're meant to be a family, and I'm trying to drive, he said, treating his son to a wink of approval. Queenie got a tissue out of her bag and wiped the perspiration from Roy's forehead. She loved both her sons and felt torn between the devil and the deep blue sea. Vinny turned up the volume on the radio. Mum, Auntie Viv, it's your favourite record. Let's have a sing-along, eh? Demis Roussos was currently topping the charts with a song called Forever and Ever, and as his two favourite women in the world started to sing it at the tops of their voices, Vinny grinned. He loved his family, Roy included, and why should he feel guilty? His brother had got shot. He hadn't. End of. Brenda was absolutely livid when Dean rolled home at lunchtime. Never had he stayed out all night before, and when his key went in the lock, Brenda began punching her husband before he'd even got his foot over the threshold.
Where you been? You been with another woman, haven't you?
When Tara started sobbing and screaming at her mother to leave her father alone, Dean grabbed Brenda's wrists. You're upsetting our daughter. I've stayed at me nan's house, if you must know. She has cancer, Bren. She might die. About to call her husband a liar, Brenda stopped herself. Dean loved his nan. She had almost single-handedly brought him up, and Brenda knew there was no way he would say she had cancer if she didn't.
I'm sorry about you, Nan, and I'm sorry for hitting you. I'm sick of all this arguing, Dean, aren't you? Can't we just make up and forget all about this stupid row? You still love me, don't you?
Dean had no choice other than to lie. Yeah, course I do. Nancy opened the front door and hugged her mum as though she were a child again.
Whatever's happened now? I didn't want to ask you on the phone because your dad was lurking nearby. Don't want him to have anything to gloat about, do we now?
Mum, where has Dad gone? Do you hate him?
Daniel asked innocently, tugging at Nancy's skirt. Nancy picked Daniel up and kissed him. Her sons were so much like Michael. Both had inherited his jet black hair and green eyes.
Of course I don't hate your dad. All mummies and daddies row sometimes. Now why don't you take Adam into the garden and play in your swimming pool while I have a chat with your nan?
Have I really got another brother, Mum?
No, not a proper brother, love. Now go outside and cool yourself down. You're all hot and sweaty.
When Daniel and Adam ran outside, Mary sat down on the sofa and urged her daughter to do the same.
So how does Daniel know about Lee? Did Michael tell him?
Explaining what had happened at the restaurant and since, Nancy was rather surprised by her mother's reaction. I really do feel that now it's all out in the open you should perhaps let Daniel and Adam meet their brother. They're only nippers, Nance, and I bet they'll get on well with Lee.
No, Mum, it's not right. Michael knew from the start that I didn't want Lee to be a part of my life, so I don't see why I should suddenly welcome the child with open arms. I've enough on my plate with Daniel and Adam without looking after a third.
But you won't have to look after him, Nance. Michael won't just dump him on you, will he?
Why are you on Michael's side, eh, Mum? You're meant to be on mine.
Nancy's voice was bitter. I'm not on anyone's side, love. I just don't want to see you ruin something special. Relationships need working at. I should know. I've suffered your father for years. Sometimes you have to learn to give and take to make things work. Where is Michael, by the way? Nancy shrugged.
We're not talking. When the boys overheard his comments about Lee yesterday, I stormed out and went round Rhonda's house. I didn't get back until just before Michael was due to leave for work last night, and I stayed in bed this morning until I heard him leave. I've got a feeling he might have driven up to Ipswich to see his dad. I remember him saying something about visiting Albie the other day.
Worried about her daughter's mental state yet again, Mary sighed. Oh, well, it's up to you what you decide to do, love. But Lee is Michael's son, and there isn't anything in the world that's going to change that. If I was you, I'd allow Lee to be part of yours and the boys' lives.
But you're not me, Mum, are you?
Queenie and Vivian had never been to anywhere like Eastbourne before, and they couldn't help but comment how different it was from London.
Ain't it clean, Queen? Look at the pavements. Spotless they are,
Vivian said. Beautiful, clean, fresh air as well. I can actually smell the sea. Brings it home to just how putrid our own area is, doesn't it? Queenie replied. Whitechapel had never been the sweetest smelling of places,
but the long hot summer had made it even worse. The stink of refuse and rotting fruit hung heavily in the air back in their native East End, and Queenie had taken to shutting her windows and using air fresheners. "This is it here, on the right. You wait until you see the beautiful grounds," Vinny said. "Mum, do you mind if I drop you Auntie Viv and Roy at the home, then pick you up in a couple of hours? Little Vinny will be well bored otherwise, and there's a place not far from here where I can get him some lunch. The staff said it would take quite a while to show everything to you, and I'm no good with stuff like that. I'm sure Roy would be happier if just you two stayed with him," Vinny said. "Yeah, I would," Roy added. When Vinny pulled up in the car park, Queenie grinned. There were beautiful gardens, tweeting birds, and a real sense of tranquility. "You're going to adore it here, boy. It's the nuts." Having just arrived at his destination in Suffolk, Michael greeted his dad, Dorothy, and Uncle Bert fondly. Since moving to Ipswich, his father had really sorted himself out. He had cut his booze intake down to just a few beers every evening, and had also met a lovely lady who now lived with him and Bert, and cooked and cleaned for them. Albie even had his own greenhouse and allotment now, where he grew his own vegetables and fruit. "Sorry I didn't get down here last week when I said I would, Dad. Something cropped up at the club, then it was Lenny and little Vinny's birthdays. You know how it is." Albie cherished his relationship with his youngest son. Michael was the only link to his past. "Not to worry, boy." "Right, I'm going to leave you men to talk while I go out into the kitchen and prepare lunch. I've cooked us a nice lamb stew, Michael," Dorothy said. Albie grinned with pride as his woman left the room. Dorothy wasn't his usual type. She was 55 years old and had worked as a librarian for many years. She had a heart of gold, though, and made Albie very happy. Cuddling up to Dorothy every night was much more satisfying than all the meaningless bunk-ups he'd had over the years. "I'll leave you to it as well. I need to see to my greenhouse," Bert said. "Shall we have a beer, son? I already drink in the day now, but you look like you could do with one, and I shall use the hot weather as an excuse to have one myself." "Yeah, I'd love one, Dad." "So, what's wrong then? You're not your usual chirpy self," Albie said, handing his son an ice-cold can of Heineken. Michael wasn't usually one to spill his guts, but today he felt the need to, so he told his father all about Nancy's behaviour in the restaurant. "We're not even talking now, Dad. I love her so much, but Lee's my son, and it puts me in such a fucking difficult position. Nancy hates me having any contact with a boy, and I feel so bloody guilty about it. I only see him twice a month." Albie nodded understandingly. He knew all about difficult relationships after living with Queenie for years. "You've just got to go with your heart, boy, and do what you feel's right. Why don't you bring Lee down here to meet me? I'd love to be a proper granddad." Apart from Nancy, Michael had never told any of his family that he visited his father regularly. Nobody would approve, so he'd kept his relationship with his dad as his little secret. "I will introduce you to Lee one day, but I can't bring him down here at the moment, Dad. I only have him for a few hours at a time. Nancy would go mental if I had him any longer. She goes into a deep depression every time I mention the child." Albie took a sip of his beer. He was a docile man now, didn't like to get involved in debates or speak out of turn. But he knew, as Michael's father, he had to point him in the right direction. "Sometimes, son, you have to put your foot down in life with women. Don't let Nancy call the shots like I let your mother, because if you do, you'll lose her respect. If I could turn the clocks back, I would do things so differently. Your mum and Auntie Viv ruled the roost, and me being a weak man, I just let 'em shove me out. I should have stood me ground, asserted me authority, but I didn't, and look where it got me. I see myself in you, boy. You're not like Vinny. You're a kind lad with a big heart. Don't make the same mistakes that I did, eh?" Michael nodded. His father might have been a drunk for years, but he spoke more sense at times than the rest of the Butler clan put together. Little Vinny's eyes lit up as his dad drove into King's Holiday Park. "Look, there's an amusement arcade over there. Can we go in and play the machines, Dad?" Vinny stepped out of the car. Children's laughter filled the air and was accompanied by the strong but pleasant smell of chlorine. "And there's a swimming pool. Can we go swimming?" Little Vinny had never been to a holiday camp before,
and he loved it already. No, we can't go swimming because we haven't got any towels or our trunks with us, Vinny replied. The holiday park certainly seemed to have a buzz about it. There were lots of chalets, with adults sunbathing and children playing happily outside. There was a big clubhouse and a shop that had rubber rings, beach balls and buckets and spades on sale outside. Vinny had never been to a holiday park before either, and he was quite surprised by how upmarket it all seemed. "Shall we get something to eat then, boy?" he asked. He'd wanted to drive around more, see if he could find chalet number 25, but there just wasn't the time today. "Yeah? Can I have burger and chips, Dad?" Vinny nodded and smiled at a holidaymaker walking past. "Excuse me, could you tell me where we can get something to eat, please?" "In the clubhouse." "Have you only just arrived?" the lady asked, ruffling little Vinny's hair. "Yes." "Oh, your boy will love it here. They do so much for the kids. My grandson's favourite is the donkey derby. You must do the Treasure Island trip too. It's a wonderful camp, much better than Pontin's where we used to go." "Sounds great. Enjoy your holiday," Vinny said, gesturing at his son to follow him towards the clubhouse. Vinny had imagined the clubhouse on a holiday camp to resemble a big shed with poor entertainment, but this one was the exact opposite. It had a large modern bar, a massive stage and top-class lighting. It also had band equipment on stage and a DJ stand. Scanning the club to see if he could spot Joanna Preston, Vinny noticed there was a darts competition going on, and also a grey-haired man sitting in the corner painting a portrait of a child while the kids' parents looked on proudly. "Wait here, son, while I get us a drink. Kids aren't allowed up the bar," Vinny ordered, after clocking the sign. Two lads marched over to little Vinny. The one with the football under his arm spoke first. "All right, I'm Gary, and this is me cousin, Steve. Do you want to play football with us? We're one short on our team. What's your name?" "I'm Vinny, and I'll have to ask me dad. He's up the bar at the moment." "Hello, lads. Do you want a glass of Coke as well?" Vinny asked, handing his son his drink. "Yes, please, mister." When Vinny returned from the bar, little Vinny asked if he could play football with Steve and Gary. "You haven't got time today, son. We need to get back to pick the others up shortly." "I like it here, Dad. I don't want to go home," little Vinny whinged. Sitting down at a nearby table, Vinny urged the lads to do the same. "So, where'd you come from, boys? You here on holiday?" Steve explained that his and Gary's parents owned chalets on the site, and told Vinny that they were cousins who came from Plumstead in South London. "You should get a chalet here too, mister. It's well nice. They have all the big stars sing here at weekends, and all the famous comedians. My mum says Butlins is shit compared to King's. She says it's the best holiday camp ever, and we love it here too, don't we, gal?" Gary nodded. "My nan made my grandad go in for the knobbly knees competition earlier this week, and he won," he chuckled. "Dad, can't you book us a holiday here?" little Vinny pleaded. Vinny couldn't help but smirk. Why hadn't he thought of that? Booking a holiday was the best way possible to get to Joanna Preston, surely. "Yeah, I don't see why not. I wonder where I can book it." "There's an office not far from the entrance. They'll book it for you. A man called Ray King owns the camp. He's friendly with me dad and granddad. If you see Ray, just tell him Gary Fletcher sent you. He knows me too." Chuckling, Vinny ruffled his son's hair. "We'll have something to eat, then I'll book us a holiday. But we need to get our skates on. Go and order some food while I get another pint. I'll have whatever you're having, and get your mates whatever they want." Vinny snatched the £10 note out of his father's hand and ran towards the food counter. His dad was the best dad ever. He really was. Queenie and Vivian could find no fault with the home, staff or surroundings. Roy had been shown the room that would be his, and it was spacious, nicely furnished, with its own TV and a wonderful view from the window. The food was fairly decent. They'd just all eaten lunch, and the staff said that in the summer the patients that were well enough to go were regularly taken to the beach. "Look at that flower bed, Queen. Not seen roses like that in years. What a beautiful place. Much better than that shithole in East Ham, eh?" Nodding, Queenie looked at her watch.
The staff had told her and Vivian to have a walk in the grounds while they took Roy into the day room and introduced him to some of the other patients. They said initial introductions always went smoother without any family present. "Come on, let's go back in and see how Roy's getting on. Do you think he likes it? Hasn't said much, has he? He did wolf that quiche and salad, though. Wasn't eating sod all in East Ham. He said the food was rotten." "I'm sure he will be happy here, Queen. He seemed to like his room and was chuffed it had its own TV." Queenie sighed. "I do hope so, Vivi. I really do. If he's happy, I'm happy. If he's sad, then so am I." Vinny liked things to go to plan, and when the lady in the office informed him that they were fully booked for the next 6 weeks, he was pissed off. "But you must have one chalet spare." "Not until September. King's is ever so popular with families, and the school holidays really do get booked up months in advance. I can offer you a caravan, though." Vinny glared at the woman. "Do I look like a pikey?" Little Vinny's eyes filled up with tears. He had met 2 nice mates, thoroughly enjoyed his burger and chips, won £3 in the amusement arcade, and he wanted to stay at King's forever. "Can't you just buy a chalet, Dad, like Gary and Steve's dad did?" he asked hopefully. "Are there any chalets for sale?" Vinny asked the woman. "Yes. Would you like to view one this afternoon?" "I can't. I need to be somewhere else. I'll have to come back another time." "Well, the office is open all day, every day, sir. This is our phone number. Give us a call and we can talk through the prices and arrange any viewings for you." "Can't we do it now, Dad? Please?" little Vinny begged in desperation. Vinny dragged his son from the office. "We haven't got time, boy, and I haven't much money on me." Little Vinny started to cry as soon as he got in the car. It was his actual birthday today, and it was now the worst one ever. "Don't cry. Only sissies cry. Think on the bright side. You can go for a ride on that present of yours when you get home." "Don't want to go for a ride on it. I want to go on holiday to King's," little Vinny wept. Vinny turned the volume up on the stereo. Then hearing Dorothy Moore singing Misty Blue, he quickly turned it back down again. He hated that bastard record, and every other soppy love song that somehow wormed its way into the charts. Mulling over what he should do, Vinny mentally calculated the pros and cons. He knew the chalet was going to set him back thousands, but he could easily afford it. His mum, aunt and Lenny would all be sure to love King's. The downside was, sodding off to Eastbourne for days on end was not something he was comfortable with. Yet Michael and Dean were both quite capable of running the club, and he had some good staff as well. Pete and Paul were ultra trustworthy, and had been working for him for donkey's years. Glancing at his distraught son, Vinny mounted the car onto the nearby curb. "Right. I'll do your deal." "What?" Vinny mumbled, his lip protruding sulkily. "Well, your nan ain't happy I bought you that scrambling bike for your birthday. She's paranoid you're going to fly off it, break your neck and end up in a wheelchair like your Uncle Roy. So this is the deal. I'll take the bike back to the shop, then I'll drive back to King's tomorrow and buy one of them chalets instead. What do you reckon?" Vinny's face lit up in a split second. "You got yourself a deal, Dad."
This ends Disc 9. The Trap, Disc 10.
Chapter 35. To avoid any rush hour traffic, Vinny picked Ahmed up at the crack of dawn. "Did you bring any gear with you?" Vinny asked. He didn't like to keep a stash of his own, as it was too tempting to snort it. "It is breakfast time," Ahmed replied, pretending to be appalled. "I know that, you nutter. Just thought we might perk ourselves up a bit later. I didn't get rid of all the punters until after 3, so I've only had a couple of hours' sleep. Feel fucked, I do." Grinning, Ahmed pulled a small see-through bag out of his pocket. "Good job I had the brain to bring this with me, then." Little Vinny was like a cat with 2 tails. All he could think and talk about was having regular holidays with his new pals, Steve and Gary, down at Eastbourne. "Nan, you and Auntie Viv are really going to love it at King's. They have bingo and a glamorous granny competition. I think you should enter that. I'm sure you're pretty enough to win." Queenie didn't want to dampen her grandson's enthusiasm,
but there was more chance of hell freezing over than her standing on stage with a load of old dears who wore crimpling dresses and stank of piss.
Aren't you going out with Ben today?
Not until Dad's rang. He promised he would ring me as soon as he bought the chalet. I want to know what number it is.
Well, you're going to have to find out later, boy. Me and your Auntie Viv are going to visit your great nan's grave. Then we have to go and see Roy. You can't stay here on your own, so if you're not going out to play, then you'll have to come with us.
But why can't I stay here? I know how to look after myself, and as soon as Dad rings, I'll go out.
No, you ain't staying here, Vinny, and that is final.
Within 2 hours of arriving in Eastbourne, Vinny had spied through the window of chalet number 25 and purchased what was referred to as a bungalow because it was newly built with bricks rather than wood. He was now sitting by the swimming pool with an ice-cold lager in his hand.
That man's face was a picture when you handed him £7,500 in a carrier bag,
Ahmed chuckled, unbuckling his jeans.
What you doing? You can't strip down to your pants. There's children present.
Which is why I put trunks on, Ahmed said, letting go of his jeans to reveal a bright green pair of extremely brief Speedos. Vinny couldn't help but laugh as he clocked women staring at his pal. Ahmed was 6'2", golden brown, and really did have muscles in all the right places. He had a bit of a hooked nose which seemed to suit his face, and with his mirrored sunglasses on, plus the enormous bulge in his trunks, was certainly turning some heads. Vinny had thought he had been gifted with an enormous penis until he'd stood next to his pal in the toilet one day. That was a story he and Ahmed often joked about.
I could eat a scabby horse. Where do I buy food? Ahmed asked.
Vinny didn't answer. He was transfixed by the girl in the bikini who was walking towards him with her pal. He knew immediately it was Joanna Preston, and he nudged Ahmed's arm.
Our prey has just arrived, and she's heading our way.
When Joanna smiled at him, then asked if the sunbeds next to them were free, Vinny could barely believe his luck.
I go to get my friend, and I drink and food. Would you like anything, beautiful ladies? Ahmed asked, winking at Joanna's pal.
Ahmed always liked to sound more Turkish when chatting up English birds. A foreign lilt plus a few cheesy compliments always equalled great success. Over the years, it had ensured him many a bunk-up, and his beloved British passport.
No, we're fine. But thanks for asking us,
the girl replied politely. When Joanna took some sun oil out of her bag and began to rub it all over her body, Vinny watched her out of the corner of his sunglasses. Joanna was easy on the eye, and nothing would give him greater pleasure than fucking the arse off Johnny Preston's daughter. He could get an erection just thinking about it. Little Vinny couldn't think of anything more boring than spending the day at his great nan's grave and Roy's care home, so he'd allowed his nan to march him round to Ben Bloggs's house. He had then knocked on the door, waved goodbye and gone inside. What his nan hadn't realised was as soon as she'd walked off, he and Ben had gone back to her house and were currently trying to get through the kitchen window.
I'm stuck! It's hurting me arms! I can't get in there,
Ben complained, as he managed to wriggle back out, with the help of his pal pulling his legs.
Well, we're just going to have to get the ladder. Then you can stand on the conservatory roof and get through my bedroom window, little Vinny suggested. Why me? You're better at climbing, Vin, so you do it.
Little Vinny was like his father in more ways than one, and one of the worst traits he'd inherited was impatience. He was so desperate to receive the phone call confirming that his dad had purchased a chalet at King's that he would have done almost anything to get inside the house.
Be careful. That roof is only plastic, Ben said,
as his mate went up the ladder.
I'll be fine. I ain't fat, am I?
Little Vinny slithered across the roof like a snake, but as he stood up to heave himself through the bedroom window, the shrill voice of Mouthy Maureen, who lived next door but one, made him lose his balance. Seconds later, the roof gave way, and with a deafening crash, little Vinny fell through to the conservatory. Back in Eastbourne, Vinny had just got Joanna and her pal a drink, and was currently laying on the charm.
So whereabouts do you come from, girls? He asked, propping himself up on his elbow.
Tiptree,
Chloe replied.
And you?
Vinny asked, fixing his most penetrating stare on Joanna.
I come from the same place,
Joanna replied. She'd been young when her father moved them out to Essex, and he'd always wanted her never to tell anybody where she'd lived beforehand. Even though many years had now passed, the warning had stuck in Joanna's mind. She wasn't silly. She knew her dad was into bad stuff, which was why he was locked up now. But she'd never really learned the full truth of why they'd had to leave London in such a hurry. Her parents had both seemed reluctant to talk about the move, and had virtually told Joanna not to mention the subject again, which she hadn't.
"I'm very hungry again, ladies. Would you be so kind to join me and my friend for lunch? We can leave towel on sunbeds and eat inside club," Ahmed suggested.
Chloe shrugged and looked at Joanna. Neither of them earned much money in their cleaning jobs, and the two men did seem quite charming.
Shall we, Jo?
"Go on, be a devil."
"Our treat, of course," Vinny said, winking at his prey. Joanna was rather taken with Vinny. Since she and Chloe had been working at King's, they'd met and snogged a few lads. Joanna had even let one touch her breasts, but nobody had really rocked her boat. Most were just holiday-makers out for a good time. Vinny was different. He was older, extremely handsome, very sophisticated, and he had told her he owned a place at King's. That had impressed Joanna because he'd said it was a brick-built bungalow, and because they were relatively new, only rich people could afford them. Smiling at Vinny, Joanna stood up.
"Lunch it is, then."
Because of their hectic lifestyles, Donald and Christopher Walker spent very little father and son time alone. Either Donald was busy in the cafe, or Christopher was on the beat, and when the two were together, Mary was usually in her armchair joining in with their conversation. Today, however, Christopher was off duty. The cafe had been quiet, and Mary had suggested that father and son go for a lunchtime pint together.
"Me and Tina can manage okay, and you could do with a break, Donald. I often pop out during opening hours, and it isn't fair that you're always stuck here," his wife had insisted.
"Some of the lads at work drink far too much, you know, Dad. They finish their shift and go straight to the pub. Even if they're on late shift, they go to this pub called the Spurstow Arms, where the landlord gives them a lock-in. They stay in there most of the night sometimes, and you can tell that they aren't as on the ball in work the next day as they should be," Christopher informed his father as they walked towards their local. "Christ, that's disgusting. No wonder there are so many bloody crimes committed if half the Met are permanently pissed. I really have never understood why people enjoy getting drunk. It's a complete waste of money, and surely it's better to be in control of yourself. I got drunk once, son, when I was about your age, and I vowed never to allow myself to do it again. Do these colleagues of yours invite you to go drinking with them?" Donald asked worriedly. He had thought the police force were the creme de la creme of the human race, but obviously not. Christopher didn't answer. He hadn't seen his sister for years, but he was sure it was Nancy who was walking towards them. She was with another girl, both were pushing buggies, and there was also a dark-haired child walking alongside them. "Dad, is that Nancy?" "What? Where?" "Walking towards us."
Donald recognised his daughter immediately, even though she was a good 50 yards away. She was tall, as slim as ever, and with her long blonde hair and beauty, Nancy was unmistakable. And even though the child beside her looked nothing like Nancy, he knew it must be one of his grandsons.
"Where are we going, Dad?"
Christopher asked, when his father yanked him by the arm and dragged him across the road.
"We're avoiding your sister, son. You don't want to see her, do you?"
"No, not really. I wouldn't have minded seeing what my nephews look like, though."
"Those children aren't your nephews, Christopher. Neither are they my grandsons. They're butlers. Never forget that, will you?"
Christopher glanced over the road, and aware that Nancy was looking his way, quickly turned back to his father.
"You're spot on, Dad. Those kids are bound to turn out to be scum just like their father and uncles are."
Roy Butler felt the happiest he had in ages. Paul had just turned up with the gun he had asked for, and he was moving to Eastbourne.
"How much do I owe you?" Roy asked his pal. 200, including the bullets. I wish you'd tell me what you're planning, though, Roy, in case it backfires my way. Vinny and Michael aren't going to be happy if they find out I'm involved, are they?"
Roy wrapped the gun back in its cloth, wheeled himself over to his bedside cabinet and hid it at the back of the drawer.
"You can't leave it there. Say one of the carers finds it," Paul said,
feeling more anxious by the second. He had a wife and 2 kids to support, therefore could not afford to lose his job at the club. He was also worried about repercussions from Vinny,
His boss certainly wasn't a chap you'd want to get on the wrong side of. Roy wheeled himself over to where Paul was sitting and stared him in the eyes. I swear on my Emily May's life that your name will never crop up, Paul. I'm a man of my word, as you well know. But won't you go to prison, Roy? I mean, you can hardly shoot someone and get away from the scene of the crime easily, can you? I ain't being nosy, I'm just worried about you, that's all. Roy tried to smile on the one side of his face that would still allow him that pleasure. Please do not fret or ask me any more questions, mate. My plan is infallible. Crippled I might be, but stupid I'm not. Back in Eastbourne, Joanna and Chloe were getting along like a house on fire with the two generous gentlemen they'd met.
Well, do you fancy Ahmed? Joanna asked her pal, as they went to the toilet together just so that they could have a girly discussion. I'm not sure. I think I do, but he's a bit too old for my liking. What about you? I can tell you like that, Vinny, so don't make out you don't. Yeah, I do really like him, but as you said, they are a bit old for us. Then again, they're good fun, and I think they're loaded, so we'd be mad not to see him again if they asked us. Them lads we went out with last week made us go round for round with them, Chloe. I can never imagine Vinny and Ahmed making us buy them a drink, can you? Surely we're better to date real men than silly bloody boys, eh? Yeah, you're right. We came to work at King's to have some fun, so we might as well let Ahmed and Vinny show us a good time, Chloe agreed. Joanna giggled and linked arms with her pal. I bet they're both good in bed too. Vinny has the most mesmerising eyes I've ever seen. And did you see the size of Ahmed's thingamajig in them Speedos? It looked like he had a snake tucked in there. Chloe playfully punched her pal on the arm. Stop it, she ordered. Queenie and Vivian weren't even halfway down their road when mouthy Maureen came running towards them. Maureen had only moved in next door but one to Queenie just over a year back, and although her curtains and house were kept spotlessly clean, she did like to poke her trunk into other people's business, which is why Queenie and Vivian liked to keep their distance from her. What's this fucking trappy cow want? Vivian mumbled, when Maureen started to wave her hands frantically. By the time Maureen reached Queenie and Vivian, she was so out of puff she could barely speak or breathe, so leant on a nearby wall. Whatever's the matter? Queenie asked. It's little Vinny. I had to call an ambulance for him. He fell through your conservatory roof, and I think he's broken his arm. Took a bang on the head as well, Maureen panted. Where is he now? Vivian asked, alarmed. London Hospital. He isn't alone, though. His mate Ben Bloggs was with him, and Big Stan went in the ambulance with him. Stan wanted to take him in his car, but I told him no. I watched a programme recently, and he said if anyone has had a bad fall, you shouldn't move them until the experts get there. Queenie could feel her hand shaking, such was the shock. So, was he conscious? Oh, yeah. He had to stand up to unlock the door, but then I made him lie back down again. Lucky he fell on that flowered sofa that you bought recently. Flattened it, he did. But it would have been worse had he hit the concrete floor. OK, well, thanks for all your help, Maureen. Best me and Vivi get up the hospital now, Queenie said, grabbing her sister's arm and marching off in the opposite direction. Don't worry too much, Queen. You know how Maureen likes to exaggerate. If little Vinny stood up to unlock the door himself, he must be OK, Vivian said comfortingly. Well, I'll tell you something, Vivi. If that little bastard hasn't got any broken bones, he soon will have if he's ruined my beloved conservatory. I'll break his fucking neck. After having lunch and a few drinks in the clubhouse, Vinny and Ahmed suggested they take the girls for a drive so they could explore more of Eastbourne. Joanna and Chloe were extremely impressed when they saw Vinny's flash-looking Jaguar, and even though the men had told them very little about what they did for a living, apart from describing themselves as businessmen, the girls saw no danger in going for a drive with them. Usually, Joanna and Chloe just chilled by the swimming pool every day after finishing their cleaning, so it was nice to do something different and more exciting for a change. Vinny took a drive around some of the coastal roads and then stopped at a pub called the Moorings that overlooked the beach. Fancy another drink, ladies? He asked. I thought you had to drive back to London this afternoon. What time do you have to leave? Joanna asked. Ahmed chuckled. We don't.
Our mums say we can stay out late.
Vinny allowed his mind to wander. Many a night he'd laid in bed, virtually salivating, such was his desire to get even with Preston. And now that time had come. He had asked George Geary to track the bastard down years ago, and when Geary had failed, Vinny had surmised Johnny had changed his name. That wasn't the case, though, and Vinny was now sure that Geary had purposely not even tried to find Preston in case it ended up in a bloodbath, and he was implicated. Vinny had toyed with hiring a private detective at one point, but he was too wary of who he could trust. Loose lips sink ships was a true old saying, and one that his mother had drummed into him since childhood. Vinny glanced into his interior mirror and grinned as Joanna locked eyes with him. The buzz of retribution was already in his system, and it was a bigger high than cocaine.
Well, we were going back to London this afternoon, but that was before we met you two beautiful ladies. Have you and Chloe got any plans for tonight? If you have, please don't think of cancelling them on our behalf, but if you haven't, Ahmed and I can stay in my chalet tonight, then drive back to London tomorrow morning. We would love to take you to a nice restaurant later, or a club. It's your call, Vinny said.
Joanna and Chloe immediately nudged one another excitedly. Tiptree had never been the most stimulating place to live, and the majority of the lads there were quite dull. Vinny reminded Joanna of her dad in some ways, but with a lot more going for him. Joanna's mum had always described her dad as a Vinny type when they'd first met and were living in South London, but she'd said he had changed when they'd moved to Tiptree.
Well,
Chloe asked her pal.
it's up to you,
Joanna giggled. She wasn't a virgin, had already slept with two lads back in Tiptree, but there was something about Vinny when he looked at her with those eyes and that stare that made her feel naive again.
OK. Seeing as my mate can't make a decision, I say we should go to a nightclub,
Chloe told Vinny.
I hope you good dancer. I the best. Turkish man know how to move and groove, Ahmed cheekily informed Chloe. Well, that's settled then. You go get the drinks, Ahmed, while I'll phone home. I promised little Vinny I'd ring him earlier, then forgot. I'll be back in a minute, ladies, Vinny said courteously.
As he turned his back to walk away, he couldn't help but smirk. He already had Joanna Preston in the palm of his clever hand, and he knew it. Queenie Butler screamed when she saw the state of her once beautiful conservatory. Vinny had paid for it as a birthday present last year, and now it looked like it had been a casualty of one of Hitler's bombs. The roof was ruined, the panel in the middle had completely caved in, and her lovely flowered sofa with the carved wooden arms and legs was as flat as a pancake.
Oh, my God, Vivy! He's even flattened me best plant! I'll swing for the little bastard! Where is he now?
Little Vinny had escaped his ordeal with just a broken left arm and a small graze on his forehead. The nurses said that there were no signs of concussion, so he was allowed to go home. But if he were to be sick later, or complain of a bad headache, Queenie should bring him back to the hospital just to be on the safe side.
He's gone upstairs to his bedroom.
He's a bit subdued, isn't he? Vivian said.
I'll give him fucking subdued. I told him he wasn't allowed in this house alone, and what does he do? He breaks in, the little bastard. Couldn't even successfully do that, could he? I wouldn't have minded so much if he'd smashed one of me windows, but ruining me conservatory's the final straw, Vivy. It ain't my responsibility no more. I can't handle the child.
I'll get that, Vivian said when the phone rang. She was hoping it might be her Lenny. She always worried when he worked at the club alone during the day, but Vinny insisted he was fine. He reckoned responsibility was just what the boy needed.
It's Vinny, Queen!
Vivian shouted out. Absolutely livid, Queenie snatched the phone out of her sister's hand.
Where the fuck are you? You need to get your ass back here, boy. Your son is driving me totally doolally.
I'm in Eastbourne, Mum. You knew I was coming here to buy a place. I've had a few beers now, so I've decided to stay here for the night. I'll be home first thing in the morning, then I'm coming back here at the weekend and bringing you, Auntie Viv and Champ with me. Guess who are appearing at the clubhouse on Saturday night? Shawaddy Waddy. You like them, don't you? Vinny said, trying to smooth over his mother's obvious bad mood.
Fuck Shawaddy Waddy. That little bastard you've lumbered me with has broken his arm and smashed up my conservatory. Fell through the bastard roof, he did. Now you get your ass back here ASAP. I'm too old to handle that child, so best you pick him up before I break his scrawny neck or shove him in an orphanage. I've had a gutful of him. I can't hack it no more."
Vinny sighed with pure frustration. He'd been desperate to fuck Joanna Preston's brains out this evening, and by the way she'd been looking at him, he'd known his ultimate shag had been on the cards.
"Calm down, Mum. I hate to hear you this upset. I'll leave Eastbourne now, and hopefully, traffic permitting, we'll be back in 3 hours. Where's little Vinny now? Is he okay?"
"In his bedroom. The nurse put plaster on his arm, then said to bring him home.
I'm stressed up to me eyeballs. Not only does he worry the bloody life out of me, I now have no fucking roof on me conservatory. What with Roy now moving to Eastbourne, I'm at the end of me tether, son, I really am."
Assuring his mother he would sort everything out, including his son and her roof, Vinny ended the call, plastered a smile on his face and walked over to the table where Ahmed and the girls sat. His quest for revenge would just have to wait that little bit longer. Chapter 36. Mary Walker walked towards her daughter's house with slight trepidation. Like any decent mother, Mary knew her Nancy inside out. And not only was it out of character for her to ring the cafe, it was also the tone of Nancy's voice that had warned Mary something was dreadfully amiss.
"What's wrong, darling? Are the boys okay? I know you always wait for me to ring you unless it's urgent," Mary said, when her daughter answered the front door. "Oh, it's everything, Mum. Daniel and Adam both have stomach bugs. Michael has to be at the club all this weekend because Vinny has bought some bloody place on a holiday camp in Eastbourne and he's taking most of the family there. And I just can't get over what Dad and Christopher did to me. How could they be so heartless?" Nancy sobbed.
Mary looked at her daughter in astonishment.
"What you on about? Where did you see your Dad and Christopher?" "When I was walking to the park with Rhonda yesterday. I had the boys with me, and as soon as Dad and Christopher spotted us, they crossed the road. I don't care about them wanting nothing to do with me, but how could they ignore Daniel and Adam like that? I'd already told Daniel that his granddad and uncle were walking towards us, and he burst into tears when they avoided him."
Mary was absolutely furious. She'd thought Donald and Christopher seemed a bit sheepish when they'd returned from the pub the previous day, and now she knew why.
"Are you sure they saw you, love?" "Of course I'm sure. Christopher even looked at me from the other side of the road until Dad probably told him to stop. Really spoilt my day, it did, and now I feel depressed again. Rhonda was appalled by what happened. She said any granddad who crossed the road to avoid his own grandsons needed stringing up."
"Oh, you wait until I get home. I'll string him up all right. In fact, if Michael's working all weekend, shall I pack a little case and come and stay with you? That will teach the pair of heartless bastards a lesson, won't it?"
"That would be great, Mum. The boys will love it."
"Bleeding hell, Nance. A police car's just pulled up outside. They're looking at your house, love. Where's Michael?" Mary asked.
"Taking the boys to the doctor's." "Oh, my God. Please don't let nothing terrible have happened to them," Nancy said,
running to open the front door. Mary's heart was beating like a drum as she followed Nancy into the hallway.
"Nothing has happened to my husband and sons, has it? They only went to the doctor's. It's just round the corner," Nancy gabbled, her voice full of panic. She could tell by the serious looks on the two officers' faces that it was bad news.
"It's actually Michael Butler we've come to see. Are you his wife?" the male officer asked.
Nancy felt relief seep through her veins. If they were looking for Michael, then he and the boys were obviously okay.
"What do you want to see Michael for? Has he done something wrong?"
"No, he hasn't," the female officer replied.
"Here's Michael now, love," Mary informed her daughter, pointing towards her son-in-law crossing the road. With Adam in his arms and Daniel by his side, Michael's face whitened as he saw the two coppers standing at his front door. "What's up?" he asked. "I'm afraid we have some bad news for you, Mr. Butler. Shall we speak inside?" the male officer suggested. "Babe, go in the front room with your mum and the kids while I speak to the officers in the kitchen," Michael ordered his wife. He waited until the lounge door was shut. "Hit me with it then."
"I'm afraid your son Lee was involved in a car accident in the early hours of this morning."
Michael felt the colour drain out of his face. "Oh, Jesus. Please tell me he's okay."
"Apart from slight concussion and a few cuts and bruises, Lee is fine. But I'm afraid his mother, Gran and the driver of the car were not so lucky, There were also 2 fatalities in the car they collided with, the female officer told Michael.
What do you mean exactly?
Are Denise and her mum both dead then? Michael asked dumbly. His brain and body were numb with the shock of it all. I'm afraid so, Mr. Butler. Your son was incredibly lucky to survive, according to the fireman who cut him free from the wreckage.
So where is Lee now?
He's in Old Church Hospital in Romford. I spoke to the doctor there earlier and he said Lee should be well enough to be discharged in a couple of days. He hasn't been informed that his mother or Gran are dead yet, though. We thought that might be kinder coming from you, rather than us. Children usually adapt to news of that kind far better if it comes from a relative.
I'll go straight to the hospital after you leave. Where is he going to live, though? Michael asked worriedly.
With you, surely, sir. You are his father, after all, the female officer said.
Michael felt embarrassed. Yes, of course. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just not thinking straight, what with the shock of it all.
The male officer handed Michael a piece of paper.
We understand, sir. This is the ward Lee is on, and that is the name of the doctor we spoke to earlier.
Too astounded by the bombshell that had been dropped on him to even ask where the accident had happened, or who was driving the car, Michael thanked the police officers for their time and showed them out. Nancy and Mary appeared in the hallway as soon as they heard the front door slam. "Whatever is it, Michael?" Nancy asked. Her husband looked like he'd seen a ghost.
It's Lee. He was involved in a bad car accident last night. He's okay, but Denise is dead and so is her mum. I've got to go to the hospital and break the news to the poor little sod. How'd you tell a 4-year-old kid that his family have all been snuffed out, eh?
Michael asked, rather hoping that Nancy would offer to accompany him. Nancy didn't. Instead, she said, "Oh, my God, this is so awful. Who's Lee going to live with?"
Us, Nancy. He doesn't have anyone else now, does he?
Nancy shook her head vehemently. "He can't live here. No way. I've enough on my plate with Daniel and Adam, Michael. Lee must have other relatives. He'll have to live with those." Michael had always loved his wife dearly, but for once he looked at her with hatred. How could Nancy be so bloody selfish?
Well, like it or lump it, that boy is coming to live here, Nance. No flesh and blood of mine is going to be brought up by some stranger or in care when he has me as a father. Can you imagine the light people will see me in when they find out my son has just had his family wiped out and I dumped him like a bag of old rubbish too? No way, darling.
I couldn't give a shit what people say or think, Michael. I'm telling you now, I cannot cope with the 2 I already have, so no way am I taking on another one. Lee will have to live elsewhere, Nancy screamed.
I want Lee to live here, Daddy,
Daniel said excitedly, tugging his father's arm.
Well, Nance, the choice is yours. If you don't want to help look after my son, best you pack your bags and leave, love,
Michael spat. He then picked up his car keys, stormed out the front door, and slammed it so hard it nearly flew off its hinges. Vinnie Butler was not in the best of moods. Even though he'd given his son the telling off of his life, sent 2 blokes around this morning to mend his mother's conservatory roof, and replaced her furniture and plants that had been crushed, his mum was still refusing to allow his son to live with her anymore.
"Vinnie, when will you take me to see Layla again?"
"Champ, you've asked me that same question at least 10 times already today and you're beginning to do me nutting. I promised I would take you to see Layla again soon, okay? Now just leave the subject alone. I've got enough on me plate with your Auntie Queenie refusing to let little Vinnie live with her anymore. Your sex life is the least of me fucking problems at the moment." "Hey, big boss man, you don't look happy. What's the matter?" Ahmed inquired, sauntering into Vinnie's office.
When Lenny sheepishly left the office, Vinnie kicked the door shut, took a bottle of scotch out of his private drinks cabinet and poured a large quantity in 2 glasses.
"You got any gear on you?" he asked Ahmed. "I always carry a supply, but it's a bit early, my friend."
"I don't give a toss how early it is. I'm stressed, so just give it here, mate," Vinnie demanded. 2 fat lines and 3 large scotches later, Vinnie felt able to deal with life once more. Ahmed was a good listener, and sometimes saw things far more clearly than he did.
"Your mum's hardly going to throw her grandson out on the street. What you need to do is what I did. Find a good woman. It's their job to look after kids. You want one that asks no questions and lets you get on with your life, like my Anna. Karen was a very good mum. I told you at the time you should have kept her on the firm, Ahmed reminded his pal. After his initial wedding to an older woman, Ahmed had then married a younger model with whom he had another 2 children. Vinny's sense of humour always escalated after a couple of lines of cocaine, and he couldn't help himself. So what do you suggest I do? Dig Karen up and try and resuscitate her? Ahmed chuckled. You should move Joanna Preston in with you. She can be Vinny's new mum. Did I ever tell you I actually dug a corpse up once and hid it? A man owed me money, and I said he could have his father back when I got my dosh. He paid me the next day. Laughing, Vinny poured another scotch, put his hands on top of his head and rocked to and fro in his chair. If Joanna Preston had been some fat ugly bitch, he would have probably just had her murdered and been done with it. However, once he'd seen her photograph and met her in person, he decided to gain revenge in a different manner. Vinny had links to Wormwood Scrubs. An old friend of his, Scottish Pat, was on the same wing as Johnny Preston. Scottish Pat said Preston was always banging on about his beautiful daughter to the other lads, but rarely spoke about his son. Pat described the boy as a weirdo, which is why Vinny had decided to target the daughter in the first place. Ahmed indulged in a line of cocaine himself, then grinned. Well, you're not saying much. Vinny was still mulling over things. Surely being stuck in a cell 20+ hours a day, knowing that your daughter was being shagged senseless by your very worst enemy, was enough to make Preston lose the plot completely. I dunno, mate. I'm sure I can get Joanna into the sack, but that don't mean I want her to move in with me and bring up me kid, does it? I barely know the fucking bird, and I can't stand tarts around me at the best of times. But there is no need for her to be around you much. Set her up in a flat or house. She can look after little Vinny while you work and party. You need to knock her up. That way she's trapped and has no choice but to do as you say. Be nice for you to have one more child, and imagine how upset her cunt of a father will be. That is what you call the ultimate payback, my friend. Vinny sipped his drink and contemplated Ahmed's idea in silence. It seemed madness even to consider trying to impregnate, then move in with a bird he'd only met once. But Vinny had always had an insane, impulsive nature, and the fact that the girl was Johnny Preston's pride and joy was what made the set-up seem attractive. That would be the perfect revenge for ruining Roy's life. Do you know what? I quite like your suggestion now. When do you reckon Holiday Park shut down for winter? Got to be end of September, beginning of October, surely. That gives me at least 8 weeks to charm the tits off Preston's daughter. Then if all goes to plan, instead of moving back to Tiptree, she can move to London. I might even offer her a job at the club. That should help her make her mind up. She ain't got no job in Tiptree to go back to, has she? Her friend will probably want a job too, Ahmed stated. Well, if that's what it takes to get Joanna properly into my clutches, then a job her mate shall have. I can't just dump little Vinny on her from day one anyway. The core of a perfect plan is always patience. Ahmed laughed. Vinny was the only person he'd ever met whose mind was on exactly the same intelligent, evil wavelength as his own. Under strict instructions from his father to be on his best behaviour, little Vinny had spent the past few hours tidying up his nan's back garden. The sun was at a blistering heat, the lawnmower heavy, and by the time he'd finished cutting the grass, little Vinny felt thoroughly exhausted. Trying to mow the lawn with 2 arms was hard enough, and using just one had really taken its toll on him. Queenie sat in her conservatory and eyed her grandson suspiciously as he flopped onto the grass. The roof was now mended, and she actually preferred the slightly different design of the new sofa Vinny had bought her. It stood out more than the old one. "What's the matter with you? You're meant to be cutting it, not sunbathing on it," Queenie shouted, in a brutal tone. "I've finished it, Nan. I don't feel well now. I'm hot, thirsty and hungry." "You haven't got a headache, have you?" Knowing his nan was obviously worried that he might have concussion from his fall, little Vinny decided to tell a small white lie. "Yeah, a bit, but I think it's just because I'm really hungry." Queenie pursed her lips. "Get your arse in here and I'll do you some lunch then. Do you want 1 roll or 2? I've got boiled bacon, luncheon sausage or cheese." "I'll have 2 boiled bacon rolls, a bag of salt and vinegar crisps and a can of Coke, please," little Vinny said, as he darted past his nan and flopped on the sofa in the lounge,
Queenie's lip curled into a snarl. Her lounge had recently been redecorated, and she was now the proud owner of a posh brown leather three-piece suite and an expensive Persian rug. Both items were a gift from Vinny, and there was no way Queenie was allowing her ragamuffin of a grandson to tarnish the new look. "You'll get upstairs, have a wash and change out of them dirty clothes before you get any lunch," Queenie barked. "OK, Nan," little Vinny said, dashing up the stairs. Queenie was buttering the rolls when she heard the front door open. "Want a boiled bacon roll, Viv?" she shouted. "No, get me a brandy, Queen, quick. I've just had the most terrible shock." "Whatever's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost," Queenie remarked as she hurried to pour her sister a drink. Vivian snatched the brandy out of her sister's hand and knocked it back in one. "Oh, dear Jesus! It was worse than a ghost what I've just seen, Queen. I didn't know my Lenny had come home from work early. He must have got in when I popped around the corner shop. Anyway, I've opened his bedroom door because I thought I heard a funny noise. And there he was, standing opposite the mirror, stark bollock naked, with his dingle-dangle in his hand. He had his eyes shut and was rambling on about some girl called Lola or Layla." "Oh, dear," Queenie said, pouring herself a brandy and giving her sister a top-up. "What did he say when he saw you standing there?" "Well, he opened his eyes, screamed, then started shouting at me to get out of his room. And he had a great big, you know. No mother should have to see that. Oh, it was disgusting." "Erection?" Queenie inquired. "Yes, one of those. Dirty little bastard. Pervert, just like his father was. How am I ever meant to look at him in the same way, eh? And who's bloody Lola or Layla? I don't think it's good for him working at that club, you know. Too many women showing their flesh in there. It's giving him unhealthy ideas." "I shouldn't think it's got anything to do with him working at the club, Viv. I mean, he is 20 now. He's bound to get urges. My Michael used to when he was younger. I remember seeing terrible stuff on his sheets. Your Lenny's bound to feel far more embarrassed than you do. Why don't you pop back to yours, act like nothing's happened, and tell him to come in here for a boiled bacon roll?" "No way is that filthy little sod coming in here to eat. I bet he ain't even washed his hands. Made me feel so ill it has, Queen. Wouldn't pour me another brandy, would you?" Queenie nodded. Usually she knew the best words to appease her sister, but Vivian catching Lenny masturbating was a difficult one, and for once Queenie was slightly lost for words herself. Back in Barking, Mary was desperate to clear her head and had decided to walk home from Nancy's house rather than jump on a bus like she usually did. It was only 4 stops anyway, and she wasn't ready to face Donald just yet. She wanted to work out exactly what she was going to say to him first. Nancy had been in a terrible state all day, and Mary was dreadfully worried about her. Mary hadn't started her own family until she was 22. Her daughter wasn't even 21 yet, and how was she going to cope with 3 little boys all under the age of 5? Mary did not know. Nancy wasn't a bad mum by any means, but she hadn't exactly taken to motherhood. She seemed to handle the boys all right when Mary or Michael were there to give her a hand, but when Nancy was home alone, she seemed to get extremely stressed. Daniel and Adam then ran rings around her, and being so young herself still, Nancy allowed the boys to do so, then got depressed about it. Thinking back to their earlier conversation, Mary sighed anxiously. She'd managed to persuade her daughter not to leave Michael, but she wasn't sure if she'd done the right thing. It was one of those 6 of one, half a dozen of the other situations. Nancy would not be able to cope with Lee, and that was a fact. "Hi, Mary. You okay?" Mary had been so deep in thought she hadn't noticed Dedrick and his 2 brothers crossing over the road. "I'm fine, thank you, boys. How are you today?" "Yeah, we cool. Going over the park to meet our friends. You're going to be in that cafe tomorrow. Food never as good when you're not there," Dedrick said, treating Mary to a cheeky wink. Mary smiled as the 3 brothers walked away. They were all wearing tight-fitting white T-shirts and flared faded jeans, and with their identical afro hair they reminded Mary of members of the pop group the Jackson 5. Dedrick and his brothers were lovely people, so was their mother Joyce, but a lot of regulars in the cafe didn't see them that way. England had become far more multicultural over recent years, and many local people couldn't get their heads around it. Both Mary and Donald believed there was good and bad in every race, but many English people didn't share their liberal views. The majority opinion of the natives of Barking was that England should stop immigration immediately, otherwise their beloved country would be one day taken over, and white people would become the minority. Donald referred to these people as small-minded bigots, and Mary couldn't agree more. Mary took a deep breath as she walked up the path that led to her house and put her key in the door. "Hello, love. Dinner's ready," Donald said jovially. He didn't feel at all jovial inside. He felt uneasy. He knew that his wife had been to see Nancy and was now waiting for the backlash. He didn't have to wait long. "You disgust me, Donald. You really do. How any man could cross over the road to avoid his own grandsons is beyond me. Nancy had told them that their granddad and uncle were walking towards them, and poor little Daniel was beside himself when you walked the other way. What type of man are you?" Donald knew he had no option other than to stick with his beliefs. "Mary, I told you when Nancy married into that family I wanted nothing to do with her or any children she might have in the future. I'm a man of my word. That's what type of man I am." "Oh, and don't I bastard well know it? Not wanting Nancy in your life is one thing, but crossing over the road to avoid them two little boys is another. Would it have really hurt you to stop and say hello to them? What was you frightened of? Did you think that you might actually feel some emotion for once in your life?" "I refuse to have this conversation with you, Mary. We had a deal when you returned home after our minor breakup that if I allowed you to see Nancy, you would not mention anything about her or those children in this house. You are the one in the wrong here, not me. It is you, Mary, that has broken your part of the bargain." "Oh, fuck you, Donald, and fuck your bargain," Mary spat. Stunned that his usually well-mannered wife had used the F-word twice in the same sentence, Donald followed her as she stomped up the stairs. "Where are you going?" he asked in a bewildered tone, when he saw her pull her small suitcase out from under the bed. "To stay with our daughter for a while." "But what about the cafe? And what about your sausage and mash I've cooked you?" Mary threw a few bits into her case, zipped it up, then glared at the man she'd married. "You and Tina can manage the cafe, OK? And as for the dinner, you can stick your sausages where the sun don't shine, Donald." Chapter 37. "How was he? Did he settle in all right?" Vinny asked, when he picked his mum and aunt up from Roy's new care home at 2 p.m. as pre-arranged. "He seemed OK, didn't he, Viv? I think he quite likes his new room," Queenie replied, hopefully. "He loves the view there as well." "Where's Marlene? Why didn't you bring him with you?" Vivian asked worriedly. Neither she nor her son had mentioned the awkward moment they'd shared again, but Vivian couldn't forget it. What she'd witnessed would probably haunt her for the rest of her living days. "Champs with Ahmed and the boys. They're playing the machines in the amusement arcade when I left, and I guarantee they will still be there when we get back. I just changed them up a tenner's worth of 2 and 10 pence coins. Why are you worried anyway, Auntie Viv? Champ's 20 now. He's a man, not a boy anymore." Vivian pursed her lips and glanced at her sister. "Tell Vinny what happened. Go on. He won't say nothing," Queenie urged her sister. "Have you noticed Marlene acting inappropriately with any girls at the club? And do you know someone called Lola or Layla?" Vivian asked her nephew. Vinny froze momentarily. If Lenny had blabbed and his mum and aunt found out he had paid for his cousin to sleep with a prostitute, it would cause murders. Doing what he did best, Vinny decided to bluff it. "Yeah, there's a barmaid at the club called Lola. But I've never seen Champ act inappropriate towards her or any other girl. Why'd you ask?" "I can't tell him." "You tell him," Vivian ordered, putting her hands over her ears. She couldn't bear to be reminded of her terrible ordeal. How Vinny kept a straight face when his mother told him what had happened, he would never know. At one point he started to laugh, but managed to cover it up with a coughing fit. "Take your hands off your ears now, Vivi. I've told him," Queenie said, in all seriousness. Trying not to laugh again, Vinny cleared his throat. "Champ is just a normal 20-year-old lad who hasn't got a girlfriend.
Just because he isn't like the rest of us doesn't mean to say he don't get urges. Standing in front of a mirror with your dingle-dangle in your hand while spewing obscenities is not what I call fucking normal, Vinny. I bet you don't bastard well do it, Vivian spat. Well, no, I don't. But you really are worrying over nothing, aren't you, Viv? Now, can we talk about something else, please? When his mum and aunt started to talk about Roy again, Vinny turned up the volume on the radio. His brother hadn't uttered one word to him on the whole of the journey down to Eastbourne, and Vinny was getting very poxed off with his behaviour. He could understand Roy feeling bitter and depressed. He would if he was in the same boat. But anyone would think by the way Roy was acting that it was Vinny who had actually shot him. Over in Barking, Mary saw Michael's car pull up outside and gave her daughter some last-minute advice. Now, just keep calm and remember that poor little mite has lost his mum and his gran. Is our brother here, Nanny? Daniel asked, jumping up and down excitedly. Yes, love. Now don't forget to share your toys with him like I told you to. I won't, Daniel said, running towards the front door. Adam toddled after his brother, but wasn't quite as clued up as to what the excitement was all about. Come on. You can't sit there, Mary said, nudging her daughter and following her grandsons. When Michael opened the door, both Daniel and Adam flew at Lee as kids do and hugged him. Lee hadn't really understood what had happened to his mum and Nan. He was too young to grasp the fact that both were dead and he would never see them again. Hello, Lee. I'm Mary, and this is Nancy. It's lovely to meet you, Mary said, crouching down to hug the child. Her heart went out to the poor little sod. It really did. Michael had been thrilled when Nancy had mellowed, agreed not to leave him, and had said that it was okay for his orphaned son to live with them. Say hello to Lee then, babe, he urged his wife. Nancy stared at the child. Lee had blonde hair, and apart from having green eyes, looked nothing like Michael or her own sons. She obeyed her husband's orders and awkwardly hugged the child. She felt nothing, just as she knew she would. Why should she? Lee wasn't her flesh and blood. Within an hour of arriving at King's Holiday Park in Pevensey Bay, Queenie and Vivian had both fallen in love with the place. "Isn't it grand, Vivy? I thought Ma Vinny was winding me up when he said Shawaddy Waddy were appearing here tomorrow night, but he weren't. Look, it says so on the poster. And look at this brochure. They've loads of famous acts here. Jim Davidson's here in a fortnight's time. Makes me laugh, he do," Vivian replied. She was ever so impressed by the whole set-up. "Look, bingo tonight at 7. Shall we have a game?" Queenie suggested. "Used to coming in the club, or you going to stand in reception all day? Your lag will go flat if you stand out here any longer," Vinny said, gesturing for his mum and aunt to follow him. "Dad, can me and Ben go and find Steve and Gary now?" little Vinny asked, keen to see the two lads he'd met on his last visit. "Yep, off you go. You do know what 1 hour bungalow is, don't you?" "Yeah. Come on, Ben, let's go," little Vinny said, before gulping down the last of his drink. "Dunno why you invited that Ben Bloggs down here if little Vinny's already met some mates. Bad influence that boy is," Queenie said curtly. "Ben's okay, and I invited him in case them other lads ain't about. This is a holiday for all us, and as long as little Vinny has a pal to knock about with, he can roam free. I'm sure you and Auntie Viv don't want to be saddled with him, and neither do I." "Did you win any more?" Vivian asked her son, as Lenny walked over to the table alongside Ahmed. "Yeah. Loads of 2-pence pieces fell out the bottom, but then I lost them again. I told him not to put them all back. He should have saved them for later," Ahmed said, ruffling Lenny's hair. "Right, me and Ahmed are going to love and leave you now. Take that 50 quid, get yourselves whatever you want to drink. And can you get a few bits from the shop for dinner tonight? And we need some breakfast stuff for the morning." "Where you going?" Queenie asked suspiciously. "To spend some time with 2 birds we met here last week." "Can I come too?" Lenny asked. "You're going nowhere, you. Now sit down and drink your lemonade," Vivian ordered her son. When 2 youngish-looking girls appeared at the back of the club, Queenie sat open-mouthed as her son dashed towards them with Ahmed in tow. "Well, I never," she muttered. Michael Butler sat on the edge of his wife's sun lounger and smiled as he watched Lee splashing about in the paddling pool with his 2 half-brothers. "Seems to have settled in well, doesn't he?" Michael remarked, as he cracked open a can of cold lager.
He really wished he didn't have to go to work tonight, but with Vinny away, he couldn't leave Dean to run the joint on his own. It wasn't fair. Realising her daughter wasn't going to answer Michael's question, Mary did so instead.
Yes, he has. Poor little mite. Thank God he has you, Michael. How did you tell him the news? Did he understand?
Not really. I just said that his mum and Nan had gone to live in heaven, but I would take good care of him from now on. He did ask if his mum and Nan would still be able to see him, and I told him if he looked at the sky of a night, 2 of the stars shining down would be them watching him. I didn't really know what else to say.
Oh, that was a lovely thing to say, Michael. Wasn't it, Nancy? Did you find out if Denise's bloke was drunk? Nancy asked, in an none too sympathetic tone. It had been Denise's boyfriend Glenn driving the car when the accident had occurred.
He wasn't drunk. It was the guy in the other car who was pissed out of his brains by all accounts. A witness came forward, said they'd seen the driver of the Ford Capri weaving all over the road a few minutes beforehand, and had to swerve to avoid being hit themselves. Denise and her mum were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. A fucking tragedy, especially for Lee. I've spoken to the funeral directors, and I'm going to pay for their funerals. I want Lee to have nice graves to visit with proper headstones where he can remember his mum and Nan. That will comfort him, especially as he gets older. When Lee and Daniel ran over to Michael together, and it was Lee who her husband picked up and swung in the air above his head, Nancy couldn't watch any more. Not only were they footing the bill for the funerals, the child was obviously now more important in Michael's eyes than the 2 sons that she had given birth to.
Where are you going, love? Mary asked her daughter. Upstairs for a lie down. I don't feel too well. I think it's the heat.
In a pub called the Beach Tavern, Vinny and Ahmed had just had a bite to eat and a few bevies with Joanna and Chloe. Vinny turned to Joanna. That food was smashing. I feel bloated now. How about me and you take a little stroll? I'd like to spend a bit of time alone with you. Vinny's eyes mesmerised Joanna. Ever since he had swiftly left earlier in the week, saying he had a family crisis to deal with, Joanna had thought of little else. The only time she could ever remember feeling slightly like that before was with Jamie Draper, her first love, but that was nowhere near as intense as the feeling she secretly harboured for Vinny.
Yes, I'd like that, Joanna replied. Where you going?
Chloe asked, when Joanna and Vinny both stood up. They go for walk, but you no need worry. I will stay to keep you company, beautiful one, Ahmed said, laying on the accent and schmooze.
How long are you going to be?
Chloe asked, directing the question at Vinny. An hour, tops. See you in a bit, Vinny said. Joanna experienced a massive surge of excitement as she felt Vinny's hand envelop hers. It was a lovely feeling, and one she'd never, ever encountered before. Queenie and Vivian were keenly waiting for the bingo to start. Both women loved a game, but rarely ever ventured to their local bingo hall anymore. It was full of nosy old bats that always wanted to ask questions about family members. Vivian smiled at her son. She still didn't feel quite the same about him since she caught him masturbating, but knew for the sake of their relationship she must try to put the awful experience behind her.
You all right, boy? You seem a bit quiet tonight.
I wanted to go out with Vinny and Ahmed, Mum. I don't know how to play bingo. It's a woman's game, and I feel like a wally.
Vivian suddenly felt a bit guilty. She did baby him a bit.
How about you go up the bar and get yourself a pint of lager? You can get me and your Auntie Queenie another drink while you're up there as well.
Lenny grinned.
I don't need your money, Mum. I earn me own. Men buy women drinks.
Watching her son walk up the bar, Vivian turned to Queenie.
I still can't believe that Denise and Madge are dead, can you? Don't get me wrong, I never liked Madge, but I wouldn't wish death on the woman. What a tragic way to go, eh?
Yep, bloody awful. Now pick your pen up. The bingo's about to start.
In a nearby chalet, Joanna Preston was all of a fluster. Vinny had kissed her earlier as they'd returned to the pub, and even though it wasn't a proper tongue-in-mouth kiss, it had been on the lips and had sent her in a bit of a manic state.
What do you think then, Chloe? Shall I wear this, or do you think the red dress looked better?
Chloe sighed. Joanna had already tried on 6 different outfits and was beginning to get on her nerves.
Look, Joe, I'm not trying to burst your bubble here, but don't you think that we should be a bit cautious with Vinny and Ahmed? We don't even really know 'em, and I can just tell by the way you're acting that you've got it bad.
No, I haven't, Joanna replied.
Yes, you have. In all the years I've known you, I can't remember you ever being like this over any boy or man.
Well, so what if I like him? I thought you liked Ahmed as well.
Yeah, I do, but not in the way you seem to like Vinny. Look, it is nice to go out with blokes who want to wine and dine us for a change, but we shouldn't be reading too much into this, Joe. Let's just have a laugh with 'em.
Joanna sat down on the bed next to Chloe and squeezed her hand.
Look, I know you're worried about me, but there really is no need. I know me own mind, mate, and I'm far from bloody stupid.
When Michael went to work, Mary Walker bathed her grandsons and Lee, then once they were all tucked up in bed, decided to have a heart-to-heart with her daughter. I'm going to have one of them nice cold lagers that Michael put in the fridge earlier. Do you want another glass of wine, love?
Yes, please.
I phoned your dad today just to check everything was okay at the cafe. He asked when I was coming home, and I told him I wouldn't be back for a while. I told him you weren't very well and you needed me here. He was quite polite and even asked what was wrong with you. Perhaps he's starting to mellow a bit, eh? Leaving him always seems to knock some sense into him. I reckon he'll want to build bridges with you and have a relationship with the boys before too long, you know.
Well, I don't want to build bridges with him, thank you. Not after he crossed the road to avoid my sons. Dad's a fucking arsehole and so is Christopher. I wonder if Chris has told his superiors in the police force that he once witnessed a murder and lied at the identification parade to protect Vinny, eh? I bet that would go down a storm with his boss.
Shocked by the bitterness in her daughter's voice, Mary glared at her.
What are you raking up the past for? And don't ever mention that story to anybody, for goodness sake. Nobody has spoken about it for years, and Christopher was only a kid at the time, so has probably forgotten all about it now. I very much doubt it, Mum. Witnessing a murder then lying to the police is hardly something that's going to be erased from the memory, is it? Christopher just wants to forget about it, like he's managed to forget about me and my sons. Sanctimonious little shit he is.
As Nancy gulped down her wine, Mary stared at her daughter. She was usually such a sweet, mild-mannered girl, and it was obvious something was very wrong with her. I think you should book an appointment at the doctor's, love. I'll come with you to see him.
What for?
Because you're not yourself, Nance. You sound depressed and bitter, and that is so not like you. Perhaps he can give you some tablets, or a tonic or something. Nancy's reply was full of venom. Well, unless they have designed a pill to make you like and want to bring up another woman's son, then it's a waste of time. Vinny stopped his car in a secluded spot, turned off the ignition and grinned at Joanna. Alone at last, eh? Shall we sit in the back, babe? It's much more roomy for us to drink our bottle of bubbly. Joanna's heart was beating 10 to the dozen as she firstly nodded, then got into the back of the car. Vinny popped open the bottle of champagne outside the car, then got in the back too. Ladies first, he said, handing Joanna the bottle. They'd gone to a nightclub earlier in Eastbourne town centre, but it had been absolute rubbish, which is why Vinny had suggested Ahmed and Chloe go for a drive alone and he and Joanna do the same. I can't believe how different the clubs, people and fashion are in London to round here. The women who drink in my club wouldn't dream of wearing any of those terrible outfits those birds had on tonight. You was the only one in that place who looked sensational, babe. Glad it was dark so Vinny wouldn't be able to see her blush. Joanna took a large gulp of champagne just to calm her nerves.
What do you mean, your club? She asked.
I own a nightclub in the East End of London.
Wow! You never said that before,
Joanna replied. Her heart was beating even faster now. Not only was Vinny tall, dark, handsome and the perfect gentleman, he also owned a bloody nightclub. I didn't want to tell you until I was sure of you. The amount of birds that throw themselves at me just because they know what I own, you would not believe.
That's terrible, Vinny. Some people can be so shallow. There was a girl in my school like that. She went out with this lad who was a really good footballer for years. Then when he didn't make the grade at Ipswich Town, she dumped him.
So what are you going to do when King shuts down for the winter? Vinny asked.
Well, I'm coming back here next year with Chloe. We've already been offered jobs as barmaids because we'll both be old enough then. I'm not too sure what I'll do in the winter. Tiptree is just so bloody boring compared to King's, but I'll have to find a job of some kind there. I've got used to earning my own money now.
Vinny squeezed Joanna's hand. Why don't you come and work at my club with me? You'll love it. It won't be boring like Tiptree, I can assure you of that.
Really?
Joanna asked, gobsmacked. Vinny smiled. Yeah, really. I don't know if you've noticed, but I do like you a lot, babe. Joanna Preston could not believe her luck. Vinny was like the dream man that you read about in one of those corny books.
I like you a lot too, and I'd love to come and work at your club, Vinny.
When Vinny kissed her properly for the very first time, Joanna felt as if she'd died and gone to heaven. Unlike the boys she'd been out with in the past, who stuck their tongue straight down the back of her throat, Vinny kissed her lips sensually and teased her mouth by just flicking his tongue inside every now and again. It was the most sexual, amazing feeling that Joanna had ever experienced, and when Vinny put his hand up her dress and inside her knickers, she groaned with ecstasy as his finger made contact with her clitoris. Vinny took his mouth away from Joanna's. He hated kissing. It made him want to vomit. That's why he'd rarely slept with any birds other than prostitutes. Oh, Jesus, babe. You're just so fucking gorgeous, he panted, as he undid the zip of his trousers and expertly shoved his rock-hard penis inside Joanna. What followed was the quickest yet most pleasurable bunk-up that Vinny had ever experienced in his entire life. Johnny Preston was at the forefront of his mind as he shot his load inside Joanna. Retribution was such a wonderful feeling. Chapter 38. 6 weeks to the day since Joanna and Vinny first made love, Joanna's mum turned up at King's for an unexpected visit with her pal, Sandy.
"Oh my God, what are you doing here?" Joanna asked when she opened the door of the chalet.
"Well, that's a nice welcome. We're on holiday. Aren't you pleased to see me?"
Deborah asked her daughter.
"Yeah, it's just a bit of a shock, that's all," Joanna replied, glancing at her watch.
Vinny was due to pick her up in half an hour to take her out to lunch, so what the hell was she meant to do now?
"Aren't you going to invite us in then?"
Deborah asked, rather put out. She wasn't silly. She knew her daughter had met someone special, and it was Johnny who had insisted she turned up in Eastbourne unexpectedly to find out who the mystery lad was. It was very unlike Joanna to keep a relationship secret. Even when she was at school, she'd always been extremely open about any boys she liked or dated. It was Johnny's idea that Sandy accompany Deborah to Eastbourne. He said it was best to make the trip look like a holiday, rather than Deborah turn up there alone.
"Mum, the chalet's a tip, and all the girls are here. Go over to the clubhouse and I'll meet you there in a bit. I won't be long," Joanna said, shutting the door.
Deborah trudged dejectedly towards the club in an even more worried state than when she'd driven down. She and Johnny were getting on like a house on fire just lately, and Johnny was even making noises about them getting back together. Deborah didn't know if that was just prison talk, but what she did know is that Johnny was her first love. She still adored him, and probably always would.
"I told you Joanna was up to no good, didn't I, Sandy? Virtually slammed the door in our faces. I'm so glad that we booked a week here so we can find out exactly what she's up to."
Sandy linked arms with her friend. They'd been best mates and neighbours ever since Deborah had first moved to Tiptree.
"I agree. Joey's acting very shady. She looked horrified when she opened that chalet door and saw us standing there. But don't you worry, because I was born a detective, me. We've got a week to find out what she's up to, and you can bet your bottom dollar I will suss out who her mystery man is. Now, let's have half a cider and forget about our woes for today. We're on a pretend holiday too, remember?"
Michael Butler cracked open a beer and smiled as he watched his 3 sons happily playing football together. Even though it was now September, the weather was still warm, and 1976 had now been officially announced as the hottest summer since records began.
"Dad, can I have an ice cream, please?"
Lee asked, flopping down on the grass next to his father. "You can later, but you got to eat your lunch first, boy. You need goodness inside you if you want to be a strong man one day," Michael replied, ruffling the boy's hair. Considering the traumatic change in Lee's life, he had adapted exceptionally well to his new surroundings. Daniel and Adam both adored him, and vice versa. They really were one big happy family, bar Nancy, who just lately barely spoke.
"Why didn't Mum come to the park with us, Dad?" Daniel asked innocently.
Because your mum needed to do the housework, son, Michael lied. The truth was, Nancy seemed to be becoming more mentally deranged by the day. She'd never been much of a drinker in the past, but now preferred wine to food. She also had tantrums for no particular reason, spent hours in bed, and refused to participate in family days out of any kind. Michael was at his wits' end as to what to do to help his wife. She refused to book an appointment with the doctor, and had another tantrum every time he suggested she do so. He had thought that Lee starting school a fortnight ago might have improved Nancy's behaviour, but it hadn't. She seemed so unstable right now that Michael dreaded leaving the boys with her when he went to work, but what else could he do? He had a club to run, needed to earn a living, and with Vinny gallivanting down to Eastbourne every chance he got, there was no way Michael could shirk his duties. Dean was a good lad, but wasn't capable of keeping a steady ship without his help.
Dad, am I going to see my mum and Nan again today? Lee asked.
Last week the headstones had been put in place on Denise and her mother's graves, which were side by side. Michael had taken Lee there, and armed with a bunch of flowers, his son had sat happily in between the graves and told his mum and Nan all about his new school and his form teacher, Mrs. Brown. Not today, boy, but we can go there in the morning if you want.
Can I come too?
Daniel asked. Lee held Daniel's hand.
Yeah, course you can come. You're me brother.
Having enjoyed a ploughman's lunch in the Moorings pub, Vinny and Joanna took a stroll along the beach hand in hand. They'd spent a lot of time together in the past 6 weeks, and Joanna especially enjoyed the times when Vinny drove down to Eastbourne on a weekday on his own. She then got to have a romantic evening in his bungalow with him. Ahmed and Chloe's relationship hadn't worked out. A fumble was as far as they got in the end, which has resulted in Chloe giving Ahmed a wank, then announcing she was no longer interested in him because she didn't like the way he kissed and found him a bit creepy.
You all right, babe?
Vinny asked.
No, not really. I shouldn't have stormed out the club earlier and been so rude to me mum and Sandy. I feel really guilty now, but I was just sick of me mum interrogating me. Do you think Chloe might have rung my mum and tipped her off about us? I can tell Chloe hates me spending lots of time with you. It's obvious she's jealous, if you ask me.
Vinny sat down on the sand and urged Joanna to do the same. He knew she'd now fallen for him hook, line and sinker, and was positive if she was forced to choose between him and her parents, he would win.
Look, babe, I think you need to tell your mum about us ASAP. You're coming to work at my club next month and you haven't even told your family I exist yet. You're a big girl now, Jo. You're not a little kid anymore. I'm beginning to think you're ashamed of me or something.
Joanna squeezed her boyfriend's hand.
Don't be daft. I could never be ashamed of you. The only reason I haven't said anything to me mum is because of your age. You are only 2 years younger than her, Vinny, and if my dad finds out, he'll go absolutely ballistic.
But I thought you said your mum and dad were divorced, Vinny said.
Joanna still hadn't told him that her father was banged up. In fact, she rarely mentioned him at all. She hadn't even told him that her dad's name was Johnny.
My mum and dad are divorced, but I think they might be getting back together. It's a long story, and I'll tell you about it one day.
Vinny turned his back on Joanna so she couldn't see him smirk. He knew more about her shit cunt of a father than she seemed to. Joanna had asked him his surname weeks ago and hadn't flinched at all when he'd told her it was Butler, so it was obvious she knew very little about her dad's trial or past.
Are you okay?
Joanna asked anxiously. Vinny sighed. Wooing Joanna was becoming a bit tedious now. The sex between them had been mind-blowing at first, but Vinny knew that had only been because of his lust for revenge. Now he had Joanna firmly in his clutches, he was getting bored with her, so the quicker her father found out about their relationship and the shit hit the fan, the better. Deciding to give Joanna an ultimatum, Vinny propped himself on his elbow and turned to face her. I'm going to book a table at a restaurant tonight and I want you to invite your mum and Sandy. I'll explain the situation to your mum, and I'm sure once she meets me she'll be fine about the age gap.
No! I can't just drop a bombshell on her like that, Vinny. I'll tell her myself soon, I promise. Where are you going?
Joanna asked, as Vinny stood up and started to walk away from her.
Back to King's. I've had enough of this, Jo. Treated you like a princess, I have, yet still I'm deemed not good enough to be in the company of your mother.
Perhaps you're right about the age gap between us being too wide. I can't be doing with immaturity. I'm too long in the tooth for it.
Petrified that the man of her dreams was going to dump her, Joanna burst into tears and grabbed Vinny's arm.
OK, book the restaurant then. I'm sorry. I want my mum to know about us, honest I do. Please don't say the age gap is too big, because it isn't. I think the world of you. You know I do.
Vinny turned around and held his distraught young girlfriend in his arms. She was a begging wreck, and he quite liked that. I'll book a table for 8 o'clock at that restaurant in the town centre. Give your mum the address and tell her we'll meet her there. Me and you can have a drink in town first to calm your nerves a bit. Don't tell her you're meeting your boyfriend, though. I'll do all the talking. OK. Relieved that Vinny had given her a second chance, Joanna nodded.
I will just tell Mum that I'm bringing a friend and I'll leave the rest to you. Tough shit if she thinks you're too old for me. It's my life and I know my own mind.
That's me girl, Vinny said lovingly. He then ordered Joanna to wait inside the car while he ran inside the pub to make a quick phone call. Even though Ahmed owned a house where his wife and kids lived, he also had what he referred to as his bachelor pad, and Vinny guessed that was where his pal would probably be after a late night. Vinny, my prick is still very sore from our session, and I woke up with a bad hangover. How are you, my friend? Did you make it to Eastbourne OK? Vinny chuckled. He and Ahmed had sort of had a foursome for the very first time, and even though there hadn't been any form of sexual contact between the two men, both had got off on watching the other abuse and shag 2 prostitutes. Yep, made it to Eastbourne OK, and my cock's still a bit sore and all. Listen, I can't stay on the phone long because Joanna's outside in the car, but her mother has turned up out the blue with her mate this morning. I've arranged to take 'em all out for a meal tonight, and I can't wait to see Mummy's face when she finds out who her darling daughter's being shafted by. Do you reckon she will tell Johnny immediately? Well, Joe reckons they're now on really good terms, I should imagine so. Ahmed started to laugh. I wish I were a fly on the restaurant wall. Vinny grinned. Let the fun begin, eh? Nancy Butler stretched out on her sun lounger. Then Nyon jumped out of her skin as she heard the doorbell ring. Michael had gone to visit his dad down in Ipswich, and she always made him take the boys with him now. They hadn't been told that Albie was their granddad, as Michael was afraid of his sons telling the rest of the family he was in contact with his father. Nancy felt anxious when she tiptoed into the hallway. Her mum had moved back home a couple of weeks ago, and even though she was due to pop around later, she had her own key.
Who is it?
Nancy asked cautiously. It's me, Dean. If it had been anybody else knocking at the door, Nancy probably would have made an excuse not to let them in. However, she liked Dean. He was a nice lad, and she could always sense his discomfort at family gatherings and knew he could sense hers too.
What are you doing here? Michael's not in, she said, as she opened the door.
It's not Michael I've come to see. It's you, Nance. I heard through the grapevine that you've been feeling a bit low, and seeing as I've been feeling exactly the same, I thought a good chat might do the pair of us good. I bought you these to cheer you up, Dean said, handing Nancy a big box of milk tray.
Oh, thanks. Come in then. Do you fancy a glass of wine? I was just about to pour one for myself.
Dean grinned. Yes, please. I'd love one. Albie Butler had adored every second of all 3 previous visits he'd spent with his grandsons, and today was no different. Obviously, the only downside was he could not tell the boys he was their granddad, but he still enjoyed spoiling them nevertheless. So, have the boys mentioned me in front of the family yet? You know how suspicious Vinny and your mother can be, Albie said. I got it covered, Dad. The boys think you're Nancy's uncle. Anyway, I've not seen much of the family since Vinny bought that place in Eastbourne. Mum and Auntie Viv haven't even come home at all for the past week or so. Albie took a gulp of his pint of bitter. How's Roy? Have you visited him lately? Nah, haven't had a chance, Dad. Nancy isn't right still, and what we run in the club, I've had a lot on my plate. Mum has been visiting him regularly. Did you ever give him that letter I wrote him, son? Albie asked. No, the time has never seemed right, Dad. As much as I will always love Roy, he's a hard fucker to visit. He's just permanently miserable, and nothing I say can cheer him up. I'm quite relieved he's moved to Eastbourne, actually. I found going to see him too upsetting. He's nothing like the old Roy. Albie waved at his grandsons who were playing happily together on the slide, and then grasped his youngest son's hand.
Your brother needs you, Michael, especially if he's unhappy. I want you to go and visit him and read or give him my letter. Will you do that for me?" About to make an excuse, Michael clocked the anxiety in his father's eyes and found himself agreeing to the task. "OK, I'll drive down to Eastbourne on Monday."
This ends Disc 10. The Trap, Disc 11.
Nancy Butler had a smile on her face for the first time in ages. Not only was a day without the kids heaven in itself, Dean Smart was ever so comical and she'd thoroughly enjoyed his company. Both had spoken about the problems in their lives and marriages, and Nancy had found it extremely therapeutic to be able to chat to someone that, like her, had married into the clan but wasn't a butler by blood. "I best be getting going. I left Tara with me Nan. She wanted to spend some time with Tara before she goes in for her operation next week."
"What is actually wrong with you, Nan, Dean?"
"She has stomach cancer. I've been so worried about her. She's lost tons of weight."
A bit merry from the amount of wine they'd drunk, Nancy felt quite comfortable throwing her arms around Dean's neck to give him a big hug. That was soon torn away when Dean suddenly locked lips with hers.
"What are you doing? I'm Michael's wife and you're Brenda's husband,"
she reminded Dean, pushing him away. Mortified that he'd got the wrong end of the stick, Dean stood up.
"I'm so sorry, Nance. I've liked you for ages. You must have known that."
The knock on the door saved Nancy from any more embarrassment.
"Hello, Mum. Dean's here, but he's just about to leave," she said bluntly.
"Hello, Dean. How are you? Are Brenda and Tara keeping well?" Mary asked.
"Brenda and Tara are fine, thanks, Mrs. Walker."
"Go in the lounge, Mum," Nancy ordered, pushing Dean towards the front door.
"You won't say anything to Michael, will you?" Dean asked, sounding as anxious as he felt.
"No, Michael would kill you. Now just go, and don't come round here any more."
"I'm really sorry, Nance," Dean whispered, before running down the path.
Nancy slammed the front door and leant against it. For a split second, she'd very nearly responded to Dean's kiss, and was so thankful she hadn't. Whatever had she been thinking? After visiting Roy, Queenie and Vivian headed back to King's and were currently sitting outside the bungalow sipping a cold lager each. Vivian nudged her sister.
"Look, the Notorious have just pulled up."
The people who owned the bungalow next door but one were an odd couple, to say the least.
"Look at them fucking sandals and long socks he's got on. What does he look like?" Queenie mumbled. "Looks like silly boy got none. I'm sure he's a fucking pervert. He's got them tight swimming trunks on again," Vivian replied. "She's scoffing a bag of chips again and all. No wonder she's so fucking fat. I've only ever seen her get out of that car once when she hasn't been stuffing her big moon face," Queenie added. "Oh, Christ, they're waving now. Quick, let's go inside and pretend we ain't seen them. I'm sure he gets a thrill out of standing in front of us with his cock-a-locky on show," Vivian said, grabbing her sister's arm. Giggling like two naughty schoolgirls, Queenie and Vivian darted inside their bungalow and quickly locked the front door. Vinny could feel pure adrenaline running through his veins as he sat down in the restaurant next to Joanna. He had purposely got there a bit early, and he could barely wait for the fun to begin. "You okay, darling?"
"Not really. My stomach is churning. Shall we pretend you're a bit younger? How about if you say you're 28?
"No, we can't lie. Honesty is the best policy in life. Always remember that, Joe. Anyway, if we're going to have a future together, then lying to your mum is a definite no-go."
"So, will I be living at the club with you when I move down to London?" Joanna asked, absolutely thrilled that Vinny had mentioned them having a future together.
"I don't want you living at the club, babe. It's no place for a stunning chick like you. I was thinking of pushing the boat out and buying us a trendy house nearby. That way little Vinny can move in with us, and you can take care of him while I go to work in the evenings."
"But I thought I was going to be working at the club with you," Joanna asked, clearly dismayed. She hadn't spent much time with little Vinny, and certainly wasn't ready to become his full-time guardian yet.
"You will be working at the club with me, but in the daytime. I want you to be my personal secretary. Got to have someone I can trust, and who better to hand such a prestigious position to than me girlfriend, eh?" Vinny said, planting a gentle kiss on Joanna's lips.
"Oh, my God, my mum's just walked in. Hope she didn't see us kissing, Joanna gabbled seconds later. Seeing the look of shock appear on the faces of Joanna's mum and her friend, Vinny stood up. Hello, I'm Joanna's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Joanna's told me lots about you, all good, may I add. Now, what would you two beautiful ladies like to drink? They do a good selection of wines here. Shall I order us a bottle of red and white? Yes, that would be nice, wouldn't it, Deborah? Sandy replied, nudging her pal.
Vinny looked about the same age as them. He had a dark suit on, was very handsome, and reminded Sandy of something out of the movies. Deborah glared at her daughter as she sat down opposite her. The boyfriend had a London accent and was dressed and looked like a bloody gangster.
Kept this a bit quiet, didn't you, dear?
Vinny put an arm around Joanna's shoulders. He was enjoying himself now. We wanted to make sure that our relationship was going to work before we made a big song and dance about it. We're now completely sure that it will, so we thought the time was right to tell you. Joanna is moving to London next month. We're going to live together, and she'll also be working as my secretary. I can assure you I will look after your lovely young daughter, Mrs. Preston, and you're welcome to visit us whenever you wish. Deborah gulped back the glass of wine she'd just been poured, as though it were water.
I think you should slow down a bit, mate. My daughter is 17 years old, and if you think I'm letting her go off gallivanting around London with some shady-looking stranger who looks double her age, you can bloody well think again. Mum, don't be so rude. I'm old enough to do exactly what I like, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
We'll see about that, young lady. I'm sure your father will have something to say about this. He isn't going to be very happy, I can assure you of that.
Here you go, mate. Have another drink, Sandy said,
topping Deborah's glass again. She wasn't family, so felt a bit awkward and unable to comment on her friend's obvious distress.
I'm sure once your husband learns of my assets, he'll be more than happy for me to take care of your daughter, Vinny said, with a hint of playful sarcasm in his voice.
I couldn't care less if you owned the crown jewels, mate. How old are you? And what exactly do you do for a living? You haven't even told us your bloody name yet, Deborah replied,
treating Vinny to an evil stare. Vinny grinned. He'd been waiting weeks for this precise moment and wanted to savour every second of it.
I'm 31 years old and own a very popular nightclub in Whitechapel. Oh, and my name is Vinny. Vinny Butler.
As the realisation of who Joanna's new boyfriend was hit home, Deborah opened her mouth wide, but no words would come out. She suddenly felt sick, dizzy, and the restaurant seemed to be spinning around before her very eyes. Aware that her mother had gone a deathly shade of white, Joanna clasped her hand.
What's the matter? You okay, Mum?
Deborah was anything but okay. Her body went limp as the shock made her lose consciousness and she hit the floor with a thud.
Oh my God! Mum! Are you okay? Do something, Vinny! Joanna cried out.
Do you want me to call you an ambulance? Asked one of the waiters. No, it's okay, mate. She's fine now, Vinny said, when he saw Deborah's eyes flicker open.
With Sandy's help, Deborah sat up and the waiter held a glass of water to her lips.
What happened, Mum? Have you been ill?
Joanna asked, clutching her mother's hand. Deborah snatched her hand away and scowled at Joanna.
You stupid, stupid girl. He doesn't love you. He's just using you as bait to get back at your father.
Joanna looked at Vinny, her face a picture of confusion.
Why is Mum saying that, Vinny? You don't know my dad, do you? Of course he knows your father, you naive fool. And I thought I'd raised you to be intelligent, Deborah hissed,
as the waiter helped her onto a chair.
How would I know who your dad is? You've never even told me his name, Vinny said,
holding his arms outwards to signal his innocence.
My dad's name is Johnny Preston. He comes from London originally. Well, do you know him?
Clocking the contorted look of anger on Deborah's face, Vinny wanted to laugh out loud. Instead, though, he feigned surprise.
I can't believe it, Joe. Yeah, I do know your dad. And we're hardly what you can call the best of friends. I swear on my own father's life that I didn't know who your father was, though. You'd barely even mentioned him. It's just pure coincidence. What a small world we live in, eh?
You lying no-good cunt,
Deborah screamed. Feeling embarrassed because every other diner in the restaurant was now looking their way, Joanna begged her mother to calm down.
Calm down! You want me to calm down? You are sleeping with the man who put your father in prison, you daft little mare.
Come on, babe, let's go. I'm not having you spoken to like this. You don't deserve it, Vinny said, grabbing Joanna's arm.
If you choose that lowlife over me and your father, I will never forgive you, Jo,
Deborah spat. Vinny leant towards his girlfriend and spoke softly in her ear. Please, Jo, let's get out of here. Everyone is staring at us and it's a proper show-up. You can talk to your mum in a few days when she's got over the shock. She'll be calmer then. It's pointless trying to have a sensible conversation with her while she's ranting and raving. Frightened if she didn't do as Vinny said he might finish with her, Joanna turned to her mother.
I have to go now, Mum, but I promise we'll speak again soon.
Chapter 39. Donald and Christopher Walker were on their way to the pub for a pint when they heard a lady scream and a commotion going on over the other side of the road.
It's a robbery! He's got a gun!
Somebody yelled. Even though he was off duty, instinct kicked in and Christopher ran across the road to try to foil what seemed to be a raid on a betting shop. Fearing for his son's safety, Donald dashed across the road as well. No, Chris, be careful, he shouted, as he saw his brave son tackle the man brandishing the gun. The gun flew out of the man's hand along with a cloth bag stuffed with money, and Christopher looked to have saved the day, until the man's accomplice leapt off a motorbike waving a large knife.
Oh my God! Call an ambulance! My son's been stabbed!
Donald screamed, as the men made their getaway. Within minutes, both police and ambulance services had arrived. Christopher had been stabbed in the thigh, but was conscious and seemed jovial enough. As he was lifted into the ambulance on a stretcher, a big cheer and much clapping surrounded his departure. The robbers might have got away, but Christopher's bravery had meant that they had left the scene without their ill-gotten gains and minus their gun. Donald squeezed his son's hand as he sat beside him in the ambulance. He had tears of pride in his eyes. Unlike his daughter, who had turned out to be a massive disappointment, Christopher was not only a son to be proud of, but also a bloody hero. Dean Smart's head was all over the place. He knew that Nancy had been tempted to respond to his kiss before she'd frantically pushed him away, and he couldn't stop thinking about her. His nan was due to go into hospital today, and he was worried about that also. He was petrified her heart might not withstand the operation.
So, where was you the other day then, Dean? I thought you couldn't wait to get rid of me. Have other plans, did you?
Brenda asked, marching into the room holding Tara's hand. What you on about now?
Tell Daddy what you just told me, love,
Brenda urged her daughter.
I said that I stayed with Nanny Frida and you were out with a friend,
Tara mumbled. She knew she had said or done something wrong, but didn't know what. So? What? Is that a crime then, is it? Dean asked, glaring at his miserable-looking wife. She'd obviously been interrogating their daughter as per usual. The woman was a psycho.
Of course it ain't a fucking crime. But why keep it secret, eh?
I know you, Dean Smart, you're hiding something from me. Out with one of your fancy women, was you? I might ring Michael and see where Nancy was that day. You're mental, you are, Bryn. And I really have had a gutful of it. I did tell you where I'd been when you came in Saturday night. And I told you that Tara had spent a few hours with me nan. But you were that pissed out your brains yet again, you obviously don't remember.
Liar!
Brenda shrieked, picking up the plant pot and throwing it at her husband. She could recall the conversation she'd had with Dean, and not once had Dean mentioned dumping Tara at his nan's house while he went out gallivanting alone.
You're hurt, Daddy!
Tara screamed, as Dean crouched down clutching his bleeding head. It's okay, darling. Daddy's okay, Dean said, feeling a bit dazed. Aware that her husband's hands were covered in blood, Brenda began to worry that she'd crossed the line.
I'm sorry, Dean. I didn't mean to hurt you.
Dean stood up, pushed past his wife and stomped up the stairs.
Where are you going?
Brenda yelled, when minutes later Dean came down with a big sports bag in his hand. I'm going to stay at my nan's house while she's in hospital. She's worried about her cats. It'll do us good to have a break anyway. Oh,
And for your information, I had a drink with me cousin Dell the other day. Ring him if you don't believe me, Dean said. He'd already rung Dell to cover his back if need be.
You're not leaving us, are you, Daddy?
Tara sobbed, clinging to her father's legs. No, darling, Dean lied. As soon as Vinny returned from Eastbourne, Dean had decided to have a man-to-man chat with him. He was going to explain in detail just how unbearable life was with Brenda. Along with Michael, Dean was virtually running the club now, so Vinny needed him on side. And as long as he got the okay from Brenda's big brother, Dean planned to leave his bitch of a wife for good. Overcome by worry, Deborah Preston had rung Wormwood Scrubs and booked an emergency visit to see Johnny. The prison was quite strict about hastily arranged visits, but when Deborah had explained that there was a terrible family crisis and she needed to break the news to her ex-husband gently and in person, she had thankfully been granted permission to visit Johnny at short notice. Deborah could not get her daughter's welfare out of her mind. Her Johnny might have been a bit of a villain and done some stupid things in his time, but he had a kind face and a good heart deep down. Vinny was a different breed. Deborah knew that. He had been smirking at her as she was helped back onto her chair by Sandy, and Deborah would never forget the pure look of evil in his eyes.
Are you ready to make a move, mate?
Sandy asked, putting the last of her things in her case.
Yeah, I'm ready. You can change your mind and stay here, you know. I don't mind, honest. No, I'm coming with you. Birds of a feather stick together, mate. Do you want to take another mooch over to Joe's chalet and see if she's back yet? I mean, surely she can't have gone to London for long if she wants to keep her job here. No point going looking for her again. That wolf in sheep's clothing will make damn sure Joe doesn't return to Eastbourne until we're well out the picture. Why do you think he dragged her off to London the following day? Because he don't want the whole fucking truth coming out, that's why. Oh well, Chloe has promised me she'll make sure Joanna reads my letter. Chloe hates the bastard too. She reckons Joe is like a different girl since Vinny's been on the scene. I mean, he must have a real sick mind, Sandy. What sort of grown man preys on a 17-year-old slip of a girl just to get revenge for something her father did? The thought of that bastard mauling my baby makes me want to vomit. Try not to think about that side of it, Deb. Let's just hope when Joe reads that letter and knows the full story, she will see Vinny in a different light. I mean, you only told me everything yesterday, and I was shocked to the core. Surely your Joe will feel the same as I did, eh? I hope so. If not, Johnny will have to sort it. He knew a lot of heavy people back in the day, so I'm sure one of his old pals can step in and help him out in his hour of need. I just hope he can handle the news being in prison. I hope it doesn't fuck his head up completely. Sandy gave her friend a comforting hug. Everything will turn out just fine, mate. I know it will. With Nancy refusing to look after the kids yet again, claiming she had another migraine, Michael had no option other than to ask his pal Kevin to accompany him to Eastbourne. He needed someone to keep an eye on and entertain the boys. Kevin was now a married man himself with a 2-year-old son. Michael couldn't help but chuckle at the way his pal's life had turned out. When Kev was young, he used to take the piss out of his mixed-race roots by putting on a fake Jamaican accent. Yet he had now ended up marrying a Jamaican girl and made his living out of selling black music to black people. The journey to Eastbourne went quickly as Michael and Kevin chatted about old times. Right, this is the care home. My mum said the beach is literally 5 minutes from here. So you take the kids there and I'll come and find yous when I'm done. Wish me luck. I think I'm going to need it. Roy was sitting in his bedroom staring out the window when he heard a knock on his door. You have a visitor, Roy, one of the carers said in a silly sing-song voice. Wheeling himself over to the door, Roy opened it. His mum had said she was going back to Whitechapel. Little Vinny was due to have the plaster off his arm, and he had already missed the first 2 weeks of his new term at school. I'm not expecting any visitors. Who is it? Roy asked. A man called Michael. He says he's your brother and it's urgent. The word urgent pricked Roy's interest. Perhaps one of the family had died or had an accident. If that was the case, then he hoped that person was Vinny. OK. Send Michael in here.
Michael felt terribly guilty as he walked into Roy's bedroom. It was a cheerful enough-looking room, with a nice view, but he immediately clocked that his brother had lost weight, looked slightly unkempt, and dead behind the eyes. "Hello, bruv. So sorry I haven't got down to Eastbourne before. I've had a lot of problems, as Mum has probably told you." About to tell his brother to cut the niceties and get straight to the point, Roy remembered his mum telling him that Denise and her mother had died in a car accident, and Lee was now living with Michael.
"Mum did tell me bits and pieces. How is Lee getting on?"
Michael went on to explain that Lee had settled in well, but that he thought Nancy was on the verge of a nervous breakdown.
"That's a shame. I thought Nancy was a nice girl when I spoke to her. She reminded me of my Colleen in her mannerisms."
"How do you feel about Colleen getting engaged again?" Michael asked innocently. He had no idea that his mother hadn't informed Roy that Colleen had a new bloke who had recently proposed to her. Feeling like his heart was about to break in two, Roy wanted to cry, but instead put on a brave face. His mum obviously hadn't told him the news because she was worried about how it would affect him.
"Colleen deserves to be happy. She's a good woman. Where are the boys today? Is Nancy looking after them?"
he asked, desperate to change the subject. "I should be so lucky. Nancy can't even function, Roy. Lee started school now, but kept him off today so he could come to Eastbourne with his brothers. Kev travelled down with me. He's taken the boys to the beach."
"Can you take me to the beach so I can see them?"
Roy asked. He used to gabble his sentences once upon a time, but each now took him many seconds to complete, which still sometimes infuriated him.
"Yeah,
course I can," Michael replied. He was amazed his brother seemed so jovial.
"So, what was the urgent news?"
Roy asked. Michael put his hand in his trouser pocket and handed the letter to his brother.
"Who is it from?"
"It's from Dad. But you mustn't tell anyone I gave it to you. Dad gave it to me just after the shooting, and I promised him that one day I would give it to you when I felt the time was right. Put it in your drawer and read it later, when you're alone, eh?"
"Are you still in touch with Dad, then?"
Roy asked, after he put the letter away. "It's a long story, Roy. I want you to read that letter tonight. Then tomorrow we'll speak on the phone, okay?" Roy gave his younger brother a half smile.
"Okay."
Johnny Preston was a bundle of nerves as he was led down the corridor by two screws. He knew something serious was occurring. There was no way Deborah would cut her trip short and request a visit if she didn't have bad news of some kind. Every scenario of what might have happened flashed through Johnny's brain. Thank God he'd only just found out about the visit, because if he'd known about it yesterday, it'd have gone off his head through worry.
"Ain't you taking me to the normal visiting room?"
Johnny asked the screws.
"No, I cleared it with the governor that you and your ex-wife could chat in the interview room. It's more private in there."
Johnny got on well with all of the screws he'd dealt with in the scrubs. He'd learned early on that if he respected them, not only was it handy to get a few perks, they seemed to respect him also. His mother used to say to him when he was a child, "Johnny, always speak and treat other people how you would like to be spoken to and treated yourself." Johnny had never forgotten that sound piece of advice, and had found it worked especially well in prison.
"Lads, can I ask you a favour? I know you meant to stand in on this visit, but would you mind awfully if you waited outside?
My Deborah's never requested a visit such as this before, so it's obvious something awful has happened. I would just rather be in the room alone with Deb when she tells me, if you know what I mean." Jerry, the taller screw, glanced at his colleague for approval, then nodded. Apart from a table and chairs, there was sod all else in the room, so he couldn't see the harm in allowing Johnny some privacy. As soon as Johnny entered the room and saw the look on Deborah's face, his worst fears were well and truly confirmed. "Whatever's wrong, babe. Is it Joe?" Urging her ex-husband to sit down opposite her, Deborah wrapped both her hands around his. "It's our Joe's new boyfriend. I found out who it is."
"What? Is he black? Indian? Spit it out, woman," Johnny demanded.
"It's Vinnie Butler," Deborah said, her hand shaking at the thought of Johnny's reaction. Unable to comprehend what Deborah was trying to tell him, Johnny looked at her as though she was stark raving mad.
Vinnie Butler? Well, what about Vinnie Butler?
Vinnie is Joanna's secret boyfriend. She's moving to London next month to be with him. She's going to work as his secretary.
Letting out one almighty roar, Johnny Preston grabbed hold of the table, lifted it up and threw it against the wall so hard 2 of the legs fell off of it. Seconds later, the 2 prison officers barged through the door and wrestled the deranged Johnny to the floor. Nancy Butler was rocking to and fro in the armchair and crying like a baby. Her mum had just rung her to tell her that her brother had been stabbed by an armed robber. And even though Nancy no longer had any contact with Christopher, the thought of somebody sticking a knife in him had upset her badly. Nancy thought back to when they were kids. She and Christopher had been so close once upon a time. The short spell they spent living in Whitechapel particularly sprang to Nancy's mind. Their parents had been so busy trying to make their new business venture work, Nancy had no other option than to hang out with her little brother. Neither of them knew any other children in the area. They'd left all their lifelong friends in Stoke Newington. The thing that stuck in Nancy's mind the most was Christopher's obsession with the posh man with the posh car who owned the club around the corner. Ironically, that had turned out to be Vinnie Butler of all people. Nancy put her head in her hands. Even though her dad was a pompous prick at times and Christopher a little know-it-all shit, Nancy suddenly realised how much she missed having them in her life. She had forsaken her family just to be with Michael, and for the first time ever she wondered if she'd done the right thing. She wasn't a butler at heart, never would be. She was a walker. Roy Butler ripped open the creased envelope, unfolded the letter, and took a deep breath as he started to digest the words. Dear Roy, I'm writing this letter as you're currently fighting for your life in hospital. Realising you'd been shot broke my bloody heart, and I so wanted to be at your bedside with the rest of the family, willing you to pull through. Unfortunately, that wasn't to be. I was forced to leave the area for good, and I had to tell you this, son, as I would hate you to think that I didn't care enough to be with you in your hour of need. Nothing could be further from the truth. As you well know, I'm not a man of many words, Roy. I just wanted you to know that you're never far from my thoughts, and you'll always have a special place in my heart. Love always, Dad. Roy felt a mixture of emotions as he laid the letter beside him on his bed. Today had been a funny old day. He'd thoroughly enjoyed spending time with Michael, even though his heart was broken at the thought of Colleen sharing her bed and life with another man. That hadn't stopped him going to the pub and having a decent bit of grub and a few pints for the first time since he'd been shot, though. And he was proud of himself for not letting the news ruin his day. The letter from his dad was a nice surprise. It was lovely to know that his father loved him and hadn't abandoned him. But the part in the letter when his dad had informed him that he'd been forced to leave the area for good had made Roy really angry. The reason being, he knew his evil fucker of a brother was the only person in the world who could be behind such an act of nastiness. Roy read his father's letter again, then put it in his bedside drawer. For once he felt quite mellow. The reason being, he just needed to add the last couple of pieces to the jigsaw. Then he could do what he wanted to do for the past 5 years. As the old saying states, revenge is a dish best served cold. And Roy was planning on serving his up at below 0. Vinnie Butler had just bent over his desk to snort a line of cocaine when his office door burst open and Lenny strolled in.
What you doing, Vin? Lenny asked innocently. What have I told you about always knocking before you enter, champ? Made me jump out me fucking skin, you did, Vinnie said angrily. Sorry, I forgot. What's that white stuff? Headache tablets I crushed up. I've still got hangover from last night and I can't swallow the bloody things. They're too big and get stuck in me throat, Vinnie lied. There's a man on the phone wants to talk to you, Vinnie. He says it's urgent. Who is it? Vinnie asked, discreetly putting his bag of gear back in his safe. He now kept his own stash at the club. There was nothing worse than fancying a livener and not being able to have one. I don't know, but he said hurry up because he's in prison. Vinnie dashed out to the bar area. The phone in his office was definitely on the blink, as it hadn't bloody rung again. Hello, Vinny said, putting the receiver to his ear. It's me. Just thought you want to know the shit has hit the fan. He's gone mental, apparently. Had to be put in solitary.
Vinny smirked.
Did the old woman visit? He asked.
He and Scottish Pat never used names on the phone, but both knew who the other was referring to.
Yeah, about 3 hours ago.
Thanks for keeping me in the loop. I'll get Pete or Paul to visit you with another parcel. Update me if there's any more news. Yeah? The pips went before Pat had a chance to reply.
You look happy, my friend. You win the football pools? Ahmed said, sauntering towards Vinny. Ahmed, can you take me to see Layla again soon? Lenny asked, running towards the big man and giving him a bear hug. I don't see why not, champ. Come in the office. I have some gossip. No, not you, champ. I need you to scrub the steps out the front and give the outside of the doors a good wash down. Looked fucking filthy as I came in this morning, they did.
Ahmed followed his pal.
So, where is your lovely wife-to-be today?
He joked.
Ha ha, very funny.
I gave her 200 quid to go shopping with and sent her up the West End. Having her stay here with me has been doing me head in, mate. I'm my own man, like to come and go as I please. Feel like I've got an albatross hanging around my neck at the moment. Anyway, on a brighter note, Scottish Pat has just rung me from the scrubs. Preston has found out. Gone off his head apparently, has been put in solitary.
Do you think he might send someone to the club for revenge? If so, I'll stay here with you.
You're having a giraffe, ain't you? Preston is a mug. He used to hang around the Richardsons and Mad Frankie years ago. He was more of an albatross around their necks than his daughter is round mine. They used to laugh at him behind his back. I ain't worried at all about repercussions. The geezer's a nobody. None of the big guns will help him out. He ain't worth a wank.
So, what happens now? You going to dump Joanna? Ahmed asked.
Got to see how it pans out first, ain't I? Preston must be stewing sat alone in solitary with images of me sticking me big old cock up his baby girl. I'm hoping the cunt will top himself. It will save me the task of ending his life for him when he gets out. As for Jo, I shall take her back to Eastbourne tomorrow. I shan't dump her just yet. I want that piece of shit to suffer as much as my mother is watching Roy lose the plot.
You're still trying to get her pregnant? Ahmed asked.
Nah. I spunked up her at first, but haven't for the past month or so. No need to be lumbered with her or another kid if there's no point. Let's see what happens with Johnny boy first. If finding out that I'm shafting his baby girl isn't enough to make him go off his rocker, then I will do whatever it takes to torture him even more. I might even ask the silly tart to marry me. Now that would rub salt in his wounds, wouldn't it? Ahmed chuckled as Vinny laid out 2 big fat lines of cocaine in front of him.
You really are an evil man, my friend. This is why I like you.
Snorting a line, Vinny handed the rolled-up £10 note to his pal and grinned. Me? Evil? Never. Michael had only just walked indoors when the phone rang.
Bruv, it's me. I've read Dad's letter and I would really like to speak to him. I won't tell Mum or anybody else, I promise. Can you bring him to visit me?
I can, Roy, but I don't know when that'll be. Dad lives miles away now.
But I need to speak to him ASAP,
Roy replied dismally. He'd been staring at his gun for the past half an hour, and now he was positive that the time was right to use it. He wanted to tie up the other loose ends in his life as quickly as possible.
Listen, Roy, I've just this second walked in. Give me a ring back in a bit and I'll try and get hold of Dad in the meantime.
You must swear you will never breathe a word of this to anyone, though, okay?
You have my word, Michael. I have another couple of important phone calls to make now, so I'll call you back in half an hour.
Roy put down the phone, glanced at the gun and the photo of Vinny, then picked the receiver back up. He knew his brother was in London and at the club, as his mum had told him earlier.
Hello, Vin. It's me, Roy.
You okay, bruv? Is something wrong? Vinny asked. Word only ever rung him once since the shooting, and that was to demand he find him somewhere to live by the sea.
No, nothing's wrong. Michael came to visit me, and it got me thinking. I feel happier since I've moved, and I really enjoyed going to the pub today for a few pints and some lunch. I thought perhaps me and you could do the same. Are you busy on Wednesday?
Vinny smirked. It might have taken many years, but finally Roy was ready to forgive him.
Wednesday's perfect, bruv. It's your call, so we'll go anywhere you choose. I'd love to show you King's as well, though. The clubhouse is proper. You'll love it there. OK, I'm up for that. Can you get here at midday? I sure can.
And thanks for ringing me, Roy. You've not just made my day, you've made my bloody year. Roy said goodbye, replaced the receiver, picked up Vinny's photo and chuckled.
So you fell for it, you mug. You think you're so clever, bruv, but you'll never be as clever as me.
Back in Barking, Michael was getting angrier by the second.
Mummy's in bed. She won't get up,
Daniel said, tugging his father's arm. Michael ran upstairs. He'd had enough of Nancy's silly behaviour now. There was him running around like a blue-ass fly, taking the kids to school, picking them up, cooking their meals, and running a club. And all his dysfunctional wife could do was drink wine and lie in bed all day. His mother and aunt had both said recently that Nancy needed a good kick up the arse, and instead of pandering to her every whim, it was about time she got one.
Time to get up, Nance. The boys need some dinner. And seeing as I have to go into work tonight, I think it's time you learned how to use the oven again.
Go away. Leave me alone,
Nancy mumbled. Michael could tell she was pissed. She was slurring. Crouching down next to their bed, the stench of wine hit Michael tenfold.
I am fucking sick of this idiotic behaviour, Nancy. You need to get a grip, else me and you are finished.
What's the matter with Mummy?
Adam asked, toddling into the room. When Nancy began to sob like a newborn, Michael strolled out with his youngest son in his arms and slammed the door. To say he was furious as he walked down the stairs and spotted 3 empty bottles of wine in the lounge was an understatement. How could he go to work and leave Nancy with the kids in the state she was in? He couldn't. The home in Eastbourne had 2 mobile payphones that were wheeled into the patient's room so they could speak privately. And when one of the carers knocked on his door to inform Roy that he had hogged the phone for too long, Roy told her that he would need it for at least another half an hour. At his request, Michael had stopped at an off-licence and brought him a bottle of brandy on the way back from the pub, and Roy took a large gulp of it before he dialed the next number. He just hoped she was in. When the phone was answered, he recognised her voice immediately. She had such a beautiful Irish lilt that it almost brought tears to his eyes. He took a deep breath and did his best to pull himself together.
Colleen, it's Roy. How are you? And how is Emily May?
When Colleen burst into tears, Roy held the phone away from his ear. He knew they were tears of sympathy rather than love.
Oh, Roy, it's so wonderful to hear from you,
Colleen said, before going on to explain how well their daughter was doing at nursery, amongst lots of other stories about the child he barely knew. Roy grinned as he listened to his daughter's antics. She sounded a right little character, just like he'd once been.
Have you rung because you're ready to see Emily May now, Roy? I'll bring her to see you whenever you want,
Colleen said. Feeling embarrassed because his speech was so slow and slurred compared to when Colleen had been with him, Roy felt compelled to apologise for that before telling his ex he didn't want Emily May to visit.
So why have you rung then?
Colleen asked.
Because I just wanted to check my daughter was okay and that you were happy.
When Colleen assured him that everything was fine, Roy forced himself to smile. She hadn't told him about her new chap, but she sounded bubbly enough for him to know that her new fiancé must be an okay kind of guy who was obviously treating her well.
I have to go now, Colleen. But I just want to tell you something before I put the phone down. I will always love you and Emily May, But I want you to promise me you will move on with your life, meet a nice man and be happy. Can you do that for me?"
When Colleen burst into tears again, Roy ended the call. There really was no need for her to feel guilty. Colleen was truly a wonderful girl. She'd sat by his bedside day and night when he'd been in a coma, and even when he'd woken up as a different man, Colleen had been willing to give up her own life to care for him. She had even still wanted to marry him. Roy took another swig of brandy and smiled. He was so glad he'd had the guts to set Colleen and his daughter free. The reason being, they both deserved better. Back at the club, Dean Smart sat down nervously opposite his boss.
"And what can I do for you, Dino? Do you need time off because of your nan?" Vinny asked, with a hint of sarcasm.
He couldn't put on a sympathetic voice, as he hated Mad Frida with a passion.
"Nah, it's nothing to do with me, Nan. I need to speak to you about Brenda." "Go on, and there's no need to gabble. I don't bite, you know."
"I'll pour us both a drink," Vinny replied. He liked Dean, and thought his little sister had done quite well for herself considering what a pain in the arse she was at times. Dean gratefully accepted the scotch and necked it in 2 gulps. He was dreading this conversation, but he was so unhappy. He couldn't be put off any longer. Vinny listened in earnest while Dean explained how awful life was with Brenda.
"So, what do you want me to do about it?" he asked, when his brother-in-law finally came up for air.
Dean took a deep breath.
"Nothing. The reason I've spoken to you is I wanted to ask your permission to leave Brenda. I can't take any more, Vinny. I'm at the end of me tether."
Vinny leant across the table and stared Dean straight in the eyes.
"You got a bit of fluff on the go? And don't lie to me because I'll find out if you have."
Dean held his hands up in a surrender poise.
"I swear on my Tara's life. I'm not having an affair. I don't ever have since I married Bren. I wouldn't do that, Vinny. I have too much respect for her and your family."
"Good. Glad to hear it.
Look, Dean, I'm sorry to hear how bad things are for you, but I'm afraid leaving Bren is totally out of the question, boyo. My dear old mum would be so upset if that were to happen, and you know how I like my mum to be happy, don't you?"
About to argue his point, Dean noticed the dangerous glint in Vinny's eyes and quickly shut his mouth. He was doomed to a life of misery, and unfortunately, there was no way out whatsoever. Roy took another swig of brandy as he reread his father's letter. Michael had given him his dad's phone number approximately 20 minutes ago, and he was still building up the courage to make the call, fearing he was probably about to hear things that would upset him greatly. Roy picked up the receiver and held it between his chin and cheek while he used his only able hand to dial.
"Hello, son. I can't tell you how happy I am that you want to speak to me. I've been sitting by the phone since Michael rang me earlier willing you to phone me,"
Albie said sincerely.
"It is good to speak to you too, Dad. But you must be patient with my speech. I talk very slowly now, as you can probably tell. I don't give a damn how you speak, or if we're on the phone all night, Roy. It's just so wonderful to hear your voice again. How are you doing? Michael tells me you've moved to a lovely place near the sea now. To be honest, Dad, my life isn't so great, so I would rather hear about yours if that is okay with you."
Albie took the hint and told Roy all about his new life in Ipswich. He didn't mention his new lady friend, though, in case it upset his son. He went on to describe how living with his brother Bert had been a godsend, and spoke enthusiastically about his allotment, and how much healthier he felt for having cut his drinking down immensely.
"I'm really pleased you're happy, Dad,"
Roy said. He was genuinely thrilled that his father had turned his life around and seemed so content.
"Son, I must apologise about that terrible cancer lie I told. I wasn't thinking straight at the time, but I'll swear on the Bible that the only reason I said it was because of my desperation to have contact with you, Michael and Brenda again. I missed you all so much. I would have said I'd done anything to be a part of your lives once more." "Why haven't you mentioned Vinny, Dad? I want to know the truth of what has happened." "I really don't want to talk about your brother, Roy. I've nothing nice to say about him." "Dad, I will forgive you for lying about your cancer, if you tell me the truth about Vinny. I hate him with a passion, and I swear whatever you tell me I will take to my grave with me. On my Emily May's life, I will never tell another living soul any of this conversation that we have tonight." Trusting his son completely, Albie then spilt the beans. He told Roy all about how he'd been pushed out of his children's lives the moment they'd been born, and then went on to describe in detail how Vinny had tried to ruin the engagement with Colleen by bribing him to tell her parents a pack of lies. "I just couldn't do it, your son. I looked around and I saw you and Colleen kissing and cuddling, and I refused. That is why Vinny jumped on the stage and told everybody I'd lied about me cancer. He then threatened to kill me if I didn't leave the area immediately. I was scared of him, son. You know what he did to me all them years ago when he found out about my affair with Judy Preston. You was there." Roy was gobsmacked. He'd always known that Vinny had an evil streak, and had remembered how his brother had tried to ruin his engagement party. But how could he threaten to kill his own father? Roy had thought Albie had left Whitechapel because his cancer lie had been exposed. Vinny really was the lowest of the low at times. "You're okay, son?" Albie asked anxiously. He had necked a couple of cans while talking to Roy. His nerves were frayed, just relaying the story, and the past brought back awful memories. Still in a state of shock, Roy decided to change the subject completely. "Did you ever find out if Judy Preston kept your baby, Dad?" "No, son. I did hear a rumour that she was living not too many miles away from where I am now, but I doubt that is true. I swear I've never seen or heard a peep out of her since the day she visited me in that hospital when your mother turned up." "I'm so glad we had this chat, Dad. I always wondered why you spent so much time at the pub when I was a kid, and I never knew that Mum and Auntie Viv pushed you out of the family circle the way they did. Don't get me wrong, I love my mum. She's always been good to me. But I do believe you, as I know how domineering her and Auntie Viv can be at times." Albie rubbed the tears away from his eyes with the sleeve of his jumper. It had been both lovely and emotional talking to Roy, but it broke his heart that his son sounded like a shadow of the man he once was. "When can I come and visit you, boy? Michael said he'll drive me down there." Roy took a deep breath to stop himself from crying. "Soon, Dad. I hope you don't think I've turned into a softie for saying this. But I want you to know that I forgive you for everything. And I love you very much." Unable to stop himself, Albie then burst into floods of tears. "And I love you too, son. Much more than you could ever imagine." Choked up beyond belief, Roy knew it was time to end the call. "Dad, somebody else needs to use the phone now. But I'll speak to you again soon, I promise," he lied. Nancy Walker walked over to the wardrobe and put a coat on over a nightdress. The long hot summer had now come to an end, and she didn't want to get wet. She could hear the torrential rain banging against the window. Her handbag, with her purse inside, was in the lounge, and there was no way Nancy was venturing in there. She could hear Michael laughing and her sons joining in with whatever stupid game they were playing. Then she heard Lee's voice, the boy who had been dumped on her even though he wasn't her bloody child. Tiptoeing down the stairs, Nancy opened the front door as gently as she could. Christopher had been taken to Upney Hospital, which wasn't that far away, and even if it took her an hour or so, she would be able to walk there. When Nancy quietly shut the front door, she suddenly realised she had her carpet slippers on rather than her shoes. Cursing herself for being so dipsy, she had no choice other than to walk on. Her key was in her purse. Chapter 40. When Vinny arrived in Eastbourne, he decided to take Joanna for a bit of lunch in the moorings before dropping her off at King's. Jo had been worryingly quiet throughout the whole journey, and he needed to find out why. "I just need to make a quick phone call. Order what you want and I'll have the scampi and a pint, babe," Vinny said, handing over a £20 note. "Where the bloody hell you been? 3 times I rang that club yesterday and 3 times Lenny said you were busy. Ain't you got time for your poor old mum now you got some young tart on the firm?" Queenie asked coldly. I'm sorry, Mum. I barely had a moment to bleed and breathe yesterday. I meant to ring you back last night, but it totally slipped me mind. So where are you now? Me and Vivi have decided we want to go back to King's until it shuts for the winter. When can you drive us down there? Vinny usually spoke to or saw his mother every single day, and he could tell she had the hump with him. Telling her he was currently in Eastbourne would only make her even more cross, so he had no option other than to lie. I'm in the West End, Mum. I have a business meeting arranged with an old pal of mine. I promise you faithfully I'll pop round to see you later today, and I'll drive you and Auntie Viv back down to Eastbourne on Wednesday morning. What about little Vinny, though? I ain't got no one else to look after him. He can come to King's with us. Teaching him a load of old bollocks at that school anyway, Queenie said bluntly. I've got some really good news, Mum. Roy rang me yesterday and he wants to build some bridges. We're going out for a drink on Wednesday. Queenie's eyes welled up with tears of pure joy. She'd been thrilled when Michael had informed her that Roy had seemed bubbly and had enjoyed a few pints in the pub. But that was nothing compared to how she felt about Roy and Vinny going out together. Her eldest two had been inseparable as kids, and throughout their teenage years, and it had broken Queenie's heart that they no longer communicated. Oh, Vin! I'm so bloody pleased. What exactly did Roy say then? Aware that Joanna was staring at him, Vinny decided the details could wait until later. I've got to go, Mum. Me pal's just turned up. I'll explain all when I come round, he said, as the pip started to bleep. Who was that you were on the phone to? Joanna asked, when Vinny returned to the table. Only me Mum. I've been so wrapped up with work and you, I'd forgotten to ring her. What's up, babe? You've not been your usual jovial self today. Is something bothering you? Joanna stared at her hands rather than look Vinny in the eye. My period is 2 weeks late. I think I might be pregnant. Michael Butler was beside himself. He hadn't realised his wife was missing until late last night, and she still hadn't returned. He'd scoured the streets for approximately 4 hours in his car looking for Nancy, but he hadn't been able to find her. He'd also rung his wife's best friend, but Rhonda had sworn to him that Nancy hadn't been in contact and she had no idea where his wife was. At his wits' end, Michael had now driven to Nancy's parents' cafe. He knew if Donald was there, he would get anything but a warm reception, but for once he didn't care. Surely his wife's safety was more important than her father's shitty attitude. Over at Wormwood Scrubs, Johnny Preston was pacing up and down his cell, muttering expletives and threatening to murder Vinnie Butler. They'd kept him in solitary for 24 hours, and he'd had to pretend he'd calmed down to be allowed back onto his wing. Sit down, John, you're making me feel dizzy, said Phil, Johnny's cellmate. Johnny punched the wall. He hadn't told Phil why he was in pieces. He couldn't bring himself to tell anyone. If he was on the outside, he would have marched straight down to Butler's club and killed him stone dead. Doing life would be preferable to allowing that bastard to touch his baby girl again. I'm going off me head here, Phil. That shit you inject, does it chill you out? Phil nodded. He'd done 2 long stretches in prison now, and had got through both thanks to heroin. He now provided a service and supplied to other inmates too. Give us a bullseye's worth, Johnny demanded, putting his hand inside his pants to pull out some damp pound notes. Take it steady, John. You ain't used to it. I'll inject some for you if you like. Just give us the gear and the needle, Phil. I ain't a fucking child, you cunt. When Michael walked into the cafe, he was relieved to see Mary standing behind the counter rather than Donald. Because of the seriousness of his visit, Michael had felt it inappropriate to ring ahead. He was hoping Nancy might be there, but if she wasn't, then he really didn't want to shock poor Mary by phone. Michael, what are you doing here? Is Nancy with you? Mary asked, rather bemused. Her son-in-law had never visited the cafe before, and Mary was relieved that Donald had left 10 minutes ago to visit Christopher in hospital. Have you seen Nancy, Mary? Michael asked. No, not today. Why? Did she say she was coming here? Mary replied, now anxious. No, Nancy didn't say she was coming here, but she went out last night and she hasn't come back yet, so I was rather hoping she was with you. I'm worried sick about her, Mary. She didn't even take her handbag or purse with her.
Mary put her hand over her mouth and totally ignored the customer who had just walked up to the counter and asked for an egg and bacon roll.
Oh my God, Michael! We need to find her quickly. Nancy really hasn't been well lately.
Alan Briggs lived in Upney and rarely used the alleyway that gave him access to the back of his house. However, he was having a new sofa delivered today which would probably not fit through his small hallway, so, along with his dog, Spot, Alan trotted down the alley to check there were no obstacles blocking the delivery men's paths. Spot bounded on in front of him and began barking manically, but it wasn't until Alan chased his Dalmatian that he spotted the girl lying curled up in a fetal position in the long grass. She had on what looked like a nightdress with a jacket over the top, and she was barefoot, with grazes, blood and dirt covering the soles of her feet. Alan felt his whole body shake from head to foot. His first impression was that the girl was dead, but when Spot licked her face, the girl's eyes seemed to flicker open, which made Alan gasp. "Don't try to move. I'll ring an ambulance. I'll be back in 1 minute," he gabbled, before grabbing his dog by its collar and running back down the alley. He had no idea if the girl had been raped, attacked or what, but thank God she was still alive. Finding a corpse was not something that Alan could have dealt with. Chloe glared at Joanna as she let herself into their chalet. Working at King's for the summer was meant to have been a once-in-a-lifetime giggle for the two best friends. And it had been, until Vinnie bloody Butler had turned up on the scene.
"You all right, mate? I'm so sorry for dashing off to London like I did. Will work okay about it? Did you tell them that I had a family crisis to deal with like I told you to?" Joanna asked awkwardly. She could tell she was in the doghouse just by the unfriendly expression on Chloe's face. "Yes, work were fine, and believed your little lie. Wasn't much fun for me, though. Not only did I have to work doubly hard to cover up for your absence, I've also been stuck here on my own. I think you owe me a favour, so I want you to do something for me for once." "Of course. What?" Joanna replied. Chloe delved into a handbag and handed Jo the letter her mum had written. "I want you to read this. I promised your mum that you would read it in front of me." Guessing the letter was about Vinnie, Joanna ripped it open and pursed her lips as she read the scathing words. It explained how her father's best pal, Dave Phillips, had been murdered by Vinnie back in 1965, which, according to her mother, was why her dad had sought revenge and ended up in prison himself. It also informed her that Roy Butler had been shot by accident. The bullet had been meant for Vinnie. The letter then ended with her mum begging her to get away from Vinnie at the first opportunity and return to Tiptree. She also described Vinnie as a vile piece of work who would stop at nothing to heap revenge onto her heartbroken father. The PS at the bottom told Joanna she was being used as a pawn in a very dangerous game and would live to regret not taking her mother's advice if she chose to ignore it. "What are you doing that for? Aren't you going to read it to me?" Chloe asked, when her pal began to rip the letter into shreds. "It's none of your business, Chloe. Anyway, there was nothing in the letter that I found that surprising. Vinnie had already been honest with me about certain stuff. I bet you're really jealous deep down, aren't you? You must be well pissed off that Vinnie picked me and you got lumbered with Ahmed. I would be if it were the other way round." Amazed by Joanna's ridiculous accusation, Chloe shook her head in disbelief. She wasn't jealous. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. "Do you know what, Jo? You've changed so much since you've been with your precious new boyfriend. You're nothing like the best mate I once had. I'm not jealous of you being with Vinnie. All I can put it down to is he's brainwashed you in some strange way, and now you're under his spell. I hope you don't expect me to pick up the pieces when it all goes wrong, because after the way you've treated me lately, you don't deserve my friendship." Sick of people interfering in her life, Joanna decided a hint of sarcasm and the shock factor was her best form of defence. "Oh, dearie me. You do have an overactive imagination at times, Chloe. Well, to put your mind at rest, I can assure you that Vinnie has not cast a spell or brainwashed me. I think the word you might actually be searching for is impregnated." Vinnie Butler had driven back to Whitechapel as quickly as the busy roads had allowed his Jaguar to travel. Joanna telling him that she might be pregnant had been enough reason for him to want to escape Eastbourne ASAP. But he had also rung the club after dropping Jo off at King's, and Lenny had informed him that the man from prison had rung up again,
and so had Michael, who apparently had a crisis going on and wouldn't be into work for the foreseeable future. Dean's nan had been moved to Old Church Hospital in Romford today to have her operation there instead of at the London, so knowing Lenny would be alone at the club, Vinny had asked Ahmed to get there at 2 p.m, as he had a delivery from the brewery arriving that he couldn't trust Lenny to deal with alone. "Everything okay, champ? Did Ahmed turn up to help you?" Vinny asked, as he entered the club, feeling extremely flustered. "Yeah, Ahmed's in your office, Vin. He's making some phone calls. Do you mind if I have a pint? I worked hard today and I deserve one," Lenny said, grinning cheekily at his cousin. "Course you can, champ. You pour yourself a drink and have a rest now. If you want, you can hop on the DJ stand and play a bit of music. Not too loud, though, as I have a bit of business I need to discuss with Ahmed," Vinny said, strolling towards his office. "Ah, there you are. I've installed your new phone, and I've tested it already," Ahmed informed his friend. "You sure it rings? How did you test it for incoming calls?" Vinny asked. "I sent Champ to the phone box around the corner and he rang the number." "I've had the day from hell, mate. Pour us a large scotch while I rack us up a line," Vinny said, opening his safe. "What is wrong?" Ahmed asked. Vinny downed his scotch in one, then told Ahmed about Joanna's period being 2 weeks late. "Oh, dear. You have super sperm. You are going to be a daddy again. Congratulations." "It ain't fucking funny, Ahmed. I don't want to be lumbered with her or another kid." "I'm only messing with you. If things don't work out to your liking, we can just get rid of Joanna like we did Karen. Easy peasy," Ahmed replied. Vinny jumped as the new phone rang. It was much louder than his old one. "Hello?" Scottish Pat wasn't a man of many words, but Vinny could not wipe the smile off his face as he digested the couple of sentences that his informant had to say. "Well?" Ahmed asked, when Vinny replaced the receiver on its cradle. "Preston was let out of solitary and then took a heroin overdose. Rumour has it the cunt had already been brown bread for an hour when they carried him out of his cell. Fucking love it, I do. Bye-bye, Johnny boy, you no good shit cunt." "That is wonderful news. I'm well chuffed for you. Now, we must work out how to get rid of the daughter." Vinny poured himself and Ahmed another drink. "I'll dump her as soon as the dust has settled, or should I say Johnny's ashes." Ahmed grinned. "I think we should celebrate Johnny's death tonight. We can go to the whorehouse, shag women and drink champagne." Vinny laughed. Ahmed was so on his wavelength it was uncanny. None of the nurses or doctors at Old Church Hospital had any idea what had happened to the girl or who she was. There were no obvious signs of a physical attack, but the girl refused to speak and seemed dazed and confused. Mandy, the young Irish nurse, was very worried about the girl. Her own sister Hazel had been raped by a man she'd met in a bar a few years ago in Dublin, and the way the girl was acting made Mandy think that the same had possibly happened to her. "Well?" Mandy asked, as the policewoman and the matron of her ward walked out of the room. "Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any signs of a sexual or any other attack. We think it's more to do with mental health, such as a breakdown of some kind has occurred. She's speaking now, though, although she isn't saying much." "What did she say?" Mandy asked, her face etched with worry. Mandy's matron smiled. Mandy had only been working on her ward for 3 months, and she wished all her young nurses were so kind to their patients. "Well, she asked me for a cup of tea, and then told DS Day that her name was Nancy." Unaware that his daughter was currently unwell and disorientated in a different hospital, Donald sat proudly next to his son as the news reporters started the interview. Christopher had recovered extremely well from his stabbing ordeal and was now well enough to be filmed by the BBC, who were covering his heroic story on the evening news. Christopher's bosses were absolutely thrilled with his off-duty courageousness, and not only had the chief inspector been to the hospital to visit him personally, he had all but told Christopher he would be promoted instantly as soon as his probation period was over. Mary had warned Donald earlier that it would not be wise for him or Christopher to be interviewed and filmed by the BBC, considering the trouble they had had in the past. She'd also informed him that none of Michael's family knew that Christopher was now a policeman, and also reminded him of why they had once had to flee Whitechapel. Donald, being Donald, did not take his wife's advice, and when the reporter began to ask him questions, he answered them with pride. Why shouldn't he? His son was a hero, a budding police officer, and the past was now just a distant memory. Wasn't it? Having driven around for hours with Mary in the hope of finding Nancy, Michael took his mother-in-law's advice and headed home to ring the police. Do you mind if I have a nose through Nancy's wardrobe before we call the cops? I might be able to work out what she was wearing. The police are bound to ask, Mary said. Of course you can. I'll make the boys some beans on toast while you're upstairs. I really can't see the old Bill doing much until she's been missing for over 24 hours, though, Michael replied, feeling dismal. They bloody well will when I speak to them. I shall play on the fact that Nancy hasn't been very well lately. They'll have to take notice if they think she's had mental health problems. Ordering the boys to go into the lounge to watch TV, Michael opened a tin of beans and was about to pour them into a saucepan when the phone rang. He dashed to answer it in hope that the caller was Nancy, but it wasn't. It was his mother. Here, you never guess what, Michael. What? Roy wants to make peace with Vinny. Roy rang him, and Vinny's going out with him on Wednesday. Isn't it wonderful news, eh? Michael knew immediately that something was amiss. Roy had hated Vinny with a passion yesterday, and nobody changed their tune that quickly. In normal circumstances, he would have informed his mother of this, but he was too worried about his wife to even enter into a conversation. Mum, I have to go. Nancy's missing. Vinny Butler sat mulling over his life while he waited for Joanna's phone call. He'd been drinking and snorting far too much recently, and decided now he had got his revenge for his brother's shooting, he should really try to sort himself out. There were lots of punters who drank in his club that were forever out of their boxes, and Vinny thought far too highly of himself to end up like them. He would have one last wild night out with Ahmed tonight to celebrate Preston's death, then get his act together from tomorrow. He'd barely seen little Vinny or his mother recently, and he needed to get his priorities back in order. Jumping as the phone rang, Vinny snatched at the receiver. You all right, Joe? Yes and no. I did that test you told me to do, and I'm definitely pregnant. Part of me's excited, but I'm also really nervous. My mum told me in the past that she was in labour with me for over 24 hours and had never felt pain like it in her life before. Being as blunt as an old unsharpened knife, Vinny just said what he had to say. I've been doing a lot of thinking today, Joe. And I'm really not sure we're ready for a kid, are you? I mean, we haven't known one another for 5 minutes. And what we're finding out who your father is as well, it's all too much too soon. Joanna was unable to keep the catch out of her voice. But I chose you over my family, Vinny. You knew that night I left my mum in the restaurant. What are you trying to say? You don't want us to finish, do you? No, of course not. I just think we should wait before we have kids, that's all, Vinny explained, suddenly transfixed by the television screen. Do you want me to have an abortion? Is that what you're saying? Joanna sobbed. Babe, I've got to go. Something important's cropped up, Vinny said, as he slammed down the phone and ran towards the TV to turn up the volume. Donald Walker was an unusual-looking man with a prominent nose and a flat-top haircut, which made his head look rather square. There was no mistaking the bloke, and Vinny could barely believe his eyes and luck as he realised the lad sitting next to Donald was his son, Christopher, who now just happened to be old Bill. Vinny would never have recognised Christopher in a million years. He'd been quite a cute kid when Vinny had last seen him, but now looked like a replica of his ugly big-nosed father. When the interview ended, Vinny sat on his big leather chair, put his hands behind his head, and grinned as he thought of the irony of it all. A nice little insider such as Christopher could come in well handy in the future, and Christopher could hardly refuse, could he? Not when he'd witnessed Vinny kill Dave Phillips many moons ago and lied to the old Bill himself. I'm back. I had a nice bath and scrubbed my penis so it's clean for the whores to suck later. You okay? Ahmed asked, shutting the office door behind him. Vinny could not wipe the smile off his face. I'm more than okay, mate. This day just keeps getting better and better. Frida was too proud to go to the toilet in a bedpan, and even though her stomach was giving her a bit of jip today, she still managed to shuffle to the bathroom in her slippers. Frida thought it was vulgar the way some of the patients would just pull the curtain around their bed and fart, shit and stink the ward out. Most of the lazy bastards were quite capable of walking to the toilet too, but lacked the manners to do so. The cubicle was occupied when Frida tried the handle, so she sat down on a nearby chair. At that very moment, a nurse walked out of one of the little private wards, and Frida happened to glance inside before the door shut. It was Nancy Walker in there. She could have sworn it was. "Excuse me," Frida said, hobbling after the nurse.
"What's up, love?"
"That room you just came out of, is the patient's name Nancy?"
"Yes, it is Nancy. And thank the Lord you know her. We had no idea who to contact because she hasn't been saying very much. What's her surname? Has she any relatives we can get in touch with?"
"Her married surname's Butler, but before that it was Walker. After I've used the toilet, I'll call me son. He'll know who to contact. What's wrong with her?"
"OK, love. I shall inform the police who she is in case they need to speak to her again. Thank God we can now help her and reunite her with her family. The poor lass has obviously had a traumatic time of it."
"Is she OK? I mean, has something bad happened to her?" Frida asked.
"We're really not sure, as the poor lass seems a little disorientated, but I'm sure once she has her loved ones around her, she'll soon perk up again."
When the nurse walked away, Frida couldn't help but smirk. If Nancy wasn't speaking and seemed disorientated, she'd obviously lost her marbles, and even though Frida didn't wish the girl any harm, it served her parents right for not listening to her warning many moons ago. Deciding to celebrate Johnny Preston's death in style, Vinnie Butler was drunk and coked up to the eyeballs before he even got to the whorehouse in Dalston. Ahmed wasn't far behind him, but was in a fitter state than Vinnie to drive, so it offered to take his brand new black Mercedes, providing they then got a cab home, and Vinnie took him to collect his car the following day. Because he already felt out of it, Vinnie hadn't wanted the responsibility of Lenny tagging along tonight, but his little cousin had overheard him and Ahmed saying they were going to the whorehouse, and Vinnie didn't have the heart to tell Lenny that he couldn't join them. The boy was obsessed with Layla, even spoke about her at times as though they were a couple.
"Turn this one up, Ahmed. I like this song," Lenny insisted.
Vinnie and Ahmed both chuckled as Lenny sang along to the Wurzels' "I Am a Cider Drinker." Some people saw Lenny as a bit dim, but he had a memory like an elephant when it came to music.
"Right, we're here now, champ. Did you wash your penis so it's nice and clean?" Ahmed joked. "Yep, I use my mum's Imperial leather soap," Lenny replied, full of pride.
Laughing out loud, Vinnie put his arm around his cousin's shoulder as they got out of the car.
"Come on then, champ. Let's get you laid."
Mary could barely contain her emotions when she saw the haunted look in her daughter's eyes. Donald had offered to accompany her to the hospital, and even though Mary had been pleased about that, she thought it was best that she visit her daughter on her own at first. Michael had informed her where Nancy was. He'd received a phone call from Dean, but Mary had insisted to Michael also that she visit Nancy alone first. She was her mother after all, and if anyone could find out what had happened, it was her. When the nurse left the room to give them some privacy, Mary sat on the edge of Nancy's bed and squeezed her daughter's hand.
"Everybody's been so worried about you, darling. Do you want to tell me what happened?" Mary asked gently.
She had already been informed by the ward sister that Nancy had been found in an alleyway in a nightdress, and she was beside herself with what might have befallen her daughter.
"I don't know, Mum. It's all a bit of a blank," Nancy whispered. "But why was you out in your nightdress, love? Because I wanted to see if Christopher was okay? I was worried about him, so I sneaked out."
As Nancy burst into tears, Mary held her fragile daughter in her arms as though she were a small child once again.
"It's okay, my angel. Everything's going to be all right now. Mummy's here to look after you."
This ends Disc 11. The Trap, Disc 12.
Lenny was distraught when he heard that Layla didn't work at the club anymore.
"Don't mug yourself off by crying over some slapper, boy. There are plenty more dogs in the kennel.
Look at all them gyrating on the stage. You pick what one you want and I'll make sure you get her. But I don't want to bang another girl, Vinny. I love Layla.
See if you can talk some sense into him, Vinny whispered in Ahmed's ear. He was desperate to go to the toilet to shove some more cocaine up his already bunged-up nose. When Vinny returned after his livener, he was thrilled to see Lenny now had a grin on his face and was happily gulping down a pint of lager. "What did you say to him?" Vinny asked Ahmed. "I told him he can have a six-up with us. I also said I'd buy some champagne." "Oh, no. I don't mind watching you fuck, but I can't be watching Champ. It ain't right, Ahmed. He's me little cousin." "Don't be so boring. Champ is well up for it. Perhaps we can teach him some new tricks. It'll be fun. Can we go to the room now, Vin? I want that black girl in the red bikini. And I want my champagne. Is it nice? I never tasted it before." "Champ, I think you should go in a room with the black girl on your own. I'll buy you a bottle of champagne to take in with you." Lenny immediately looked crestfallen. "But Ahmed said we would all go in the same room and bang the girls together. I don't want to go in a room on my own, Vinny." 10 minutes later, Vinny and Ahmed were both shagging two blonde birds and trying not to laugh as they watched Lenny receiving a blowjob. The noises he was making were hysterical, and Vinny was amazed to learn that his younger cousin was even more well hung than he was. Feeling himself going a bit limp, Vinny ordered the slag he was lying on top of to turn over. He then inserted his penis up her arse and rammed it into her as violently as he could. He didn't look at the back of the bird's head while ripping her backside to shreds, though. Instead, he stared at Ahmed having his cock sucked. When Vinny's orgasm came, it was long-lasting and very worthwhile. Michael Butler was relieved yet angry as he ended the phone call to Mary. His wife had told her mum to inform him that she wasn't ready to see him or their sons until she felt better. Feeling sorry for himself, Michael cracked open a can of lager and thought back over his relationship with Nancy. Even though he'd been a player back in his heyday, he'd never cheated on her, not once. He'd been a good husband, father, provider. So where had he gone so fucking wrong? Surely having Lee, who had suffered so much misfortune in his young life, live with them wasn't too much to ask. Lee was such a good kid, was far better behaved than Daniel and Adam in many ways. So what was Nancy's problem? Michael couldn't understand it. "I swear if you smash my nice new car up, you pay for a replacement, my friend," Ahmed joked, as he got in the passenger seat. Vinny hated getting cabs, had insisted on driving, and even though Ahmed was slightly concerned because Vinny had been on the piss and sniff all day, he knew his pal would never offer to drive unless he felt he was capable of doing so. "I really love Dion. She is beautiful and I want to marry her. When can I see her again?" Lenny asked chirpily when he got in the back of the car. He was now absolutely besotted with the girl who had given him his first ever blowjob. "You can see her again soon, Champ, I promise," Vinny replied, cranking up the volume on the radio. "We had a good time, eh? I think group sex is far more fun than just shagging a bird on your own," Ahmed said to his pal. Vinny turned to his friend and grinned. "Yeah, it was a right fucking giggle." It was ironic that the song playing on the radio was Manfred Mann's latest chart success, Blinded by the Light, as when Vinny glanced back at the road, he was blinded by the beam of an approaching van. Desperately trying to control a car he'd never driven before was impossible when drunk, coked up and driving fast, and as he swerved to the left, Vinny hit a building, and his head and the steering wheel made immediate contact with one another. Aware of the loud bang and the sound of crunching metal, the van driver put his foot on the brake before driving off at speed. "Ahmed, Champ, are you okay?" Vinny asked, dazed. His head hurt, and he felt as though somebody had hit him across his forehead with a shovel. When he looked at his pal, Vinny realised that Ahmed was anything but okay. The passenger side of the car had completely caved in, and part of the metal door frame was stuck in his pal's head and chest. "Wake up, mate. Please, wake up," Vinny pleaded, as he grabbed Ahmed's wrist and checked for a pulse. He couldn't find one, so panicking, he staggered out of the car. Luckily for Vinny,
The accident had occurred in a quiet back street that was home to a couple of disused buildings rather than houses and people, and seeing as it was 4 a.m, there wasn't a soul about. "Champ, you okay, boy?" he asked, as he yanked open the back door.
"Oh my God! No! No! No!"
Vinny screamed as he sank to his knees. Lenny's head was hanging on by no more than a thread. He'd taken the brunt of the accident and was smothered in blood from head to toe. Crying like a baby, Vinny slammed the car door and vomited. He'd loved Lenny immensely ever since he'd first laid eyes on him. Vinny had only been a kid himself at the time, but even at his young age, he'd grasped that his cousin had been born with something wrong with him and would need looking after for the rest of his days. Now he'd accidentally killed him, and how he would live with what he had done he would never know. Wiping his eyes with the cuff of his jacket, instinct suddenly kicked in. Lenny was all but beheaded. Ahmed had pieces of metal protruding from his body and head, and the quicker he got himself away from the scene of the crime, the better. Going to prison was not something he could deal with. It would break his mother's heart, which would then break his. Taking a deep breath, Vinny opened the driver's side of the car once again.
"I'm so sorry. I love you, pal," he said,
as he desperately tried to move his friend into the driver's seat. Ahmed's body seemed to weigh a ton, and as Vinny tried to shift it, he felt physically sick once more. This was the geezer he loved, the only person outside of his family he could trust. But Vinny knew in his heart that Ahmed wouldn't want to see him go to prison. Doing the best job he could to make it look like Ahmed had been driving the car, Vinny kissed his pal on the forehead, shut the driver's door, then opened the back door once more. He shut his eyes.
"Champ, I love you so much, and at least you died a happy boy. Oh, please forgive me," he whispered.
Vinny did not open his eyes again until he had slammed the car door. He then ran down the road as fast as his legs would carry him. He needed an alibi, and he needed one fast. Chapter 41. Michael was just dozing off on the sofa when he heard the frantic banging on the front door.
"What the fuck's happened? You got blood all over your shirt,"
Michael said, shocked by the obvious distress on his brother's face. Vinny sank to his knees in the hallway, covered his face in his hands and sobbed.
"Champ's dead. So is Ahmed. I need an alibi, Michael. You have to say I was here with you. I'll go to prison if you don't, and Mum and Auntie Viv will never speak to me again."
"What do you mean?" "Champ can't be dead," Michael whispered, his face etched with fear.
"Get me a change of clothes. I need you to burn everything I'm wearing. I must have a bath in case the old Bill turn up here."
When Vinny stood up, Michael grabbed his brother by the neck, dragged him into the lounge and slammed his trembling body against the wall.
"Where is Champ, Vinny? What the fuck have you done? It was an accident. I was driving Ahmed's car back from the club and a van came towards me with its full beam on. I love Champ. You know I did. I'll never forgive myself, Michael, but you have to help me. I'd usually ask Mum for an alibi, but I can't this time. I need you to say that I came here just after midnight and we had a long chat and a few beers. Say we were discussing money."
Michael shut the lounge door as he didn't want to wake his sons, then paced up and down the room like a man possessed.
"How can you be sure that Champ was dead? Did you even call an ambulance? His head was hanging off, Michael. It was an awful sight, and one that'll haunt me for the rest of me living days. There was no point calling an ambulance. Ahmed wasn't breathing either. They were both sitting on the left-hand side of the car, and that took all the impact. I wish it had been me that had died. Honest, I do. I'm going to miss both of them so fucking much,"
Vinny wept. Michael shook his head in utter disbelief. He didn't give a toss about Ahmed, as he'd never really liked the geezer. But Champ's death was going to rip the family to shreds. His Auntie Viv and Mum would never recover from it. Lenny was loved by everybody, and Michael could barely believe that he was never going to see his wonderful cousin again.
"You make me want to vomit, Vinny. I can see by the state of your eyes that you've been snorting that shit again. You reek of fucking scotch too. How could you even drive a motor in that state when you had Champ with you? You fucking fool. I ain't going to give you no alibi because you dope bastard well deserve one. Auntie Viv and Mum are going to be beside themselves with grief, and it's all your fault, you no good cunt. Michael, you have got to give me an alibi. I've no one else to ask. I ain't just thinking of me. I'm thinking of how much worse it'll be for Auntie Viv and Mum if they know I was driving the car. It's better they think it was Ahmed. Trust me on that one. Where did this fucking accident happen? And what club did you go to? It happened in that little road that Stan's garage used to be in. I'm so sorry, Michael. I'd taken Champ to a strip club. He'd been with me and Ahmed before. He loved it there. It was the only time he ever got laid. Please, back me up on this one. Say I got round yours just after 12 if anybody asks. We're fucking brothers. You can't dob me in it. Michael felt physically sick. How did you get here? I mean, surely the old Bill are going to know that somebody else was driving if the driver's seat is fucking empty. I ran back to my car and drove here. I could hardly get in a cab covered in claret, could I? I put Ahmed in the driver's seat, I had to. I feel so bad, Michael. I love Champ like a son and Ahmed like a brother. Please, give me an alibi. You have to. If not, I'm finished around here and our business will be finished too. I couldn't bear it if Mum and Auntie Viv hated me. I know I've done wrong, but it was an accident. Stand by me, bruv, please. Michael looked at the state of his usually well-groomed and composed sibling, then reluctantly found himself nodding. Vinny might be top of his hate list right now, but he was still his sibling. Run a bath, get them clothes off, and I'll get rid. Wear something out of my wardrobe. Don't think I'm doing this for you, though, Vin. I'm doing it for Mum and Auntie Viv's sake. Finding out Champy's dead will be tragic enough for 'em, without 'em finding out you fucking killed him well out of your nut. That would finish the pair of 'em off. I know it would. The knock on the door woke Vivian up at 6 in the morning. Putting on her dressing gown, she shuffled down the stairs. Her Lenny had a habit of losing his key, but surely he hadn't come home this early. He often stayed with Vinny at the club now, but never came home for his fry-up until at least 10 a.m. the following day. "Who is it?" Vivian asked cautiously. "It's the police, Mrs. Harris." Vinny had recently had chain locks fitted for her and Queenie, and when Vivian opened the door and peered around the side, she could tell that they were real policemen. She even recognised one from bringing little Vinny back to Queenie's house a year or so ago. "Whatever's wrong?" Vivian asked, taking off the chain. She hated being seen with her hairnet on and without her makeup, but what could she do? "Well?" "Can we come in, Mrs. Harris?" one of the policemen asked, removing his helmet as a mark of respect. "Oh, dear God. What is it?" Vivian gasped, as the other policeman also removed his helmet when he walked into the hallway. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Harris, but your son was involved in a fatal car accident earlier. We need one of your family to identify the body, but we feel it is best if one of your nephews do it rather than you. Lenny suffered major injuries." Letting out an almighty scream that woke up nigh on the rest of the street, Vivian's legs buckled from under her, and even though she tried to save herself by grabbing the banister, she couldn't stop herself from falling. "No, not my baby! Not my Lenny! You must have got it wrong! It can't be him! Not my fucking baby!" she shrieked. Queenie Butler always slept with one ear open, and she heard the scream immediately. Leaping out of bed, she looked out the window and spotted the police car parked outside her sister's house. Queenie was another proud woman who slept in a hairnet and despised being seen without full makeup, but she decided not to be so pretentious for once. She was sure that screamer belonged to her sister, so darted down the stairs. "What's up, Nan?" "I heard someone," little Vinny said, opening his bedroom door and rubbing his tired eyes. "Bring me my dressing gown, boy. I think the police are at your Auntie Vivian's house," she said, flinging open the front door.
Queenie's very worst fears were confirmed when she heard her sister wailing like a critically injured animal. Not even waiting for a dressing gown, Queenie ran outside in her pale blue flannelette nightie and up her sister's path. "It's me, Vivie." "What's wrong?" she called, hammering on the door. When a policeman answered, Queenie flew into the hallway, followed by little Vinny, who had chased after his nan. "Is everything okay?" Queenie heard Nosy Tilda shout out. The noise must have woken her up too. Slamming the front door shut, Queenie crouched down next to her sister, who was sitting on the hallway carpet, hugging her knees to her chest and making strange noises like foxes did in the mating season. When she realised she wasn't going to get an answer out of Vivian, Queenie stood up and faced the two policemen. She recognised one immediately. He brought her grandson home after catching him shoplifting a while back. "I'm so sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Mrs. Butler, but Mrs. Harris's son was involved in a car crash earlier. Unfortunately, her son never survived, and the driver of the vehicle is in a bad way also."
"No! That can't be right. Lenny was at the club working it. He don't go out in cars,"
Queenie gabbled, her voice a mixture of hysteria and dread. "We have every reason to believe that the deceased is Mrs. Harris's son, but we do need somebody to formally identify the body. Perhaps one of your sons could do this, Mrs. Butler," one of the officers suggested. The Butlers and their relations were notorious to the East End police force, and the officer who had turned up at the scene of the crash, after it had been reported by a passer-by, had immediately recognised young Lenny Harris. Ahmed was a well-known character too, because of his connection with Vinny, and when a faint pulse had been found in his wrist, he'd immediately been rushed off to the nearby London hospital. "It weren't my dad driving the car, was it?" little Vinny asked, petrified of the answer. "Oh no. Please, God, no," Queenie stammered. If this was true, it must have been her Vinny driving the car. Lenny wouldn't have been out with anybody else. "No. The driver, who is now critically ill in hospital, was Ahmed Zain. We believe him to be a good friend of your family."
"I want my Lenny. I need to see and hold my baby boy,"
Vivian screamed hysterically. Absolutely shell-shocked, a sobbing Queenie crouched down and held her wonderful sister in her arms. She was truly lost for words for once. Lenny had been the apple of all their eyes, and to think they would never see him again just didn't make sense. Life was cruel at times. It really was. Vinnie Butler hadn't slept a wink. Where Michael had gone to bed an hour or so back, all Vinnie could think about was his beloved cousin partially decapitated and the shocked expression in Lenny's big brown eyes. Vinnie sat on Michael's brown leather sofa and put his head in his hands. Not only had he killed his cousin, he'd also wiped out the life of his best mate too. How he would ever recover from such a traumatic experience, Vinnie would never know. But he had to try to act as normal as possible, else his mother would suspect that he was involved. Obviously, he could express his grief, but other than that, he had to be the strong one of the family, like he always had been. He knew his mother and Auntie Viv were bound to ask why Lenny was out with Ahmed alone, and Vinnie didn't have a story prepared yet. He must think of something soon, but it was too difficult when he just watched two of the most important people in his life die before his very eyes. Not quite ready to face the music, Vinnie crept upstairs and went into Michael's bedroom. "I thought you'd be asleep," he whispered. "And how the fuck do you expect me to sleep when I know what you've done, and I'm the cunt who has to cover up for you?" Michael replied. Vinnie knelt down next to his brother's bed. "I'm going to shoot back to the club now. You burnt my clothes properly, didn't you?" "Of course I fucking did. Not the first time I've burnt clothes for you when you've got yourself in the shit, is it, Vin? The difference, though, is you never wiped out any members of our own family before, did you?" "Listen, Michael. I'm so fucking sorry. My heart is literally broken in two. Just stand by me with the story, please. I need your support. We're brothers." Michael sat up in bed. "I won't, Grass. Don't worry. But don't you dare leave me to deal with Mum and Auntie Viv's grief alone. I've enough on me plate with Nancy and the boys. I'll be there for Mum and Auntie Viv. I swear I will. I'll shut the club until after Champ's funeral as a mark of respect. And as soon as I get that dreaded phone call, I will go straight round Mum's house. When Vinny had left the room, Michael fiercely wiped away the lone tear that ran down his cheek. Lenny was going to be immensely missed. But the thing that Michael thought about the most was how his Auntie Viv and Mum would survive such a tragedy. They would never get over it, surely. After a restless night's sleep, Mary Walker ordered her husband to open the cafe while she went to visit Nancy again. She'd made her daughter a selection of sandwiches in the hope Nancy would eat them. Nancy had always been such a pretty, healthy-looking girl, and Mary had thought how skeletal she looked yesterday. The hospital nightdress had been far too big for her daughter, and the bones in her wrists and ankles were protruding through her skin. "Hello, my darling. How are you today? I brought a bag full of goodies with me, including some sandwiches I made you myself," Mary said chirpily, as she sat down on the chair next to her daughter's bed. Mary had spoken to a doctor on the way in, and he'd said that Nancy had definitely suffered some kind of nervous breakdown. He'd asked if Nancy's behaviour had changed since the birth of her youngest child, and implied that the breakdown might have been caused by a severe case of postnatal depression. "I'm really not hungry at the moment, Mum, but we'll have a sandwich later," Nancy said, doing her best to force a smile. "Christopher's been asking about you, and your dad wants to visit you too. We're all so worried about you, love. I spoke to Michael last night. He's desperate to bring the boys up here, but said he'll come alone if you'd prefer him to." "I don't want to see Michael, Mum. It's all his fault I'm in hospital. He was the one who made me take on a child that I didn't want. I could barely cope with Daniel and Adam without him dumping a stranger's kid on me as well," Nancy mumbled, her eyes welling up with tears. Mary squeezed her daughter's hand. "Don't upset yourself, darling. I shall tell Michael you're not ready for visitors yet, okay?" Relieved, Nancy nodded. "I would like to see Dad, though, but not today. Wait until I feel a bit better." "Whenever you're ready, love. But I know Dad'll be thrilled that you want to see him. Life's too short to hold grudges, eh? I think your dad finding out that you were found in an alleyway after trying to walk here to visit your brother was a real wake-up call. Christopher had tears in his eyes when I told him as well. Can you remember anything more yet? You know, about how you ended up in that alley?" Mary asked gently. "I remember feeling tired and my slippers had fallen apart, so I had to take them off. Then I just remember my feet hurting, and I think I sat down for a rest. I'm not sure what happened next." "Well, you're safe now, sweetheart. I reckon you just fell asleep in that alley, you know. The police and doctor said there's no sign of any injuries other than the cuts on your feet. Nothing of a sexual nature either, thank God. Now, will you do me a favour?" "What?" "Eat a sandwich for me. You've lost so much weight over the past couple of weeks, Nancy. It's worrying the life out of me." Deciding to oblige to stop her mother from further worry, Nancy nodded her weary head. Vinny felt terrible when he ended the phone call to his distraught mother. She hadn't mentioned Lenny. She just told him she needed him to get to the house immediately as something dreadful had happened. About to leave the club, Vinny heard the phone ring again, and he answered it in case it was Michael. It wasn't. It was Scottish Pat calling from the scrubs. "What's up?" Vinny asked. "He ain't dead. They saved him." A chill ran down Vinny's spine. He'd only gone out on a wild one to celebrate Johnny Preston's death. If he'd have known the cunt was still alive, then Lenny and Ahmed would have been too. Unaware of his younger cousin's death, Roy Butler was in exceptionally good spirits. Vinny was due to visit him tomorrow, and Roy was ready and waiting for him. Everything was now in place. The bullets were inside the gun, the phone calls had all been made, and he had explained his need for revenge in separate letters to his family. His mother would be devastated by his actions. Roy knew that, but for once he had to put his own feelings first. Vinny deserved the little surprise that Roy had planned for him tomorrow. In fact, he more than fucking deserved it. When Vinny arrived at his mother's house, the rest of the family were already there. Brenda, his mum and aunt were all huddled together on the sofa, crying their eyes out. Dean was on an armchair looking as awkward as ever, and Michael glared at him as soon as he entered the lounge. "Whatever's wrong?" Vinny asked. Little Vinny flung himself at his father and hugged him,
Champ's dead, Dad.
Having no alternative but to put on the act of all acts, Vinny stood rooted to the spot with his mouth wide open.
Dead? Course he ain't dead. Champ was working last night at the club with me.
Unable to stop herself, Queenie flew off the sofa and began pummelling her fists against her eldest son's chest.
I told you that fucking Turk was a wrong un, didn't I? How comes you let Lenny out with him on his own, eh? You were meant to be looking after him, you stupid bastard!
When Tara began screaming, Michael ordered little Vinny to take her and his 3 sons out in the garden to play.
But I want to stay here with me dad,
little Vinny whinged.
Do as your Uncle Michael says, boy,
Vinny ordered. He was crying himself now. Tears of grief and guilt poured down his cheeks when he clocked his Auntie Viv rocking to and fro on the sofa, mumbling incoherently.
Answer my fucking question,
Queenie yelled at Vinny. When Vinny came out with some cock and ball story about him having a terrible shock yesterday, which is why I'd allowed Lenny to go off with Ahmed to stay the night at his pad, Michael looked at his brother with hatred.
So what was this terrible shock that was so bad you couldn't look after your own cousin?
Queenie asked.
Yeah, what was it?
Brenda chipped in, hugging her distraught aunt at the same time.
I was at the club and received a phone call from Joanna yesterday. Not only did she tell me she was pregnant, but I also found out that her father was none other than Johnny Preston. I wanted Champ to go home, but he loved Ahmed and Ahmed loved him. So when Champ pleaded with me to stay at the club, I said only on the condition that when Ahmed went home he took Champ with him. Ahmed wasn't drunk when I left, honest he wasn't. I needed to get my head straight and talk to someone about what I'd found out, so I drove straight to Michael's gaff and we sat up all night talking, didn't we, bruv?
Vinny explained tearfully, while glancing at his brother with pleading eyes to back up his story. Yeah, we did, Michael mumbled, staring at his feet and feeling physically sick. How he was ever going to look his mum and Auntie Viv straight in the eyes again he did not know.
It can't be my baby. I know it can't be him. There must be a mistake. I need to see him,
Vivian suddenly shrieked. Queenie sat down, held her heartbroken sister in her arms and glared at Vinny.
The police need somebody to identify the body. It's best you do it. No! I want to see my baby. I have to know it's him,
Vivian sobbed.
But the police said it's better that one of the boys do it, Vivi,
Queenie reminded her sister. Vivian's top lip suddenly curled into a snarl.
I don't care what the cunting police said. Lenny is my baby, and if I want to see him, then I will.
I'll go and identify the body, Vinny offered awkwardly. He was dreading seeing his beloved cousin in the morgue, but at least he could apologise once again and say a proper goodbye to him.
I want to see my son,
Vivian screamed.
OK, darling. You and Vinny can go together,
Queenie told her sister. She couldn't face seeing Lenny herself. She'd loved him too much to see him battered and lifeless. Shall we go now? Vinny asked, sitting on the arm of the sofa so he could hug his mum. Queenie pushed Vinny away.
Let's hope that cunt of a mate of yours dies as well. 'Cause I'm telling you now, if that Turkish piece of shit survives, I will kill him with my own bare hands.
What? Is Ahmed not dead?
Vinny blurted out, his voice filled with panic.
Critical, but not dead yet. He soon fucking will be though if I have my way,
Queenie spat. Vinny felt his legs nearly buckle beneath him when he tried to stand up. What the fuck had he done? And if Ahmed survived, what the hell would he think of him, or say to the police? Ahmed was no grass, Vinny knew that. But if he had bad head injuries, he could be capable of saying anything. As Michael stomped out of the room, with a look of disgust, Vinny put his head in his hands. He hated wishing his pal dead. But what choice did he have? If Ahmed lived, there was a good chance he was up the creek without a fucking paddle. And Vinny had always been a man to put his own welfare and happiness before others. Saving his own bacon was probably the only trait he had inherited from his father. Chapter 42.
I need to see my boy. He can't be dead,
Vivian repeatedly mumbled, rocking to and fro once again like a mad woman. Unable to face going to the morgue after learning that Ahmed was still alive, Vinny turned to Michael. "Can you take Auntie Viv to see Champ? I'll stay here and look after Mum." Desperate to get out of the house and away from his deceitful brother, Michael readily agreed. He knew Vinny like the back of his hand, and guessed his brother must have known that Joanna Preston was Johnny's daughter before he'd made a move on her. Vinny was a weirdo when it came to women. He only shagged whores, and apart from the teenage romance with Yvonne Summers, Michael had never known Vinny to properly date any other bird in his life. "Come on, Auntie Viv. Look after the boys for me when Dean brings them back," Michael ordered his sister. He wouldn't trust Vinny looking after a dog at the moment, let alone his beloved sons, and his mother was certainly in no fit state to do so. After Michael and Vivian left the house, a bitter Queenie turned on Vinny. "I know you better than you think. You must have realised that young girl was Preston's daughter, and I bet getting together with her was a revenge tactic. I swear I never knew, Mum. Do you honestly think I would have entertained Preston's daughter after what happened to Roy? Give me some credit, please." "So, what are you going to do about that baby? I don't care if that girl is Adolf Hitler's daughter. Don't you dare make her abort that child. Our family's dropping like flies as it is," Queenie stated, as blunt as ever. "I won't, Mum. In fact, I think I should still drive down to Eastbourne tomorrow to see Roy. He has to be told in person about Champ. Breaking the news to him over the phone just isn't right. I need to speak to Joanna as well. I told her on the phone I didn't want her or the baby after I found out who her father was. It was all such a shock." "That child will be a Butler, not a Preston." "Oh, Vinny, what is happening to our wonderful family? What have we ever done to deserve all this heartbreak, eh? And as for Eastbourne, I'd rather you drove down there now and told Roy. You know how he gets a cob on these days when he thinks we're keeping stuff from him. I'll look after Vivi and you look after Roy." Vinny gave his mum a cuddle, and was thrilled when for the first time that day she hugged him back. "Sorry I was a long while. The kids were hungry and little Vinny insisted I treated them all to a burger. I hope that's okay. The front door was left open, so I shut it behind me," Dean said, as he walked into the lounge. Brenda smiled at her husband. "That's fine. And Mum, while we're on the subject of grandchildren, I've got some news too. I haven't even told Dean yet, but my period is nearly a week late. I know with everything that's happened, it's probably not the perfect time to tell you, but you seem so pleased that Vinny's having another child that I thought the news might cheer you up a bit." Feeling as though he'd just been told he had a terminal illness, Dean mumbled something about leaving his wallet in a shop, then bolted out the front door as fast as he could. Deborah Preston had tears rolling down her cheeks as she put her arms around her ex-husband's neck and held him close to her bosom. He just asked her to marry him again. "Well," Johnny croaked, as he tried to sit up in his hospital bed. "Only if you promise me two things, Johnny. The first is you will never, ever touch drugs again. And the second is you don't go all out for revenge against Vinnie Butler. I've nearly lost you once, and I'm not going to chance losing you again. Joanna's made her own bed, so it's up to her to lie on it. Anyway, I doubt very much she and Butler will last that long. Once she gets over her silly schoolgirl crush, she's bound to see Vinny for what he really is, which is why I don't want you getting involved. If we remarry, I want us to have a quiet life when you're released." "Deb, I only took that heroin because I wanted to dull the pain of that bastard mauling our daughter. I ain't no druggie. You know that. And I swear to you, I'll never touch another drug as long as I live," Johnny replied. "But what about Vinny?" "Deb, I just want to finish me stretch and have a quiet life too. Like you said, Jo won't last long with Vinny. She's only a kid, and she'll see the light before too long. But say Jo is still with him when you're released. I need you to promise me, Johnny, that whether she is or isn't, you will let sleeping dogs lie." When Deborah had first found out that Joanna was with Vinny, she'd wanted Johnny to intervene, but him nearly dying had changed her views completely. In desperate need to have something to look forward to while he finished his time in prison, Johnny had no option other than to lie. If he told Deborah that he planned to kill Vinnie Butler within a week of his release, whether he was still with their daughter or not, then she would never agree to marry him. There'll be no payback from me. I can promise you that, babe. As luck would have it, there wasn't much traffic on the roads, and Vinnie arrived at his brother's care home only a couple of hours after leaving London. Hi, I'm Roy Butler's elder brother, Vinnie. I wasn't meant to be visiting him until tomorrow, but I wondered, could I see him now? I have some rather important news, Vinnie said to one of the carers. Your brother's in his room and isn't usually a fan of surprise visits. I will try to entice him out, but Roy can be an obstinate one at times. OK, but just tell him it's very urgent, will you? Vinnie replied, in a rather agitated tone. He was dreading telling Roy that Lenny was dead, but was hoping his brother would still go out for a beer with him, so they could grieve together and toast their wonderful cousin's memory. Who is it? Roy asked, as he heard the knock on the door. He'd spent the morning tidying his room, and knowing that tomorrow Vinnie would finally receive the wake-up call he was long overdue, Roy was in an exceptionally good mood. Your brother Vinnie is here to see you, Roy. He says he's a day early, but insists you speak to him, as he has some very urgent news for you. Roy smirked. Ever since he could remember, it had been Vinnie calling the shots, but not any more. Tell Vinnie I'm sleeping now, but tell him to return at 6 o'clock this evening. I'll be ready to see him then. Tell him to come straight to my room, though, won't you? The carer sighed. Roy was by no means the most difficult patient she'd ever looked after, but he certainly wasn't the easiest either. OK, I'll tell him, but I have a feeling that your brother isn't going to be too pleased. Well, that's tough shit, I'm afraid, Roy replied. Hearing the carer's footsteps walk away, he allowed himself a little chuckle. Dean Smart was perched on a bar stool in the Grave Morris. He liked this boozer. It reminded him of his dad. Ordering another pint and a chaser to go with it, Dean knocked back the spirit in one. Brenda's possible pregnancy was an absolute nightmare. But he had other stuff on his mind too. Heavy shit, which he just couldn't stop thinking about. A few nights back, Dean had overheard things that perhaps he shouldn't have. It had been the early hours of the morning, and he'd been about to knock on Vinnie's office door to ask something when he'd heard his father's death being joked about. Vinnie and Ahmed were both quite vocal when they were pissed and coked up, and intrigued to see if they mentioned his old man again, Dean had bravely stood outside earwigging. Karen's death had been the next topic of conversation. Then finally Dean had heard Vinnie slagging off his new girlfriend and saying he couldn't wait to heap revenge on her father. Dean had no doubt as he crept away that not only had Vinnie done away with little Vinnie's mother, but he'd also been the perpetrator behind his own dad's disappearance. It was obvious to him now that his father had been murdered, and all Dean could currently think about was how badly had his old man suffered. Getting involved with Brenda and her dysfunctional family was the biggest mistake of Dean's life, and he knew he had to get away from them now. No longer could he work for a man that had murdered his dad, neither could he raise another child with his nightmare of a wife. Dean might have committed a couple of armed robberies back in his youth, but the Butlers were a different breed. The bastards were pure evil. Dean ordered another drink and gave his fucked-up life some serious thought. He loved his Nan dearly, and Tara, but he knew he had to scarp her. Tomorrow, he would get all his savings out the bank, say a discreet goodbye to Tara, tell his Nan why he had to leave, and hopefully be able to say goodbye to Nancy at the same time. Staying around Brenda and her repulsive family wasn't an option anymore. Having been rebuffed by Roy, Vinnie drove straight to King's Holiday Park. He had upset his wonderful mother too much recently, and if she wanted another grandchild by him, then Vinnie was keen to oblige. He didn't love Joanna, but he didn't hate her either, and he was determined to make his dear old mum happy once again. Parking near Joanna's chalet, Vinnie jogged across the grass and banged on the door. "What do you want? Joe doesn't want to know you any more," Chloe spat viciously when she opened the door. "Look, I made a mistake. I love Jo and I really need to see her," Vinnie replied, in an extremely loud voice. He could tell by the way that Chloe was behaving that Joanna was inside. Having been mortified by Vinnie's rejection of their child the previous day, Joanna crept out of her bedroom. She'd heard Vinnie say he loved her, and deep in her soul she'd known what they'd shared between them was real. Apart from confiding in Chloe, she told nobody else about what had happened. "It's okay, Chloe. Vinnie and I need to speak," she said, in almost a whisper. "Well, he's not coming in here," Chloe replied bluntly. "Babe, let's talk in me car." "I'm so sorry," Vinnie said. The tears in his eyes were real, although more to do with his cousin's death, and the thought of Ahmed waking up. As they walked towards the car, Joanna allowed Vinnie to hold her hand. "Have you changed your mind about the baby? I'm so sorry for what my dad did to your brother, but I need to know where I stand, Vinnie." Vinnie gave Joanna his most intense stare. "I was a fool, babe, to say what I said. I want to be with you, and I want us to have this baby. Can you forgive me?" Holding Vinnie tighter than she'd ever held him before, Joanna smiled. "Of course I can forgive you." Michael's feet felt like lead bricks as he bravely held his Auntie Viv's hand and escorted her into the morgue. They had already been warned that Lenny's injuries were not a pretty sight, and Michael had begged his aunt to let him identify the body alone, but Vivian was having none of it. "I will never believe my wonderful boy is dead unless I see it with my own eyes," she had snapped. When the sheet was pulled back, Michael couldn't help but retch, then turn away. Lenny's head looked as if somebody had tried to saw it off, and had then stopped halfway.
"My baby! My beautiful baby boy!"
Vivian screamed. Seconds later, she threw herself on top of her son's corpse and began kissing him. "We have to go now, Auntie Viv. We know it's definitely Champ," Michael said, tears rolling down his cheeks.
"No, I can't leave him. I'm his mother. He'll be lonely here all on his own. I'm taking him home with me,"
Vivian sobbed as she tried to lift her lifeless son's body. It then took 10 minutes, 2 extra men and Michael to finally drag a hysterical Vivian out of the morgue. She was 100% inconsolable. Queenie paced up and down, willing the phone to ring. She needed to know how Roy had coped with the news. Little Vinnie was bored and miserable, so Queenie ordered him to go out and play, before heading into the lounge and sitting down opposite Brenda and Tara, who were hugging one another and crying. "Dry them eyes now, come on, else you'll start me off again," Queenie urged.
"Mummy says Daddy don't love us any more, and he might not come back,"
Tara sobbed. Queenie looked at her daughter in disgust.
"Whatever are you saying silly stuff like that to her for?" "Well, Dean didn't seem very overjoyed about me period being late, did he? He couldn't get out the door quick enough, and he hasn't come back."
Queenie shook her head in utter disbelief.
"Do you know what, Bren? I often wonder if the hospital gave me the wrong baby when I brought you home. Your cousin has just been killed in a car crash, and all you can think about is you. You really are one self-centred little mare. You make me fucking sick."
Pleased that they'd managed to talk Joanna around to keeping their baby, Vinnie stopped at a phone box. He knew the news wouldn't exactly cheer his mum up, but he wanted to give her hope of some kind. "Mum, it's me. How's Auntie Viv?"
"Awful, boy. Michael said she tried to take Lenny out the morgue with her. Nearly did by all accounts. I can't get no sense out of her at all now. I gave her a brandy to try and calm her down, but it's as though she's on a different planet. Do you think I should call a doctor?"
Vinnie had never felt guilt like it before, but what could he do? He had to try to act normal. "Mum, don't call no doctor or do anything rash until I get home. The last thing we need is Auntie Viv to be carted off to a nut house."
"OK, love. Have you spoken to Roy yet?"
"No, but I'm on my way to see him now. He was sleeping earlier. I've spoken to Joanna, though, and she's going to keep the baby. I'll buy a house for her to live in near yours."
"Good lad. I've been thinking today about that Turk. Broken all our hearts, he has. If he survives, I hope you're going to sort it, because if you don't, I will."
Vinny was relieved when the pip saved him from answering his mother's difficult question. He loved Ahmed like a brother, and there was no way he could kill him. If push came to shove, then Michael would have to do the deed. Roy unscrewed the bottle and took a large gulp of the brandy. He wasn't nervous. He was more excited than anything. Glancing at his watch, Roy laid the letters on the bed, then took his gun out of its cloth. Vinny would be here any minute, and he was good and ready for him. At 6 o'clock exactly, Roy felt a flutter in his stomach when he heard the tap on his door. "Who is it?" he asked, putting a jumper on his lap to hide the gun. "It's Vinny. The carer told me to come straight to your room." "Come in, then." Vinny entered the room and was just about to tell his brother about Lenny's death when Roy pointed a gun at him. "What the fuck you doing, bruv?" "Put it down," Vinny said in a shaky voice. Roy stared at his brother. He could see the fear in his eyes, and that pleased him greatly. "Sit on the chair, Vin. It's me giving the orders out for once, not you. If you disobey me, I'll shoot you." Vinny's heart was beating like a drum as he did as Roy ordered. He knew his brother had problems with him, but he'd never imagined he hated him this much. "Please don't do anything stupid, Roy. Think of Mum and little Vinny. Both will be devastated if you kill me. I'm sorry that it was you who took that bullet, but it wasn't my fault. It was all Preston's doing," Vinny pleaded. Telling Roy that Lenny was dead and admitting that he'd got revenge on Preston by getting his daughter up the duff was totally off limits now that his brother was pointing a gun his way. Either of those revelations might topple Roy over the edge. Roy chuckled as he clocked Vinny's hand shaking. "Not such a big man now, are you, bruv? It's not the bullet in the head that's made me hate you so much. It's the fact that you tried to ruin my engagement to the only woman I've ever loved. That was a truly despicable thing to do, you wicked bastard." Vinny stared at the gun, and the tears began to roll down his cheeks. He had visions of never seeing his beloved mother and son again, and that thought terrified him. "I'm so sorry, Roy. And you're right. Trying to split you and Colleen up was a truly despicable thing to do. But I only did it because I loved you so much and I was afraid of losing you. Me and you had always been inseparable ever since we were kids, and that all changed when Colleen came along. I was bang out of order, I know I was. But please, don't kill me. Who will look after Mum and Auntie Viv if I ain't around, eh? Michael won't. He's too busy looking after that lunatic he married." Roy smiled on the one side of his mouth that he still could. He then lifted the gun up and pointed it towards his own head. "No, bruv. Stop it, please," Vinny whispered, his face a picture of shock. "I have explained everything in a letter to you, Vinny. There are also letters on my bed for the rest of the family, including Dad. My life is horrendous, and I can't live like this anymore. Having your looks, your legs, and your dignity swiped from you in one fell swoop is something that no man should have to go through. Roy, don't. Mum will never get over it if you do. Neither will I. Please don't. I love you, bruv. And I once loved you too, Vin. But not anymore. Did you know that when you supposedly get to heaven, any injuries or illnesses you might have had disappear? One of the other patients in here told me that, and I'm hoping that if God accepts me at those pearly gates, I will regain the use of my legs and forgive you. Doubt we'll ever meet again, though. Not with your track record. But if you take the advice I have given you in my letter, I hope we will. If you don't, you will definitely end up in hell." "No, Roy! No!" Vinny screamed, as he saw his brother's finger put pressure on the trigger. A split second later, Roy was dead. As the evening wore on, Queenie knew she had no choice other than to call the doctor out to her sister. There was no way Queenie would allow Vivian to be hospitalised. She needed her family around her. But Viv's way of dealing with grief was like none Queenie had ever experienced. "Stop it, Viv.
What you doing that for? Queenie asked. When her sister began ripping up the photo, she demanded Queenie give her of Lenny.
Because he's fucking gone, innit? Cunting God has taken him away from me.
Vivian screamed. Michael, get them off her. She's really going to regret tearing them up when she feels better, Queenie urged. Let me take 'em, Auntie Viv, Michael said, gently trying to coax the photographs out of his aunt's firm grasp.
No, Lenny was my son, so I can do what a bastard well like with him,
Vivian yelled. It's okay, Michael. The doctor's here now. His car's just pulled up. Go and answer the door, Queenie told her son. Dad, we're hungry, Daniel said, tugging on Michael's sleeve. Take your brothers upstairs and I'll be up in a bit. Your Auntie Vivian isn't well, Michael replied, opening the front door to let the doctor in.
But we can't go to bed yet. We haven't had no dinner, Daniel complained. When's Mummy coming home?
Adam asked innocently. Michael ushered the doctor into the lounge, shut the door, then crouched down and hugged all three of his sons. As soon as the doctor has gone, I'll go round the chippy and get you some dinner. OK?
OK. But when is Mum coming home, Dad? Daniel asked.
Feeling as though his head was about to burst, Michael bit his lip to stop himself from breaking down. Mummy will be home soon. And she told me today to tell you she loves and misses you all very much, he lied. Vinny arrived back in Whitechapel at 10 p.m, but instead of heading straight to his mother's house, he went to the club first. He had told his doorman to put a note on the entrance saying that the club was closed until further notice, but he went in via the back, just in case there were any punters milling around. After seeing his brother's brains splattered up the walls, he couldn't face anybody else at the moment. Vinny poured himself a large scotch. How he was going to tell his mother that Roy was now dead as well as Lenny, he did not know. Worried about saving his own skin, Vinny picked up the phone. Hello? My best pal was admitted to your hospital last night after a bad car crash. His name is Ahmed Zain. Could you tell me how he is, please? He asked politely. Vinny had debated whether to put on a fake Turkish accent and say he was a relation, but he guessed Ahmed's wife would be at the hospital, and he didn't want to do or say anything suspicious in case the old Bill was sniffing about. I'm afraid I cannot give you any information over the phone unless you are a relative, the receptionist replied. But I am his family. I was like a brother to him, Vinny informed the cold-hearted bitch. I'm sorry, sir, but it is hospital policy that we cannot divulge any information over the phone unless you are an actual relative of the patient.
Well, fuck you, and fuck your stupid rules, Vinny yelled, before slamming the phone down.
Knowing he had to get to his mother's house as quickly as possible to break the terrible news to her, Vinny stared at Roy's letters. There were 9 in total, addressed to Mum, Dad, Michael, Brenda, Auntie Viv, Champ, Colleen, Emily May, and himself. Ripping his open, Vinny downed his scotch before reading it. He was expecting the worst, but he couldn't have been more surprised. Dear Vinny, seeing as you're reading this letter means that I accomplished my task of blowing my brains out right in front of your very eyes, which is something I wanted to do. The reason being, I no longer have to suffer, and seeing me die might actually be the wake-up call you need. As I'm writing this, I'm thinking back to when we were kids. We were fuckers, weren't we? We had to rob just to get by. And I can remember our opening night when we first bought the club as if it were yesterday. Mum and Auntie Viv were so proud of us, weren't they? It really was an achievement for 2 East End ragamuffins who'd come from nothing, wasn't it? And do you remember how we managed to buy the club in the first place? We stalked that lorry driver for at least 2 weeks before we managed to get our hands on them televisions. They were good times, bruv. And ones I'm chuckling about as I'm writing this letter. Right. Now to the nitty-gritty. I could never deal with ending up as a cripple. I saw people smile pitifully at me in that wheelchair, and even though I wanted to leap out the bastard thing and punch their faces in, I couldn't. I was such a geezer years ago, just like you are, and I found being different really hard to deal with. I couldn't bear people to see me the way I was,
and the bitter man I've become. So death will be a total relief to me. Seeing as I've written you such a heartfelt letter, I need you to do a few things in return for me, bruv. I want you to stop doing those drugs, drinking so much, and get rid of Ahmed out of your life. I still hear lots through the grapevine, and I know what you've been up to. I also know that Ahmed is a heroin and cocaine dealer, and he will be your downfall, trust me. I also want you to look after Mum, Auntie Viv, and Champ for me. Michael is strong enough to cope with my death. Brenda's self-centred, but Mum, Auntie Viv and Champ will need you to be there for them. My last wish is that you'll make it up with Dad. I spoke to him recently, and he'd really turned his life around. He isn't a bad man, Vinny. He is our father. Well, I must end this letter now, but I promise you faithfully, if you carry out all my wishes, I'll always smile down on you from above. Heaven is meant to wipe away all the bad stuff, so hopefully I'll be running about in no time again once I arrive. I might even open a nightclub up there. Putting the letter on the bar, Vinny cried like he'd never cried before. Queenie was lying in bed cuddling her sister when she heard the front door open, then shut. Dr. Baker had been the family GP for many years, and on Queenie's insistence, he'd given Vivian a strong injection to calm her down, which thankfully had worked wonders. Little Vinny had rung up earlier to say he was staying at Ben Bloggs' house. Daniel, Lee and Adam had all been tucked up in bed hours ago, and as far as Queenie knew, Michael was still downstairs. Creeping out of bed so she didn't wake Vivian, Queenie tiptoed down the stairs. As soon as she saw the look on Vinny's face, she knew it was bad news. "Please tell me Roy is okay." "Vinny," she pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. Hugging his mother, Vinny led her into the lounge. "Michael, pour us all a brandy, please," he ordered. Michael wanted to tell his brother to fuck right off, but decided he could do that later, when his mum wasn't present. She'd had enough upset in the last 2 days to last her a lifetime, and Michael could also tell by Vinny's face that things hadn't gone too well with Roy. "Well?" Michael asked, handing round the brandies. Vinny held his mother in his arms and looked deep into her eyes as he broke the terrible news. "Roy's gone, Mum. He'd had enough of suffering and he wanted to go. I didn't even have time to tell him about Champ. Roy's mind was already made up." "Gone? Gone? What do you mean he's fucking gone?" Queenie asked, her lips twitching with anxiety. "Roy's dead, Mum. He shot himself. He wasn't alone. I was there with him when he died. I tried to stop him, but he wasn't having none of it. He was ready to go," Vinny explained, with tears running down his cheeks. With her voice a mixture of hysteria and anger, Queenie flew at her son. "Why didn't you grab the gun off him? You could have stopped him. Why didn't you try?" she screamed, pummeling her fists against her eldest son's chest. "It weren't my fault, Mum, honest. Roy already had the gun in his hand when I got there. He even pointed it at me first," Vinny explained, trying to hug his distraught mother. Queenie slapped Vinny hard around the face. "Get away from me! I don't want you anywhere near me! This is all your fucking fault! I'll never forgive you for this!" she sobbed, before running out of the room, then up the stairs. As Vinny mumbled something about a letter and went to chase after her, Michael grabbed him to stop him. "Well, I hope you're happy with yourself now, Vin. That's 2 you've killed off. Michael, I know you hate me at the moment, and you have every right to, but please, read the letter Roy left for me. He's left letters for the rest of the family as well," Vinny said, handing his own letter to his brother. Michael sat down, read it, and to his surprise found he had tears in his eyes. "It still don't make it right what happened to Champ though, does it, Vin? And Roy hasn't exactly forgiven you. He's just asking you to change. Please, Michael, forgive me. I swear I'll change." "I don't think you're capable of changing, Vin. You've got too much of an unpredictable nature and a nasty temper.
Vinny knelt at his brother's side and grabbed him by the head so he would have to look him in the eyes. Michael, I loved Roy and Champ with all my heart. I did everything for them in life that I could. Johnny Preston misfiring was not my fault, neither was the van that came towards me with its full beam on. I swear I'd sobered up at that club, and I would never have driven Champ home if I didn't think I was capable of doing so. I have taken in every word Roy said in that letter, and I swear I will abide by all his wishes. I've been drinking and snorting too much recently, but it was only since I met Ahmed. Roy was right. He is a bad influence on me. As for Dad, Roy's right about that too. I have treated him terribly, and at the end of the day he is our father. Michael stared his brother in the eye. I want to believe you, Vin, but I don't know if I can. I will make myself become a better person, I promise. Mum needs us to be united, not at each other's throats. Don't you remember Mum's old saying when we were kids? She always used to say that butlers stand strong together through thick and thin. Well, I've just been through a thin patch, and I really need you to forgive me for my sins. Now Roy and Champ are dead, we need one another, Michael. Watching Roy blow his brains out right in front of me will haunt me for the rest of my days. It was horrific, bruv, Vinny said, his eyes filling up with tears. Michael held out his right hand. Vin, I'll stand by you for now, but if you don't keep to your promises and change, I swear your life won't be worth fucking living. Vinny hugged his brother and smirked as he did so. Michael was a gullible chap and had always been easy to talk around. Good job, really, because if Ahmed woke up and started talking, Vinny needed Michael to silence him. Ahmed Zain opened his eyes. The smell of disinfectant and the sight of tubes poking out of his arms and his wife Anna sitting by his bedside immediately alerted him that he was in some kind of hospital. But the mystery was, how did he get there?
Ahmed, can you hear me? Thank God you are awake. I must go and get the nurse,
Anna said, both tearful and relieved.
No, nurse. Just tell me what's happened,
Ahmed croaked.
You were involved in a bad car accident. I've been so worried, Ahmed. Your friend Lenny didn't make it, and the police said you were driving. Had you been drinking? They won't send you to prison if you were drunk, will they?
The mention of Lenny immediately jogged his memory, and Ahmed shut his eyes again as he tried to recall exactly what had happened. He could remember going to the whorehouse in Dalston with Vinny and Lenny, but Vinny had insisted on driving home, he was sure of that.
You're no good cunting motherfucker,
Ahmed mumbled to himself. Anna squeezed her husband's hand.
Whatever's the matter? Have you remembered that night? I've asked the police loads of questions, but apart from saying that you were found in the driver's seat of the car, they won't tell me anything.
Ahmed felt physically sick as he pictured Vinny Butler's face. He remembered everything now, including trying to grab the steering wheel when Vinny dramatically swerved after being stunned by the beam of an oncoming vehicle.
Ahmed, are you okay? Talk to me,
Anna pleaded. Ahmed was anything but okay. Not only had Vinny left him for dead, his so-called best friend had obviously tried to cover his own tracks by moving his body into the driver's seat. Angry and appalled by such an act of betrayal by someone he had trusted so much, Ahmed felt the bile rise to the back of his throat. If Vinny Butler imagined that he was going to get away with the stroke he'd pulled, he really did have another think coming. Grassing to the police was a non-starter. Ahmed would rather seek his own revenge. Two could play at Vinny Butler's games, and nobody played them quite as well as he did. Ahmed Zain was the fucking master of games. Epilogue. Mary Walker was thrilled when she received an early morning phone call from her daughter saying she was ready to see her dad now. Nancy sounded so much chirpier than she had the previous day.
Oh, Donald, I'm so happy.
Don't you dare say anything to upset her, will you? Mary warned her husband.
Of course not, dear,
Donald replied with a hint of sarcasm. He was actually just as worried about their daughter as Mary was, but Donald had always had difficulty in expressing his feelings. Now go and put your nice shirt and trousers on. The hospital said Christopher can be discharged today as well, so perhaps we can all visit Nancy together. Tina can handle the cafe alone, Mary assured her husband. OK, my love. I will go and get changed right now. Nancy Butler felt happier than she had in ages. The old lady who was opposite her had befriended her, and although she seemed slightly crazy, had cheered Nancy up no end. So where do you live, Frida? I'm sure I've seen you somewhere before, Nancy remarked. Whitechapel. Lived there all me life. Where do you live, darling? Frida asked, acting as though she didn't recognise the girl. She actually quite liked Nancy. She was a sweet girl, and nothing like her parents. Frida remembered them as well, especially the father. He was right up his own arse, he was. About to reply, Nancy was left open-mouthed when Dean Smart strolled into the ward. What you doing here, Dean? I need to speak to me Nan in private for 5 minutes. I'll speak to you afterwards, Nancy, if that's OK. Oh, my God! Is that your Nan? Nancy exclaimed. She had thought Frida looked familiar, but she'd had no idea she was Dean's Nan. Dean nodded, sat on the edge of his grandmother's bed, and tenderly hugged her. Nan, I have to go away. I cannot be a part of that Butler family for 1 minute longer. I've already spoken to the doctors, and they say you're going to be just fine. I will keep in touch with you, always, and when I sort myself out somewhere to live and you're back on your feet again, you can come and visit me. Frida held her grandson's head in her hands and cried with relief. That is the best news I've heard in ages, boy. Get away from them no-good fuckers while you still can. I had visions of you one day propping up a flyover like your poor old dad probably did. Dean hugged his Nan tightly and kissed her on the forehead. I love you, Nan. I'll be in touch soon, OK? Dean reluctantly turned his back on the old woman who had raised him and meant the world to him, and walked over to Nancy's bed and sat down beside her. I've been so worried about you, babe. Are you OK? No, Dean. I've been ill. I was found in an alleyway by a man, and I don't even know how I got there. I feel like I'm going mad. Dean held Nancy in his arms and stroked her beautiful blonde hair. I know I shouldn't be saying this, Nance, but I love you, and I always will. I know we can never be together, but I can't help the way that I feel about you. Now listen, I have to go away. I can't spend 1 minute longer with Brenda or her family. If you've got any sense, you should do the same. Your Michael's the best of the bunch, but the core of the family's rotten. If I were you, I'd run for the hills. You were never cut out to be part of the Butler clan, and neither was I. Where are you going? Nancy asked, with tears in her eyes. Dunno yet. But get me Nan's phone number, and I'll keep in touch with you via her, OK? I know I can trust you never to repeat this conversation. Nancy nodded. But what about Tara? I would love to take Tara with me, Nance, but I can't. If I do, the bastards will lump me down. I've lived a life of hell with Brenda. Having sex with her turned me stomach, but I did it on the odd occasion just to keep the peace. She's just announced she's pregnant again, which is another reason I'll need to get away. Leaving one child is bad enough, and if I stayed to love the other, I'd be stuck with Bren for life. Look, I really do have to go now. Take care of yourself, sweetheart, Dean said, giving Nancy a short but tender kiss on her lips. When Dean ran off down the ward, Nancy got out of bed and walked over to Frida's. With Christopher now formally discharged from Upney Hospital and desperate to visit his sister as well, Mary gave her husband and son one last warning not to say anything that might upset Nancy. I won't, Mum. I promise. I'm just glad to have Nancy back in our lives again, Christopher replied, honestly. I feel the same way too, Donald admitted. Mary Walker was horrified when she walked into the ward. Mad Frida had one of those faces that was impossible to forget. She also had her arm around Nancy's shoulders. Leave my daughter alone! What have you done to her? Mary shrieked. Frida grinned. Nancy and Donald had always seen themselves as the perfect parents, but they were sadly mistaken.
Get away from Nancy now, you mad old bat, Donald demanded. Calm down, Dad, let's not make a scene, Christopher said, grabbing his father's arm. He had also recognised Frida immediately. Well, well, well. If it isn't the know-it-all couple who I warned about the Butlers many years ago. You thought I was mad when I walked into your posh cafe in 1965 and told you the score, didn't you? Bet you don't think so now. Told you those bastards set a trap for people like us, didn't I? They caught Mardine in that trap. And your Nancy. Do you still think I'm mental now? Donald Walker glanced at his wife before answering. No, you're not mad, Frida. In fact, I would describe you as anything but. You were right about everything. Smart by name, and even smarter by nature.
You have been listening to The Trap by Kimberley Chambers, narrated by Annie Aldington. If you have enjoyed this recording and would like to receive information on the latest titles, please contact us at the address on the cover. We will be pleased to send you a catalogue of available titles.